Gonna be on break for a short bit, but didn't want to leave you high and dry, so I whipped together this short video compilation of every SCP Keter class going from SCP-0001 to SCP-4000, with all the intros trimmed out. This won't include SCPs in the hundreds of each beginning number, as the list I generated in the beginning back in 2020 went with something like the 700s actually being in the 7000s. But with that, we are discussing the dangerous and hard to contain, and why you wouldn't survive SCPs Keter class 001 to 4000. Starting off with a godlike individual, SCP-001 can be described as a humanoid entity standing around 1,050 feet tall, adorned with an untold amount of wing-like appendages, with a very strong connection to Abrahamic faiths of the world that seems to be appeased by items from either Christian, Jewish, or Muslim faiths. Along with scripture, it wields a bladed weapon that blazes hotter than the sun itself. The 1 kilometer radius around the Gate Guardian is completely dangerous, as merely stepping foot within will have all of this weapon strike you and wipe you off of the face of the earth. Those that do somehow come into contact with it will have subliminal voices chanting into their head to forget, until the subject has completely forgotten any and all interactions with the Guardian. Although this entity has also used its mental manipulation to force the words prepare until someone who would be known as the founder would come to create the SCP Foundation. Any and all weapons and infantry sent in to attack or neutralize this potential threat were met with either complete and immediate destruction or a force of will strong enough to deter them away. Behind this Guardian is of course the gate it protects, with a realm of existence reminiscent of the Garden of Eden. Basically, this is a god-level threat that, if you can't see the danger in complete obliteration just by proxy, well, I don't know what to tell you. This being also sought to the creation of SCP-001-J, which, as simple as it may seem, is quite horrific in its intent. A small red button with the simple note, if you push this button, you'll destroy everything. In the years since it was discovered, the SCP Foundation was created to house and protect this button under 3 kilometers of Earth to prevent the pushing of a device that can destroy all of reality. The magnetic temptation of this device created insurrection in the organization and even a cult known as the Order of the Sacred Button Pushers. Anyone who attempts to push it will be executed by the Foundation without question, and who knows if it will really destroy everything or not. But you know, as they say, curiosity killed the universe. So if you press the button, everyone dies, and if you try to press the button, you're gonna die in the process.
Oh, you stupid son of a...
SCP-016 is basically a zombie-like virus or sentient microorganism that can infect a host and spread like wildfire with ease, causing escalating symptoms starting from common cold-like issues to dealing with blood in the lungs with hemorrhagic fever, and then finally bleeding from every orifice of the body until dying of blood loss as they projectile vomit up to 5 meters. However, people that do survive will seek to spread the disease, and all of this within the first 2 weeks. SCP-016 can mutate a host body to better suit the nearby environment, even giving the host gills and fins if submerged in water for long periods of time, and even spider-like appendages to reach boxes far away. Basically saying it's like the 28 days later infected if they could anamorph. An outbreak consisting of this unnamed disease would be catastrophic. The only remedy for this is killing anyone infected and destroying the site in which it was released. So if you're infected with it, you're going to be screwed and trying to kill everyone in a very crazed manner, or you're just going to be cremated. SCP-017 will seek to envelop you purely if you cast your shadow in any degree within its sight. If you are not wearing a full body reflective suit, you will most likely find this small creature attacking and consuming you, leaving behind no trace as it returns to its immobile and childlike position. Casting your shadow in front of this will have you wiped from existence. SCP-019 at first glance isn't much of a threat, being just a simple yet indestructible Greek vase, although it can summon humanoid-like creatures from the seemingly infinite void within. These creatures will attack with razor-sharp teeth and claw to slit your throat or slice you to ribbons, but can be easily dispatched or burned. If this veritable pot of greed feels disturbed by either being moved, changes in temperature, or putting anything inside of it, it will summon any number of these creatures that it sees fit. Basically, see it as a monster spawner in Minecraft that you cannot destroy, and if not contained properly, will eventually wear down your defenses until they can overwhelm and chop you up. You do not want to piss off this bit of pottery. SCP-020 is basically an ever-growing mold that can accumulate in homesteads and places frequented by humans. Invisible to the naked eye, it will spew out spores that will manipulate people into increasing the heat and humidity in the nearby area, while also becoming outwardly more social to invite potential victims to the spore-ridden domicile as it begins to course through and grow on their bodies, deteriorating your health until eventual death, further infecting any emergency response and mortuary personnel. The only course of action against this mind mold from the SCP is to as well as anything and everyone the spores have infected. So you'll either die in a spore party, sweating your ass off, or the SCP will swoop in and burn you to death and left as a pile of dark ashes. Amongst that of the darkness, SCP-029, the Daughter of Shadows, is a young woman comprised of a mostly dark overtone with slight albino pigmentation on her skin. She has 4 times the speed and dexterity of any human, can use just about any object to kill a person while preferring to strangle them only by being pacified by direct light, natural or artificial. Her most deadly quality is that she can easily control the minds of men to worship and kill for her, creating simp-minded cults that even when she is incarcerated will wreak havoc on society to appease her, leaving you either a mindless slave that will eventually be labeled as a terrorist and killed by the government, or being killed by her cult known as the Thuggies, or you could just be killed by her while she's alone. Unmasking the next threat, SCP-035 is the horrific embodiment of the iconic comedy and drama masks, and will emanate an overpowering allure for people to put it on, despite the fact that it is always secreting a corrosive liquid from its eyes and mouth. The mask will then completely destroy the mind of the wearer and be under the control of the mask itself, speaking to whoever is nearby in a very intelligent and charismatic manner, as the body slowly erodes away from the degenerative effects the mask has on human bodies till it is rendered motionless. SCP-035, while mummifying its host body, can easily convince others to commit suicide or be its slave, saying that human minds are very easily manipulated. So either being coerced to put on the mask to become a brain-dead vessel, or being convinced to kill yourself simply by a god within a mask. SCP-047 is a rusted-up cylinder filled with an unknown gas that at first causes no harm to people upon first exposure, but can wildly mutate prokaryotic organisms, mostly the microscopic ones found on our epidermis. The cells on the skin will turn and, in fact, become a direct detriment to our own health, changing the skin pH levels, causing extreme toxicity that can lead to sepsis and immune cell filtration, and eventually your skin breaking down with a highly contagious rate and about a 40% mortality rate. It can also lead to permanent infectious inflammation of the mouth and esophagus, which can lead to infectious endocarditis and a 35% mortality rate. However, this is all from the lingering effects of the gas and how it can remain on surfaces for up to 5 hours. Those that are nearby upon the initial release will die within minutes. So if you're in the gas when it first comes out, you probably will die if you stay for too long, and if you survive that, you're just going to be spreading this awful disease to anyone that comes within your proximity. SCP-050-PT dwells within the bottom of a mine shaft that, after unknown mutations and deformations, has become hostile towards humans, and if given the chance, will incapacitate victims so that it may swallow and eat them whole like a snake. Basically, think Vor. You're getting vored to death by the Minor 49er from Scooby-Doo. SCP-058 is a rather heart-stopping creature, resembling a cow heart with 4 arthropod-like legs, with 4 tentacles adorned with razor-sharp spines, and 1 even sharper stinger on its rear. Its grotesque appearance is certainly matched by its lethality, being extremely hostile as it can whip its stinger towards prey at up to 10 feet at around 200 miles per hour, while accelerating with 2 seconds to a running speed of around 55 miles per hour. It is able to speak in a posh and mellow British accent during its fits of murder, and has only been incapacitated twice. Once when a literal building collapsed on top of it, and again when an M1 armored tank parked on top of it accidentally. However, even in a heavily damaged state, it can still lunge its tail and eviscerate people that try to capture it. So unless you have the Leaning Tower of Dallas about to plop over on top of it, or if you have a spare tank lying around, you're not going to be able to stop this relentless creature. And if you can't stop it, you're pretty much going to be impaled in seconds. SCP-059 is basically if The Last of Us infected were a cult rather than violent infected. The newly discovered Delta radiation has an interesting property that will cause fungal life forms to grow on any surface in just 15 minutes within the reach of its source. Humans and animals will not experience painful effects at first, although they will begin to merge with the fungus if exposed to the Delta radiation long enough, and even will describe the feeling as almost heaven, as they view the world as a blue haven. They will attempt to coerce people to come within the Delta radiation radius in order to infect them as their bodies become covered in fungi. Attempts to treat those infected by this have resulted in a 90% mortality rate, and that is just in the early stages. So if you find yourself stuck within this radiation for even 15 minutes, you'll literally become a hippie that wants to turn himself, you, and the whole world into a dead hive mind of shrooms. This might be the origin story of the Mushroom Kingdom, or at least the origin story of the toads. Getting a bit heated, SCP-060 exists as a grove of 17 white oak trees in a contained satellite district. However, it is when the element of fire is exposed to this habitat that its true evil exposes itself. A burning human skeleton will float above, with its flames reaching a hellish 2,730 degrees Fahrenheit, or 1,500 degrees Celsius for non-Americans. It has the ability to sprint upwards of 50 miles per hour in order to spread its flames as quickly as possible, and if spotting any human, will try to bind them with its arms in order to not only choke them, but melt them alive in its bony grasp. Mother Nature can be a bitch in this scenario. SCP-076 is the embodiment of an RPG raid or boss fight, which, on that note, this video is sponsored by... you thought I was going to say Raid Shadow Legends. This video isn't sponsored, we're not going anywhere. With a stone cube containing what appears to be a rather average looking but dead man. Occasionally, without reason, this man will come back to life and sometimes leave his entombment to search for any human. If successful, he will enter a blind, bloodlust-fueled rage to kill anyone nearby, being able to blow through meter-thick steel security doors, take 50 cal bullets to the head, swat away high-caliber assault rounds out of the air bare-handed, live without air for up to an hour, and most anime-like, be able to conjure bladed weaponry from different dimensions to slice up his victims. In a few occasions, he was only taken down by hundreds of 50 cal machine gun rounds where his body was ripped apart, being crushed under 13 tons of metal, being totally incinerated by a grenade in his chest, and when all else failed, they had to nuke the site he was rampaging in. No matter how we take this old fart down, it will always respawn within the stone cube over a period of time, between 6 hours to 25 years, depending on how drastic the measures we took to kill it. SCP-083-D likens himself to these fits of rage, but with a modicum of eloquence. Named Duke, this average man with an IQ of 155 will have pleasant conversations with people and has stated to have lived for centuries. However, if he does not cannot get a regular supply of blood to consume every 12 hours, will go into an animalistic frenzy to find a source of blood to quench his thirst. In this mindless state, he has been shown to kill up to 11 people before devouring the flesh of a human he deemed to have just the right blood for him. However, he states he does not remember these outbursts one bit. So if he is indestructible as the previous guy, and he is just trying to find the right blood, there's no telling how long this rampage will go on, and if you will survive the attack. SCP-090 is basically a complex, blackened Rubiks Cube that, if aligned correctly, will trigger a catastrophic and deadly event that wipes out anyone nearby, although what exactly happens to them is unknown. Think of it as the Millennium Puzzle, but instead of an ancient pharaoh emerging, everyone just disappears instead, probably dead. SCP-094 is in a similar vein to its predecessor, being an inanimate object with unknown potential in catastrophe. Similar to a black hole, this floating black ball, 163 centimeters in diameter, does not have a gravitational pull, but anything that draws itself within its frame will disappear without any chance of coming back. While proximity isn't necessarily something to fret over, it's the fact that it doubles in size every 31 years that draws growing concern. Within a few centuries, that may be a huge issue, but we're not going to be around for that, but you gotta really be concerned for your ancestors. SCP-1000 is thought to be one of many outspoken myths, described as an ape born with a critically fatal sickness that, if not immune to the effects of this so-called disease, will result in their death. This disease in question causes anyone that simply catches a glance of these apes to have a 2% chance of total brain failure, resulting in immediate death. And the longer they stare at these beasts, the higher the chance of death. Considering any apes that contract this disease die if not immune to this Medusa of death, it is easy to say that any and all of them are fatal to look upon, and may be the reason the fabled Bigfoot has become so illustrious in North American folklore, because basically, if you even look at it, you're gonna die on the spot. SCP-1003 will develop something akin to a human embryo as they nest in nutrient-rich tissues that it begins to drain exponentially. It will develop much faster than regular human embryo or fetuses, and once it has reached 8 weeks of age, will develop hook-like razor-sharp teeth that it will use to eat the host from the inside out. In a matter of minutes, this tapeworm will have fully consumed its host human and will emerge as what appears to be a child ranging from the age of 10 months to 11 years, depending on how much thickness was on the human it ate. So basically, the fatter the human, the older the child. However, the tapeworm, now turned human, will now act as a regular person, not remembering its parasitic past, and will behave as such for the remainder of its life. So if you eat the wrong food or substance that carries this life-stealing critter, kiss your ass goodbye, as it literally eats your ass from the inside out and poops out a baby or even preteen. SCP-1009 is literally a landmass that wishes to expand its territory. It will grow out in all directions using plant-like growths and soil at a rate of 0.87 meters per hour. Anything that wanders into its own mass will be converted physically and chemically into any of the properties that exist within itself, including soil, tree, plants, and other natural fauna. The only way to prevent this growth is by producing sounds of up to 60 decibels all around it, as it will stunt its growth. Without loud enough sound, SCP-1009 is estimated to have the potential to expand itself 1,000 kilometers within just 26 days, consuming anything and everything it comes into contact with. Think of it as if Mother Nature and the Blob had a kid, but that kid really hated loud music. SCP-100-JP is an abandoned wooden house that acts as a veritable voodoo doll, but with the very universe itself. While normal in just about every way, it's when you enter the attic that everything extends 127 kilometers in each direction, with what is described as heavenly bodies throughout, with wooden fixtures and planets and light bulbs as stars. These bodies are manifestations of stars and planets in our universe, and when that body is destroyed, so is the corresponding star or planet, with stars exploding into supernovas. It has also been noted that natural disasters like earthquakes can cause damage to this attic and its fixtures, which, if a star like our sun or our planet's body crumbled, we would see planetary annihilation in moments with no survivors. On a much smaller scale, SCP-1013 seems to be a reptilian chicken-like creature. By simply gazing at it, a person can be painfully stricken with paralysis in merely 3 seconds, with these effects lasting 8 minutes. In that time, the Gallimimus look-alike will bite the victim, calcifying them or hardening their flesh like stone, 3 inches deep, where only orifices like the mouth, eyes, and butthole are unaffected. The animal will use these openings to burrow inside your body and devour your flesh until it eats twice its own body weight or until you die of internal damage or blood loss. Basically, you're a living statue dying from the inside out. SCP-1013-J is a hive mind of squirrels that plot to take over the world via underground networks through the use of ballistic weaponry and advanced martial arts. If you run over one of their comrades with your car, accidental or not, you will have a nutty attack force coming to take you out. Think of that episode of Rick and Morty. That's basically what this is. SCP-1048 is a teddy bear with no discernible threat and can only communicate with bodily language. Its true lethality comes through those that it creates, being able to manufacture replicas of itself made with weird materials and deadly powers. The first being made of human ears that can shriek at high volumes, and outside of the pain that comes with high decibel sounds, anyone within hearing range suddenly had ears growing all over them to the point that they all died of asphyxiation due to their lungs being clogged with ear growths. Another teddy bear, seemingly pregnant, will attack pregnant women and remove their unborn children from their bodies. The last teddy bear, made of rusted metal, has the capability to slit and slice people at a fast rate. This is a type of Care Bear that doesn't really care about you, but they will dismember you. SCP-1100 is a highly complex organic protein that can spontaneously vaporize into aerosol form and can transform plants and animals into a number of horrific results, ranging from fruits becoming explosive, plants with vines becoming muscle-like in order to grab and crush humans, plants with thorns and needles sharpening and being coated in highly toxic substances, and all consumable plant-based foods becoming completely unedible. Animals will also become recklessly hostile, even those considered docile like deers and rabbits. Certain predators that usually only go after small animals will only seek to attack humans. Animals like chickens and cows for livestock will have their flesh rendered inedible, and household pets becoming larger and feral, basically meaning every single plant and animal on the planet will be out to kill you, and you will be unable to eat most, if not all, of your major food sources. So you're either going to starve to death or be mauled by just about any animal or plant you come across. SCP-112-ARC is an extreme form of terroristic celibacy, being a spherical artifact that can cause a 3-mile-wide radial boost to the area's gravity, literally destroying everything through sheer pressure. The only way of preventing this tragedy is by having people who have never had sex and have been castrated to be within its presence, with no less than 4 people tending to it per day without any sensual contact or thoughts. Anything outside these guidelines will mean imminent destruction. So unless you're a no-nut or no-ovary virgin near this thing, you'll be a filthy, sex-loving pancake in seconds.
Thinking sexy thoughts, thinking sexy thoughts, thinking sexy thoughts. Oh, that's unsexy.
Putting the pain in painting, SCP-1155 can manifest itself as a piece of graffiti depicting what looks like an owl/human hybrid that seemingly stares at its gazer. It subliminally beckons passersby to draw closer, with people saying although they are nervous, they feel compelled to approach the painting. Once within 2 meters of range, and if the person is not being spectated by anyone, a sudden flurry of attacks will beseech them, with their limbs being amputated, deep pecking wounds and lacerations in their flesh, and if no one else witnesses this within 6 seconds, the street art and victim will disappear without a trace. Meaning, even if you aren't taken away or spirited away, you will most likely die from your injuries. Raising the false flag, SCP-1178 is a ballistic missile suspended 1.34 kilometers above an abandoned Russian nuclear base, moving at a very slow pace upwards over time. If any kind of mammal, aircraft, or even strange broadcast signal comes near it, the missile will begin to accelerate, and if it gets far enough, will trigger the nuclear detection systems of any former Soviet nations, and in turn, nuclear detectors of other countries. This could easily lead to a panic and counterattack that leads to numerous countries firing nuclear warheads at each other. All this is a simple missile that will scare the world's citizens and governments into destroying themselves. Residing underground in a coal mine, we have the hellish god that is SCP-1179. Standing 30 meters tall, wielding a whip and sword, this Adonis is covered in fire, smoke, and
Liquid hot magma.
it will not leave its underground domain, but will execute those that enter, either by its weaponry, sheer hotness, or by the high carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide it releases into the nearby air. It's literally a daddy type that is so hot and will whip and choke you to death either by its own hand or the air nearby. Lightening up, SCP-122 appears to be a child's nightlight functioning normally until it loses electrical power. When this occurs, anyone asleep within 500 meters will enter a comatose state as their shadows generate dark humanoid figures that hunt down other people to lull to sleep through any available means, either through sleeping meds, singing lullabies, or gathering bed materials. The more people they draw into a slumber, the larger the original radius will grow. Attempting to power the nightlight back on does have its downsides and will cause anyone within the radius to experience insomnia and violent nightmares. So either you're plagued with an inability to sleep until you give up and fall into a coma that could possibly send everyone else into a similar fate. And with everyone out cold, death due to malnutrition and dehydration are sure to follow. Think of it as Freddy Krueger, but with a less malicious nature and more of a slow drag. Taking one small step for man, but not as easy as ABC, SCP-1233 is reminiscent of a man in a EMU-type spacesuit. His jetpack allows for traveling up to over 40,000 kilometers per hour and can lift and throw up to 65 kilograms on his own. He is not directly hostile and is more of a Frankenstein's monster type, wandering into small towns, not knowing usual human conventions like fluid conversation, street laws like walking the middle of busy roads. He will end up piling up cars and bicycles and destroying buildings and property if he finds them annoying or in the way. You could easily die at his hands, mainly due to his pure innocence and obliviousness to any given situation, by either fatal car accidents, being crushed by its massive strength, or being struck at high speeds as he blindly travels around. SCP-1234 puts Hansel and Gretel to shame. A pastry shop shut down in 2003 had been left abandoned for years, but its kitchen appliances and shelves could not be removed despite any construction or interior decorating efforts. The building would enter a phase of electromagnetic fluctuations that would send electronics into a flurry for up to 36 hours, and during this period, any number of people and animals within a 300-meter radius could mysteriously vanish. Anyone that enters between the hours of 11 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., where all windows darken and doors become impenetrable and disappear without a trace as well. When the doors unlock and darkness fades at 9 a.m., the store shelves are lined with pies made with any organic materials within the shop, whether it be fruits, veggies, chicken, dog, or human. Grocery stores within 5 kilometers can also suddenly have this cannibal lover's pie in stock. So if you enter the store or anywhere near it during these hours, you could instantly become chunky bits in a meat pie just because you were walking near the place at the wrong time.
Silent breed is people!
Now, if Inception and Freddy Krueger had a mental disability together, SCP-1237 would be just that, being the deepest level of sleep, or epsilon wave sleep, where the brain's wavelength begins to emit reality-shaping effects. Affecting mostly people between the ages of 18 to 30, those afflicted will most likely be unable to awaken from their slumber until you awaken naturally. During this period, whatever occurs within their projected dreams will affect the world at large. If the person has a nightmare of being mutilated, they will in turn be mutilated. If they imagine a city either engulfed in flames or in perfect peace, that city will bend to the dream's will. Point being, whatever their brain forces upon them in their dream state, the world will reflect it. Now, if a person is a lucid dreamer, they can shape their thoughts at their own will, and they could very well become a god of a new world, destroying and creating as they please. So either you're gonna die from a dream of falling, or you're gonna die to somebody that wants complete world domination. SCP-1238 are a species of deep-sea fish that are highly toxic on consumption and can have successful breeding of up to 10,000 eggs per singular entity, living up to 35 years and being sexually active at the age of 10. They can consume smaller fish, and more importantly, rocks and minerals at a high rate, and will create tunnel systems in the Earth's crust miles deep to further create nests for hatching their eggs. If they extend these tunnels far enough, they could easily cause catastrophic land collapse from the surface above. Due to their overpopulating, predatory, and excavating nature, they could easily sink cities, killing thousands, all while wiping out major food sources we rely on from the sea. Due to them being so toxic and unconsumable, we cannot rely on creatures of the sea to eat them as they eat all of our fish. SCP-1262 being the Little Shop of Horrors on a grander scale, a small plant-like matter that can be unearthed and immediately seek out biomatter and moisture from any living thing nearby, being able to instantly kill and absorb humans while creating toxic aerosol in the nearby air supply. If this instance were to be left unchecked, it could easily grow up to 10,000 meters within just 24 hours, consuming anything it draws near and suffocating those beyond its reach. It has the ability to strike down fighter jets and was only originally vanquished by triggering a dormant volcano to completely incinerate it, although I'm sure a good old nuking could do the same as well. 20 nearby countries were prohibited from air travel due to the lingering toxic effects that this mass created, and if just a fragment of it survives, could grow exponentially all over again, consuming all it can with only hellfire as its weakness. SCP-1264 is comprised of 5 warships used as target practice during the atomic bomb testing at Bikini Atoll in 1946. Their sunken vessels, however, vanished, but eventually were rediscovered wandering the sea, still fully equipped with deadly artillery and a ship of capable headless crew members. They will hunt any ships nearby, specifically peaceful passenger vessels, and attack without mercy until the ship begins to sink. Anyone that tries to abandon this sinking ship will be caught in a net cast by the denizens of these warships, and these nets will be attached to their sinking vessel, leaving them to a watery grave, with the bodies of the damned never to be found again. SCP-1275 appears to be an amorphous blob that can change its form into any shape and size, and will use this to expand and envelop anything it values. Once it has consumed what it wants, it will decrease its size to cause the object to disappear. It can fit through any surface. If even the tiniest crack were in an airtight room, it will find a way out by slipping through. Although it is hypothesized that those it consumes are not destroyed, but rather transported to a different unknown location, since it will refuse any objects that are forced into it. It's very well within reason that an evil organization uses it to steal vital information and deadly weapons for its own uses. Either way, having a blob that can reach you no matter where you are and transport you wherever it wants can have an untold amount of ramifications when it comes to your survival. SCP-129 takes the concept of The Last of Us's cordyceps fungus-type infection, but takes it in a different direction, with a cluster of fungi being able to infect any animals with mucosal membranes. 98% of life is naturally immune to this, but if it is allowed to mutate within hosts, could reach deadly stages of symptoms and infections. Starting like a common cold, a number of fungal species can facilitate within a host, modifying the immune system, blood, mucus, and overall construct of the body. However, they will operate normally, and in most cases, the infection will either peter out and the fungi will vacate the body looking to infect further people. However, if the infection and fungi remain long enough to reach stage 5 inside a person, that said person can suddenly swell up and have their whole entire body explode in a spore-filled plume. If you are a bystander near this body boom, let's just say if SCP-129 doesn't turn you into that one chick from Slither, then the SCP Foundation will find you, find these spores inside of you, tranquilize you, euthanize you, and burn your body to prevent the fungi in your body from developing and spreading to other people. Now, if you have never been to a down-home country kitchen diner, you may see the old folks there was nowhere near a threat. Well, SCP-1295 may change your mind. 4 elderly gentlemen that comprise this category refuse to leave their favorite place to eat from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m., and if they are forcefully removed within that time frame, anyone within a certain radius of them will have varied effects. The first of these older gentlemen will cause people to lose their sense of self-preservation, getting into dangerous and fatal incidents without a second thought. Think of the movie The Happening, where people are basically just killing themselves off left and right. The second effect, where people will not know the difference between edible and inedible objects, often leading to poisoning, or if you're eating anything, something's gonna happen to your body.
It's a sticker! I eat stickers all the time, dude! Oh my god!
The third effect will eradicate all microbial organisms in someone's body, making their digestive system non-functional, making it to where you can never eat again. And the last effect of these older gentlemen will make people too obsessed with self-preservation and will become a hypochondriac, often refusing to leave their homes and not interact with others. If the first and last gentleman affect a person, their opposing natures will force an individual into a coma. So bottom line, let the boomers have their coffee, or else you'll be jumping off buildings or eating Tide Pods without an internet trend to tell you to do so. In the vein of most superhero and anime plots, an alternate universe labeled SCP-1322 exists almost similar to ours. Both universes are able to communicate electronically and send objects through their respective portals, although the Homo sapiens of the other side began to be ravaged by a viral outbreak. Our universe was able to administer a vaccine for them, which on our side this disease was just a common flu. However, over time, it was discovered that the vaccine had adverse effects that reduced the alternate universe's birth rate to such a degree that only 1,000 babies were born in the span of 72 hours globally. Due to this, the people of the universe SCP-1322 sought revenge for their doomed race and would periodically send disease, nanobots, nuclear devices, and deadly gases through their portal into our universe, and for a while we could keep them contained. However, 2 outcomes could mean our demise. One, with one of these nanobots, gases, or nuclear devices being successful in causing a widespread disease or nuclear blast, or that SCP-1322 is actually us. It is our universe, and we experience an epidemic leading to an alternate universe's vaccine that makes us sterile, meaning certain doom for our species over time. Shiny, bright SCP-1350 is just what appears to be a ball of light that will actively seek out organisms weighing more than 2,488 grams that has seen it. It cannot be stopped by any physical barriers, as it can pass uninhibited through any surface, and once it comes in contact with its target, will invade their brain and shut it down, causing immediate death. This light will then grow in size, base speed, and brightness by 22.7%. for each life it claims, known as a delta event. The only way to stop this ball is to just prevent any 2,488 gram organisms from being around it as it decays in size and speed by 1.14% per day. However, we cannot leave it alone. There is a detriment, because if it does not disrupt the brain activity of any organisms for 24 days, it will enter a kappa state and seek out any organism of 2,488 grams without them having to see it. So every month we have to give it a ritual sacrifice of an organism that weighs more than 2,488 grams, on top of containing it within a multi-mile wide dome to prevent anyone else from causing it to grow further by seeing it on accident. If it were to attain enough sustenance, as we might say, it could easily grow to expand across the whole world, because honestly, the bigger it is, since it can go through walls without any issue, the more chances that more organisms will see it. And if it were to get anywhere near the ocean, that would be the end of all life, because all the aquatic life there in the darkest depths would see it and be consumed, and honestly, Earth would be replaced by this light ball. SCP-1368 are parasites that look like a hollowed out skin of humans, kind of like the thin layer of skin snakes molt out of. They will attempt to envelop and take control of humans, seizing their vocal cords and cardiovascular system, and at a lower percentage, their sight. They survive off the dead skin we produce, and if destroyed, can easily regenerate in clone-like instances if any dead skin cells or dust are nearby. They can only be killed by fire, but even then, if even a small portion is not incinerated, could easily disguise itself as litter or trash and lie dormant for months to regain enough of a form to claim another host. Now, they aren't looking to kill off the human race, with no finite goal discerned, but with how they can duplicate and go undetected while being able to control our heart and blood vessels, we could easily see them causing massive epidemics as they lie dormant to this day in countries like the USA, Greece, Italy, Turkey, and Iran. SCP-1372 is a gigantic segment of ocean currently not known. When traveling either by sea or air from west to east through this segment, nothing really happens whatsoever. However, traveling from east to west through here will cause all people aboard to begin to see what seems like the edge of the world, where the ocean ends and an infinite void lies thereafter, giving the flat earthers something to talk about. Those approaching will be irreversibly compelled to continue their approach, and when reaching the horizon will suddenly vanish, where even GPS coordinates will disappear. Sailing ships will sometimes emerge from this edge, but will be broken down and tattered, carrying what a village elder describes as a verbal plague carried by the dead. Dead sailors will emerge, echoing the words of a damned afterlife. Being able to understand them and hear them would cause you to join them on their ship in order to return to the edge without question and become yet another damned soul. SCP-139 seems to be a skull with a missing jawbone, of apparently Neanderthal descent. It is believed to be connected to the White Div, what Tribes describes as the culmination of all evil. If anyone comes into contact with this skull, they will eventually enter a killing frenzy, no matter who the victim is. Whether it be your brother, your mother, your sister, or your boyfriend or your girlfriend, anybody is fair game once you have touched this skull. After these murders, the person in question will sodomize anything nearby, whether it be an animal or dead body. So if you are touching the skull, you might be killed by someone trying to defend themselves, or if somebody nearby touched the skull, you're about to be a bloody pulp. SCP-1428 is similar to a Japanese crow, but with 3 legs. It has 3 different states of being inert where it doesn't move and has no effect. Being passive and flying about, it can emit high levels of gamma radiation. Once every 3 months, this crow will enter an active state, emitting a burst of gamma radiation levels similar to the solar corona. YouTube, please don't demonetize. It's a scientific term for the upper atmosphere of the sun, basically purging its immediate area in flames and radiation similar to the sun itself. The only way to prevent this catastrophic damage is by containing and burning the bird 3 times a day at 400 degrees for 30 minutes at a time. This is probably the secret recipe for KFC's chicken. If these burnings fail to prevent its active state, a human sacrifice by fire at a designated temple must be made. So you're either gonna die in a nuclear radiation-filled landmass created by this bird, or someone's gonna sacrifice you so the bird won't do this. SCP-1440 is merely a man with a path of cursed destruction in his pacifistic wake, appearing to be an elderly gentleman with no hostile traits, but being within his proximity would cause destruction with anything man-made, and to those human individuals as well. While he himself cannot be killed or destroyed in any way, he often wishes for death that will never come. And one day, when he was being quarantined and interviewed by SCP agents to discern his abilities, a nuclear device with dozens of failsafes exploded, killing everyone, including a few SCPs. He will basically turn his surroundings into a Final Destination type event, where anything and everything will deliberately go wrong in order to end human life, as he travels across the world, attempting to minimize his destructive path and find an end to his wretched life. Running around at the speed of sound, SCP-1447 appears to be a Tibetan monk, but is constantly in a state of hypermotion at 200 kilometers per hour for up to 20 hours per day. He is constantly attempting to reach and kill a 5-year-old with the same name as a tech entrepreneur. That entrepreneur, I don't know who it is. If anyone stands in the way of his goal, he will seek to assaulting them in a deathly flurry of blurred attacks, leaving them dead in seconds. He can be slightly incapacitated by high caliber rounds, and blowing him up with explosives will just cause him to be blown to bits, but regenerate over time and slip through small surfaces with ease. Attempts to contain him are extremely difficult, as he assaults his containment until he eventually creates a weak spot to exploit. The only way to calm him down is having the boy he is targeting have meditation sessions for brief periods of time. So, if you accidentally stumble in his way towards killing this kindergartner, you'll most likely be assaulted in a JoJo or DBZ-like fashion and dead before you hit the ground. SCP-1462 is if the happening replaced turning people into suicidal maniacs and instead made them melt into petroleum and made trees impromptu flamethrowers. A fungus that invades trees, increasing the heat they release during light absorption to such a degree that they can ignite and start wildfires without warning. Plants will continue this cycle of a burning sensation, while humans and animals will suffer from complete and total organ failure, and within a short time, as their body, excluding their skeleton, degrades into a petroleum liquid. So basically, this will plummet the planet into a nuclear winter with total global hellfire within a year, ripe with unbreathable air, purely polluted with spores that will turn trees into fire and will melt your body into fossil fuels. SCP-1466 is a cosmic mathematician with anger issues. If a computer were to disprove Goldbach's conjecture, which is the idea that every integer will be an even number when added between two prime numbers. Upon completion of finding this out, any devices associated with this supposedly impossible algorithm, a 2.8 meter long invisible spear will appear from the device after 34 seconds, and any matter it intersects with will be destroyed at the atomic level, leaving nothing behind. And once that is over, a violent reactive chemical will explode in a shockwave, so it will destroy everything and then explode even further. The danger could also possibly be exacerbated if multiple computers, possibly at a tech company or a YouTube video that's released that solves this equation, broke the code. We would see constant explosions across the world. SCP-149 really bites. being a mosquito that can transmit a retrovirus which transforms any regenerative human cells into live mosquito larval eggs. It will go undetected or felt for a time, but once symptoms arise, the mosquito larvae will start crawling out of your mouth, your nostrils, and eye sockets. And while it's in your body, it will leave behind cysts in your intestines. Once these swarms protrude through your now dying body, they will fly about and be free to infect anyone else nearby, meaning anyone that dies by this will create thousands of more mosquitoes with these capabilities. Considering mosquitoes are the #1 reason for fatal disease transmission, something like this that could multiply their numbers with a high death rate would clear-cut humanity, if not nipped in the tiny bud during its origin state. Quoth the Raven, SCP-1505. It is an ever-cloning raven that will produce 2 identical ravens of different personalities every 10 hours. Each duplicate will thus create 2 more duplicates every additional 10 hours, and this will happen exponentially unless the original bird is killed. At the end of every 10-hour cycle, the original source will respawn at a set location, meaning the original crow will teleport back to where it once was. Attempting to kill the original bird, almost original vampire-esque crow will have all of its subsequent offspring die simultaneously, but the OG crow will just respawn to where it was at the beginning at the end of the cycle. It's easy to say that an infinitely spawning horde of blackbirds would be disastrous to agriculture, the environment, and with that many birds shitting everywhere, health concerns and corrosion by their poop would occur, eventually causing a potential plague of avian flu, unless we can kill the original bird. SCP-1506 is a mix of arachnophobia and basophobia, a colony of spiders weaving consistent webs lighter than air, being able to float upwards of 15 kilometers high. If they at some point descend within 500 meters from surface levels, they will trigger a hellacious predatory nature. The spider colony, while flying around, will shoot a web at any viable prey and completely envelop them as they fly away. Meaning, if you're just walking around, this colony of spiders will envelop you in a cocoon of spider web and slowly eat and drain you away over the period of 5 days. And then eventually, your hollowed out carcass will drop to the earth and shatter to dust. So imagine flying around for 5 days as thousands of spiders eat you alive. SCP-1518 appears to be a typical limestone fountain, but the water emanating from it is actually an irremovable liquid that sometimes produces bubbles. Gases have no effects in reaction to these bubbles, but if these bubbles hit a solid object, it will destroy a part of it equal to its volume. Now, if this bubble comes into contact with any liquid that is not its original source, it will absorb that liquid, assimilate it, and grow in size depending on how much of the liquid was present. So basically, if there's any rainfall or if it's present in a high humid environment, these bubbles could reach dangerous sizes to destroy at higher degrees. Remember, the bigger the bubble, the more destruction. It's hypothesized that if it were dumped into the ocean, the world itself would be potentially entirely destroyed. As remember, the bubble absorbs all liquid it comes into contact with. The only way of stopping this bubble is to reintroduce it to the fountain, as anything else would either be destroyed or make it larger. So no amount of SpongeBob memes saying "pop the bubble" will work. SCP-1583 is just simple metal barrels thought to be kept in underground fallout shelters. Although the label says to open it after nuclear annihilation to unite survivors and keep them alive, well, it's not really recommended, as when opened, a series of white strands will protrude from this barrel and create an appendage that will immediately seek out any living beings nearby and force them into its growing mass, ripping away their skin, muscles, and other tissue, and after about 3 hours, their entire skeletal system. The white mass growing up to 200 kilograms every 15 seconds, and if allowed to grow without interference, will destroy all life, but in their wake will reconstruct long-lost buildings and structures nearby, and even reanimate the humans it had consumed. However, everything recreated by 1583 is still considered extremely dangerous at this point, and the only way to prevent its further growth is by extreme amounts of heat and pressure. Basically, imagine the Blob emerging from a fallout shelter, killing anything that moves, and then when all is said and done, it will rebuild everything that existed near it and the people it's killed, even mimicking their thoughts, feelings, and emotions, probably to lure in more people to its recreations. But it will recreate society from the ground up. Who knows, our society may be SCP-1583. SCP-165 is the definition of the bedbugs biting, almost exactly identical to the microscopic dust mite that is pretty much everywhere on the planet, but in this case, they will attach grains of sand to their back. They gather in herds of billions in order to hunt prey, and from the human eye, just look like a moving sand dune. They will use carbon dioxide and sugars in the air to detect a suitable victim, and will swarm them in moments. By releasing a numbing agent into your body, you will be completely unaware of any pain as they slowly devour your flesh bit by bit. You're going to be eaten alive and you won't even know it. They can consume flesh down to the bone in minutes if left unchecked, leaving anyone who is asleep during the feast the most vulnerable. The only way to counter them is with highly toxic pesticides, and high heat only deters them. They will mostly go to colder or more shaded environments. In short, these microscopic pests can see to eating you alive as you sleep, not triggering a response in your body to wake you up, leading to parts of your body being stripped down to the bone or becoming a skeleton overnight. Unless you keep exterminator-level pesticides at your bedside and are comfortable with spraying yourself with that, or you sleep in total daylight, you will be dead by daylight. New killer confirmed! SCP-169 is a beast of unfathomable size. Dubbed the Leviathan, this creature is said to be anywhere between 2,000 to 8,000 kilometers long, with an active archipelago on its back. It moves at the speed of 1 kilometer per week, and its sheer breathing causes slight seismic activity, and due to its inactive nature, is assumed to be dormant. Nothing is truly known outside of these facts. But if it were to awaken, any kind of motions it makes could cause catastrophic results. Imagine a creature of that size slightly flailing about. It would cause natural disasters on sea borders and islands, and if this creature is violent in nature, could easily destroy land masses and those upon them. Something that huge would basically be a walking meteor. SCP-1712 is a catastrophe. No? Okay, I'll just keep going. On August 11th of 1959, one Richard Boyd was at work when he saw a cat playing in a construction area. He went to save it from an ill fate when he himself fell from the scaffolding, disappearing during the plummet. Years later, what appeared to be a statue of Richard was found through a telescope in the outer rim of our solar system. The cat itself was taken in and discovered that anything that this cat touched, organic or inorganic, would turn to stone, with even the ground beneath them solidifying within a meter. The cat does not age in any way, and if you are like me, you can't resist petting a cute little tabby. So for cat lovers out there, you'll probably become a statue that might even end up in the far reaches of observable space. SCP-1736 is basically Fallout's Children of Atom on steroids, with two types of SCPs involved, with an ideological belief system forefronted by a shaman or priest designated as 1736-1, while followers of them are designated as 1736-2, and they will blindly believe and follow any gospel proclaimed by their leaders. However, beyond blind faith, another deadly factor comes into play. For anyone present during one of these sermons that is not a devout follower, they will be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation that can kill a normal human within 72 hours. However, followers have been shown to be mostly immune to this biohazard's effects. These sermons are held in public places in order to draw in more listeners. Of the attending crowd, 25% of the audience will become the self-proclaimed preachers, while the rest will eventually die from radiation poisoning within months or years. So just accidentally attending a sermon, humoring this sect and giving it an ear, or becoming a follower that will most likely leave you like a ghoul from Fallout over time that you will eventually die, or you yourself will be a mindless preacher spreading this further. If these priests die of any cause, the followers of that priest will emit bursts of radiation to anyone nearby. If these sermons were to be televised or put on the internet, many followers could possibly spread, and upon the preacher's death, radiation would spread unknowingly nation or worldwide from followers across the world. In a more populated version of the 1983 movie Christine, SCP-1750 will, at random and without warning, possess and animate petroleum-fueled vehicles, making them into hostile-like animals, such as motorcycles attacking their riders, 18-wheelers coming to life and smashing cars, microcars attacking and running over people, and even a large oil tanker ship submerging itself just so it can drown the sailors. Think of the Decepticons if they could never transform, due to any vehicle, unless you drive electric, coming to life and deciding to either run you over as you get ready for work, crush you from within while driving around, or a rampaging big rig flattening you on the side of the road. This could prove to be even more deadly in the midst of gridlocked traffic, as any number of vehicles could come to life and start wreaking havoc. Driving-related accidents are a small percentage of worldwide deaths, but this would easily make that number climb up fast, as organizations will tend to cover up these incidents as traffic-related mishaps. Let's just be thankful we will be dealing with animalistic vehicles, and not rubber tires that can make our head explode at its own will. SCP-1812 is an unseeable meteor orbiting Earth constantly. It's not going to make a physical impact. However, it will reveal itself if a person points it out or photographs it in some way. Once visible to the aware party, nearby tidal cycles will appear to be more extreme. Now take note that I said appear. Those affected will perceive higher ocean tides that will flood large portions of coastal land and be submerged in a liquid with higher viscosity than water, making it extremely difficult to maneuver and escape. For my Texans out there, it's like swimming in a big old bowl of molasses. Those within this imaginary water will begin to suffer from hypoxia, show similar signs to drowning, and eventually will die. So basically, seeing this meteor can have you seeing and feeling a flood that isn't actually there. If images of this meteor were to be widely broadcasted on television or the internet, any spectators will be susceptible to this imaginary watery grave. The only way of counteracting this phenomena is by distributing scuba gear to all affected individuals. But if you don't have any scuba gear handy and you somehow see an image of this meteor pointed out to you, well, you're gonna be sleeping with the fishes real soon, my friend. SCP-1823 is a gigantic whirlpool around 1 to 4,000 kilometers in diameter that does not move with the flow of nearby oceanic currents. Instead, it actively hunts an ocean-faring vessel with 1 or more passengers aboard and proceeds to obliterate it and everything on it. Any ship or submarine up to 300 kilometers away from it will be actively hunted down by this gigantic whirlpool. If the ocean depths weren't frightening enough for you, now we have a whirling vortex of destruction looming nearby. Losing Heart, SCP-1983, stands as a long-abandoned farmhouse in Wyoming. The front room is physically impossible to access, as any doors, windows, or cut holes made into it will subsequently lead to a different room of the structure. It's believed that this room can only be occupied and accessed by SCP-1983-2, long bipedal humanoid creatures completely enveloped in the blackest black. While these physical shadows are out and about, they will strike any person without hesitation, with a long-reaching limb that will not cause surface damage of any kind, but will phase through a victim's body and rip their heart out, killing them in the process. Once a heart is harvested, the creatures will retreat to the main room of the structure and will begin plucking panicked shadows from these hearts, possibly showing even after death the creatures will have control over your very soul and maybe even create these demons from your shadow. They will defend their homestead, although even the farmhouse itself will trigger a defensive reaction against home invaders, as any intruder leaving the back door will soon begin to melt from head to toe. However, in most cases, the farmhouse will entrap trespassers indefinitely, where every door or window leads to another room of the house, making escape impossible until eventual starvation sets in. So, you can either expect to have your heart ripped out and your soul tortured, or even become a shadow demon, or wandering a decaying farmhouse until you keel over or go insane. And the last one for today before my voice goes out, rising from the ashes of Soviet Russia, ironically, SCP-1984 is an apparition capable of interacting with Russian nuclear defense systems. Resembling a deceased Russian soldier, it can discern and fully understand any and all broadcast communications of any language. And if this entity senses global military tensions of any degree, will manifest itself to the naked eye as either a hazy shape of a human or a glowing red child with missing legs. In this state, it draws the power to fully interact with any missile systems within 50 meters of itself and actively move at up to 140 kilometers per hour. This dead Russian soldier will act without thought if wartime tensions have been said over broadcast communications, and launch all missiles at any preset targets that have been assigned. Those working security in these military foundations are not going to put up much of a fight, as this spirit can strike the central nervous system of any human with deadly precision to either paralyze or kill them. It goes without saying, having a being that will attack anything with the world's deadliest weapons whenever it feels slightly threatened by conflict without interruption can lead to countless deaths from these initial launches, but also the countless more deaths that will result from the retaliation of even more nuclear strikes. SCP-2006 is a bastardized version of the saying fear itself. Being a simple sphere 50 centimeters in diameter, it can manipulate its form in every way possible, from its shape to its chemical makeup to even its own voice. It does so in order to become an exact copy of any villain or monster in horror or science fiction written by man. It exists to cause fear in humans. That would be a terrifying ability to wield. Its perception of people's emotions tends to slow it down a bit, as it usually takes the form of Roman, a creature from the 1956 film Robot Monster, a not so intimidating being as it cannot gauge the actual fear of people too well. But considering there is no way of harming it in any capacity, and if it were to finally figure out the best means of fear-driven transformation without becoming friendly to those it tries to scare, it's very possible it could take the form of something, say, like Godzilla, and terrorize the populace unopposed, since it cannot be destroyed, and will retain the destructive factor of anything it takes the form of. SCP-2008 is probably the scariest for lore and history YouTube channels like my own, being an unseeable entity that has led to the death of 47 people in specifically Tennessee, with each one dying of injuries similar to gunshot wounds with no bullet to be discovered in their body. While most of the victims are ruled as suicides, 80% of them had some history working in some type of field associated with learning or teaching history. The only survivor of this unknown phenomenon is a man named Morton Richards, who details a forum post discussing past First Ladies, arguing if Martha Washington was the actual First Lady or if Rachel Jackson died of either a broken heart or good old American-made heart disease. The point is, Morton was attacked by what he described as a ghost with a gun after arguing the validity and logistics of something on the internet with somebody else.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
So basically this means somewhere out there is a forum peruser who, when he is told he is wrong or gets into an argument over something this user believes is right, will summon a ghostly weapon to gun you down to prove he is right. He's one of those Xbox kids that will literally kill you over an argument.
Hey man, it's probably just a glitch, dude. I wouldn't worry about it.
Lord have mercy, I'm gonna be killed by half of the comments of my comment sections on the Why You Wouldn't Survive series. SCP-2009 is The Last of Us, but less clickers and just more normal humanity, being normal human beings going about their lives without any abnormalities in physiology and expression. They will specifically name themselves Thomas Huang and have memories of their past life from childhood all the way up to adulthood. However, whenever one of these normal-looking human specimens are exposed to either high humidity or temperatures exceeding 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees in Fahrenheit for us Yankees for over 5 days, these particular individuals will seek out dark, cold places near areas of frequent human activity. Once accommodated, the SCP will have its body split apart into millions of tiny chitin-based hairs and attached to walls and surfaces, losing its sapience only to become a literal fungus producing airborne spores that, when these are inhaled, will cause a person to experience various symptoms, most notably their chemical and DNA makeup morphing their body to become exactly identical to Thomas Huang in every way, even down to their memories, forgetting everything about their life prior to their infection. To prevent this, the SCP organization literally burned any person named Thomas Huang alive to prevent more spores from being produced. So you can literally be turned into a Huang, effectively erasing your mind from existence just for breathing in a hot and humid area, or being burned alive to prevent yourself from spewing into a fungi-riddled mess. SCP-2032 is history in the remaking, as an elderly Middle Eastern man with no discernible age or detriment of age on his health, excluding mental degradation that causes his memories to slip further and further. The reason he stands as an SCP of the Keter class more than his age and health is that his memories directly manipulate the human populace, and whatever he remembers and believes to be true reflects on the general population's recollection of history. The reason this could be deadly for many reasons is simply because anyone could manipulate this nearly Alzheimer's-like man and convince him of a different history, which would unintentionally persuade everyone to follow suit. And with history altered, people's outlooks and opinions could be convinced enough to become violent to particular groups or even rekindle war efforts, leading to wide-scale murder and reckless attacks. SCP-204 is basically if BioShock's Big Daddy, holding the concept of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, had a baby with the killer nanohaze of Horizon, with SCP-204-2 being signified as a child between the age of 4 to 13 who has experienced abuse and trauma, often leading to developmental issues and mental disorders. SCP-204-1 will seek out these children, flying around as a hive of unseeable organic nanomachines that act as the child's protector. Whenever the child feels in danger, distressed, or simply demands an attack, SCP-204-1 will bind these nanomachines together to physically and visibly manifest in a form dependent solely on the child in question's state of mind and how wild their imagination can be, basically making a violent imaginary friend. This amalgamated creation will be extremely strong and will have an average level of intelligence, making for fierce opposition. But its true deadliness is the fact that it needs to feed on organic matter in order to regenerate itself if damaged in any way. It's thought that SCP-204-1 seeks out children with mental issues to manipulate their psychosis into killing others out of revenge or anger to feed more easily, as it can only do the bidding of each young master in order to feed. Once a child hits the age of 14, the SCP will act like a fairy godparent and abandon them to seek out a new child to follow. If, however, a child of age is not found, SCP-204-1 will manifest into a giant physical being and go on a violent rampage, attacking anything and everything nearby. So basically, you have this unseen being looking for children that may be prone to lean towards violent tendencies, or children disconnected from reality so that it may kill or harm others for them. And if it finds that child that fits the bill and is psychotic enough, you and many others could be at the tail end of a trial of slaughter. If it cannot find a kid, if you have not sacrificed a kid to give it the ultimate power of death and destruction, you could also be a casualty amongst its rampage over not being able to adopt. SCP-2068 is an extreme version of the picket sign Oil for Blood, being a reciprocal pump that houses a veritable biological computer with interconnecting organs that uses energy from the environment to manufacture hydrocarbon compounds and to make more versions of itself to expand its reach. In the hands of governmental and militarized powers, it could be used in oil wells to pretty much make a nearly infinite supply of fuel. However, those maintaining upkeep of this machine would very quickly display symptoms like degradation of the limbic system, the part of the brain used for expression and emotion, and lesions in the gastrointestinal tract, also leading to sudden profuse vomiting. Those affected will contaminate anything and everyone nearby unintentionally. Even if they are given immediate surgery to remove affected tissues, the virus will already have taken its course and even infected doctors and surgeons who held the surgery. When the contaminated personnel were placed in quarantine, each individual would attempt to break out using any means of chemical offense their body would allow, with even one person literally exploding like a boomer from Left 4 Dead in a bloody, biley mess just so it could break containment. Which this did show that people could literally mutate into explosive, poisonous, and incendiary matter. Those it affected and killed would reanimate as mindless zombies, literally becoming suicidal, spewing toxic acid, and exploding given the chance. All things considered, for the constant need of fuel and resources, many government powers could see to using SCP-2068 as a top-notch source of revenue, while also sacrificing anyone that takes up the offer to work there, becoming explosive zombies that work only to serve this reciprocal pump. SCP-2075 is a never-ending consciousness that uses human lives to keep itself immortal. It is a pathogen of microbial nature that can be exhaled by an invaded host, and once breathed in by a separate individual, will infect them to become part of this mental control. Whoever is the most original host of this infection is considered the SCP-2075, and whoever else it infects and controls as SCP-2075-A. If the original host body of SCP-2075 were to be killed, the person that it had infected will immediately become the primary host no matter the distance or location. Although it is only able to control one person at a time, it is able to communicate in numerous different languages, from Russian to English to even an unknown variant of Uralic. And it has personally stated to have lived for nearly 800 years, learning, developing, and taking control of who knows who in various parts of the world throughout a large portion of recorded human history. Using what it has learned about human nature and its ability wisely, it could easily infiltrate organizations by breathing next to high priority targets, killing the original host, and doing this indefinitely till a desired body is attained. From there, any number of catastrophic tasks can be achieved by its own hand as it takes control of any person on our planet. Or maybe it already has. SCP-2079 is a bit complicated, but basically is numerous groups over history making a series of laws focused on a demon-like entity, so much so that it wills the entity titled Grokedus into existence. Those who begin writing these laws will randomly select from a pool of somewhere between 300 to 375 laws, and if any 50 of these laws are to be ratified, Grokitus will appear near the group as a beast covered in stiff black hairs, with a long snout containing powerful jaws, with no peering eyes whatsoever. Circling its mass are 29 levitating severed human hands. This creature will abide strictly to the laws provided thus far, whether it be beneficial or detrimental to it, like the law of sustenance, where in an act of semblance, the beast will be allowed to find up to 10 different people a day and catch them with its numerous hands, rip their skin off their bodies and their eyes from their sockets to feast upon them as if this were a dark prequel of Shrek. And in recorded history, this law was apparently made active for the Boy Scouts of America, and for a time, members would be flayed and their mutilated bodies left behind. Eventually, the beast broke the 10-person-a-day rule, and when it did, faded from existence. So it must follow the laws, and if it does not, it will disappear like a Thanos snap. Another example is the law of humility, where not only is it prohibited from entering places of worship lest it disappear, but if encountering a poor person on the street, will hand them a number of change or gold coins, pitying their situation. So depending on the 50 laws chosen out of the up to 375 possible, this monster could have unknown rituals, restrictions, and even powers that these laws impose on it. Meaning Grokitus could either help out mankind by giving us some good supplies or some cash, or could wipe out troves of men and women and children however it sees fit, as long as it's legal by the laws dictated. SCP-2086 are arthropods that look almost exactly in nature to public transport vehicles, most notably buses. Their average lifespans cap out at only 15 days, with their adulthood at the cusp of the 7th day. These bus theropods, I guess I will call them, the female ones can bear up to 20 offspring at 8 days of age, meaning if they are given the chance, will have their numbers spread sporadically in months. They can appear to drive around as any other bus we see, and within its inner workings looking like a typical bus interior, but the framework being purely organic. It can open its roofing to take flight at will, while its wheels can unravel in long black legs. To blend in with their environment and not cause too much alarm, they will make their nesting grounds in just about any scrap or junkyards they can find. And to not make themselves known while they are out and about, will use dead bodies of humans and prop them up in the driver's seat to not raise any alarms of any apparent self-driving bus. The young bus theropods will make routes in roads that lead directly to the junkyards as adults venture out to find people gullible enough to enter its innards. Once enough passengers are inside, it will release a chloroform-like gas to knock them all out, and either drive or fly back to the nest, where it will open up its carapace or the roof of the bus for the younglings to take the humans and insert them up their... I'm not kidding, they are inserting them up their sphincter, shoving people up their centipede short bus butthole shafts where hair-like growths will penetrate the prey all over, draining them of every last drop of blood, and then fill the dead body with saline to preserve it in order to have the human body it needs to traverse roads without drawing attention. So if you rely on public transportation, make sure you're getting on the right bus, or you'll be a young crab car's butt food that will be drained dry and then your dead body used as a Weekend at Bernie's-like body for adult cars to get around. SCP-2112. Wait, it's all 1970s rock band Rush? Always has been. With this SCP, anyone that hears the sounds emanated by an origin CD made by the band Rush will want to make a cover band, and these cover bands that make this music will spread the infection to other non-musicians who all want to play like Rush, and only Rush, giving up everything in life to do so. So basically, you're gonna have a world of mediocre musicians playing Tom Sawyer at every bar and venue. Even Geddy Lee got sick of that song. Maybe the world will collectively get sick of itself too, but with this infection, everyone will give up on everything in their life, even their survivability, just so they can play Spirit of the Radio. Side note, rest in peace, Neil Peart. There will never be another drummer like you. SCP-2131 identifies itself as Antipope Benedict XIII, despite Benedict having died in 1423, being dressed and acting in a way similar to that of one so devoted in their faith. However, this particular Antipope has a special quirk. Every 16 hours, SCP-2131 will discharge a gamma-ray burst all around it, converting some of its own mass into antimatter, healing itself from any injuries, and even rejuvenating it from death. However, this Antipope attempts to stop these events from happening by holding a daily prayer ritual with a 95% success rate. I guess Benedict should take some advice from Coach and pray harder. Anyone caught within this gamma-ray burst will suffer from severe radiation exposure because, of course, radiation has to be involved when it's an SCP, and will more than likely die in a short amount of time. It claims that back in the 1300s, armies of what Catholics considered pagans known as the Davites, a different kind of human that practiced rituals, cannibalism, and miracle working, who would steal the names and histories of important historical figures, were defeated by the Catholics. However, SCP staff note that the Davites had no record of being around in this particular time period, raising questions of the SCP's claim of being the historical figure Benedict XIII. Being in containment for long periods of time will cause it to attempt to harm itself to possibly make these gamma-ray bursts more likely of happening, causing further damage to everything nearby, although self-harm is frowned upon by the church, leaving more question to its true intents. And with this figure that can cause gamma bursts at time-specific intervals could cause sudden radiation attacks that it casually walks through or finds itself held in, and if you are nearby, will be keeled over in moments without a rad suit. It goes without saying that this ancient being may take the name and likeness of an important figure somewhere in our world, lure people in, and use this gamma ray to its advantage, while also using their identity to get the upper hand and kill more innocents. SCP-2162 is a literal sense of the phrase the silent killer, being a giant unseeable cloud of gases completely composed of nitrogen that do not act in the natural ways that gases do with environmental variations. Winds, air pressure, and physical barriers do not impede its steady march in whatever direction it travels in. SCP-2191 is a complex system of genderless vor leeches set in the forests of Romania, a temple deep within these woodlands hiding complex tunnel systems from millennia-old tribes, housing numerous human-like people. You may say I'm being a bit redundant, but the biological makeup of these discernibly mutated individuals shows their skin has developed into a cracked porcelain feel and appearance, while on the inside they lack all major internal organs except for their hearts, lungs, and brain stems, as well as any gender-specific characteristics like genitalia, breasts, or male/female figures. Despite their eyes being enveloped by their own flesh and becoming blind, they can react to light, as well as clicking constantly as a form of echolocation to traverse their environment, much like the clickers in The Last of Us. They do not age and are considered basically living corpses with extremely slow necrosis. They can become active between dusk and dawn, leaving the temple, each lone wolfing it through the forest to hunt down living human beings. They will look to paralyze you with a neurotoxin-tipped barb in their hands to do their sole purpose in existence, opening their mouth wide open to the point it unhinges, widening the throat to unleash a horde of lamprey-like leeches from its stomach to bite at the victim's neck, to administer a digestive enzyme into your body to liquefy your organs, muscles, and bones, literally turning your insides into mush in less than an hour. The temples they come from are lined with microscopic worm-like creatures that serve to enter the bodies of these SCPs to give them nutrition to supposedly keep them alive, with root-like appendages also lining the walls secreting corrosive liquids to further the tunnels beneath its temple, and are hypothesized to be sapient and controlling the human-like entities as they attach to them while they slumber. So it may be that these tendrils have created these people, leeches, and worms to feed its further burrowing deep into the earth. Historical records have shown these human creatures tend to hunt down people in the wake of tragedies like earthquakes and war, as people of the nations are fragmented, weak, and distraught, making for easier targets to swoop in on to feed upon. Meaning, if you survive the ravages of natural disasters and human conflict, these temple-dwelling, blind they/thems will seek you out to paralyze you and have you slowly digested from the inside out by tons of leeches for an unknown tentacle entity deep underneath the earth. SCP-2994 is basically just the series finale of hoarders, fermenting as a blob of literal trash and refuse, mixed with fecal matter, bacteria, and other detrimental forms of waste. When refuse is thrown into this pile, it will grow in mass. If it is directly touched, a brown stain will develop on whatever made contact with it growing from its point of origin at 1 centimeter per hour. Birds and mammals affected by this will start to obsess over the stain, trying to remove it. However, trying to remove it by any means necessary will only double the amassed area. With this obsession, the stain will have no problem growing at an exponential rate, and once 33% of their body has been covered, the person in question will be able to spread the stain via contact, becoming carriers for the SCP. They will become completely unhygienic, hoarding any waste materials the SCP needs to grow itself, and will cover themselves in refuse and their homes in waste in order to accumulate it for SCP-2994. Typically, after 5 to 18 days, the afflicted individual will die due to waste materials accumulating in their lungs or suffering from blood poisoning. The SCP itself cannot be completely destroyed, as it can regenerate to remain at 10% of its form, even under constant flames. But its victims can be completely incinerated without issue. So basically, if you touch a piece of trash that's part of this SCP, and you'll get a big old doo-doo stain growing on you, and obsess over cleaning it, only making it worse, till it grows enough where you want to smear shit on yourself and the walls, and gather dead animals and trash in your home, till you die from unhealthy living conditions. Touching any birds or mammals or surfaces that they have touched will have you going down this route, and the only way to prevent you dying a literal shitty death is to be burned in a cleansing fire. I don't know about you, but I don't want to go out eating and smearing shit in my final moments.
From her! It's from her!
Actually, if that is your thing to go and smear and eat shit, you might want to go see a psychiatrist or contact your nearest SCP agency for a nice cleansing fire, because that shit is nasty as fuck.
Disgusting!
SCP-2271. If you think your student loan debt is bad, well, you have no idea. 2271 will administer white envelopes to numerous Midwestern Americans, with each note describing a hellaciously unpayable debt that will start to affect the psyche of the letter recipient slowly but surely, being attached to a company known as Factory Financial Management that cannot be contacted in any way, despite having a physical address and phone number listed. The debt attached to this letter will be physically impossible to pay off, even if you had the combined net worth of Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Jeff Bezos' wife. Despite this, the recipient will obsessively try to pay off this debt, selling off all of their possessions, belongings, and homes to mail all of their accumulated money away. If you try and stop these recipients from selling their possessions or delivering the money to the designated address, they will become extremely violent and aggressive in return, stating they are going to be horribly reprimanded by a collection agency if they don't pay this off, even stating that mysterious, fast-moving shadowy figures will emanate in the peripheral of their vision. Much like paying off any debt in America, once you think you have made a decent dent to your total debt, you will notice that, the debt is 1 to 2% higher than before your initial payment. In an act of pure desperation, the recipient will start selling their own organs, teeth, hair, blood, and even friends and children just to make any headway on their debt. This will be a never-ending, more drastic cycle that will either have the recipient sell parts of their body so much so that they will die, or if the second debt payment is not made, the recipient in question will simply vanish without a trace soon after. These debts can make individuals, families, and groups of people fanatical who will attack anyone that may impede their payment progress, or even sell people into slavery, or even selling their organs on the black market. Any large-scale attempts at containing people or groups of people affected by this SCP will most likely also have this ill-fated letter delivered to those involved in containing them, exacerbating the situation to the point where those in debt will even set off a nuclear device just to free themselves and others from the shackles of payments. So, you'll either sell your body piece by piece until you die, instigate a fight that gets you killed over debt, have a race of foggy shadow people come to collect you for your deferments and wipe you from existence, assumedly, or straight up nuking everyone in debt to prevent further debts from accruing. SCP-2299 is if mob mentality and cancel culture was an infectious disease, a phenomenon apparently spurred by what spectators witnessed as a giant spectral octopus in the sky, where shortly after, any number of people between 4 to even 600,000 of the people within this city that it flies over will randomly be afflicted by a mental disease as it invades the brain, causing a lineage of drastic and changing symptoms in a short amount of time. Starting within the first 20 minutes, where you and those around you will have your motor skills degrade, with trembling motions all over, frequent bouts of short-term memory loss, and even near-fatal temporal lobe epilepsy, all while these individuals will refuse to divulge their symptoms whatsoever to anyone not closely related to them. Within 1 to 4 hours, there will be spikes of blood flow to the brain's amygdala, with 1 to 2% of cases dying because of this. But for those that lived, would suffer further down into their interior cingulate cortex, where a nagging sense of fear, anxiety, and paranoia would take over. So much so that people afflicted with the same process will actively go out and participate in activities with these like-minded people for discussions and or arguments. 4 to 6 hours into their affliction, these developing groups of people that have conglomerated will have rushes of adrenaline and dopamine rush into their brains, and with this overflowing of dopamines, these infected will be able to identify one another and soon band together to commit very violent acts towards anyone without their exact mindset, even with the degradation and litany of other mental issues. When it gets to be between 6 to 15 hours after infection, those affected will be forming large groups who tend to show hostility to anyone not like them, withdrawing from any important people in their lives to become secluded so that they may have one-track-minded discussions involving socioeconomic, political, religion, and hypothetical inkling into the idea of an invasion by trans-dimensional humans, all seemingly a harmless clique. To anyone that's outside of this mental group, they might just seem like a harmless clique of the mentally degraded. That is until hour 15 to hour 30 kick off, where these infected become coordinated in their mentally derailing efforts to cause organized violence and even terrorism in city streets, where there will even be ritualistic cannibalism seen in the center of it all. Once they have made the local public into prisoners of their new war, they will give the non-infected people they capture one of two options. The first is liquidation, a form of ritualized execution in the most brutally painful ways, or through rectification by holding a blood transfusion between an infected to a non-infected in order to have the non-infected's brain degrade and become one of them. In the instance of a redacted town in Washington state, there was a bar brawl that turned into an armed outpost with fully armed police guard checking the outside of the bar until a bomb blew up, killing the officers, with the men inside the bar coming out saying they're going hunting for females. So either your brain craps out after the sign of the fog squid, you become violent enough to attack armed officers and have your head blown off, you become immolated or cannibalized by this sect, or just return to your normal self until you are arrested for your crimes and either given the death sentence, life in confinement, or the SCP euthanizes you to not allow this infection to go on any further, even if you are normal again. SCP-2301. If you are into cosplay or LARPing, well, your time to be a hero, antagonist, or a person with enough spandex to question your sexuality has come. 2301 is an entity that can change its size, shape, and abilities to anything it wishes monthly. These forms will most likely take the form of fictional or mythological antagonists pulled from Japanese or European origin, so anything from giant dragons that can breathe fire as hot as up to 1000 degrees Celsius to Onis that wield a kanabo powerful enough to crush a human chest clad in armor without breaking a sweat. 2301 will seek out the most densely populated areas nearest to it to cause as much death and destruction as it can. These physical apparitions cannot be harmed whatsoever unless it faces a person that plays the role of a character that typically defeats it completely. Meaning if 2301 were to suddenly become a dragon and ravage the landscape, full military efforts would be pointless and could do no damage to it, and instead attaining hordes of LARPers dressed as medieval knights that think and speak as such would be the only way to retaliate. The SCP will retain any weaknesses the creature it turns into will have, so something like an easily pierceable underbelly can be exploited by these role-playing knights. Once and if SCP-2301 is defeated and killed, all attending role-playing personnel must stay in character until the very body of this SCP has been completely either decayed or been destroyed. If these people break character even slightly, not speaking, maneuvering, or acting as the character they portray, the form the SCP has taken will be completely revived to attack once more. Once it has been defeated and fully decayed, it will respawn as a completely different creature of folklore the next following month, meaning people nearby must be knowledgeable in a vast majority of fiction to not only discern the weaknesses of the new form, but how to act in its presence. Otherwise, this beast will be undefeatable. If this SCP were to pick a creature of folklore unknown to modern man, it could easily rule unopposed while researchers frantically tried to figure out its origins. Accordingly, if it expanded its lore-based origins to further Japanese or even American fiction, even more powerful and impossible means of making a formidable villain for it would happen. Can you imagine SCP-2301 becoming Majin Buu, absorbing and turning people into candy left and right, and having to make a person wear an orange gi to scream and artificially grow and color their hair? Or an evil version of Superman like Brightburn appearing and not being able to fight back at all since there is no worthy antagonist to defeat him because it's just a bleak scenario? 2301 would be an OP creature to go against. Do some memes bore you to death with oversharing?
It doesn't know the way. To know the way, you need to have Ebola.
Well, SCP-2304 will do just that, being a set of 14 images containing cognito-hazardous properties. These images are commonly used and spread around like common internet memes, meaning because of how people like their trendy jokes of the week/month can be exposed to thousands, if not millions of people within a very short period of time before people move on to the next flavor of the month. In that time, any people that bared witness to the images in question will suddenly have the muscle cells in their throat grow horrendously fast, causing people to asphyxiate from their throat closing up. Some may survive, but a majority of individuals will die literally choking to death because they saw a funny internet meme, or as my 75-year-old coworker once called them, memes. SCP-2316 is a collective consciousness, harbored as numerous dead bodies floating in a certain lake. As to which lake, those details are redacted. The corpses will stay near each other at all times, and if you bear witness to these corpses, if you are able to see them, you will see them as people that you knew during your childhood. The sight of dead childhood companions, family members, or even traumatic individuals will compel you to enter the lake to go after them, to either attempt to save them from a grim fate, or maybe just to even affirm their identities because you're in disbelief that they're even there. However, entering the lake completely will cause you, the affected individual, to disappear without a trace, never to be seen again, to be presumed either dead or a body for the SCP to utilize to draw in more people. Now, entering the world of a more popular and more familial than anything scenario, SCP-2317 is merely a wooden frame door that works just like the doors from Monsters, Inc. Except this movable doorway leads to a true world-ending danger, entering to an alternative dimension consisting solely of a desert made of salt, with the area directly in front adorned with 7 pillars in a circular formation. Under this minimalistic structure is an open area where a destructive leviathan that resembles a massive, obese horned cyclops of a beast-like human that can stand upwards of 20 kilometers tall, formerly known before its hibernation as the Devourer of Worlds. These 7 pillars have chains attached to them that bind the Devourer to its slumber, but over time, each chain, one by one, seems to break over time since their creation in 1894. Repairing them or creating new binding chains seems impossible for those that attempt to do so, as only the flesh and bone of a former Devourer is required to construct these, which no longer exist. There are no Devourers left in existence. Each pillar must also be anointed with a very specific and calculated ritual of holy water and sacrificing a chicken with a specified blade. If this ritual is not performed in a specific order or any mishap happens, a 1 kiloton nuclear device will be set as all personnel evacuate the site to slow down whatever destructive force the Devourer of Worlds is capable of. All personnel assigned to this job must have strict guidelines met, including being single with no children and devoutly follow the rules of the SCP organization, as well as being screened psychologically and mentally every 2 months to make sure they are not swayed emotionally to help SCP-2317 break its final chain. It's estimated that within the next 30 years, the last chain will finally rust and break, despite all efforts to prevent this from occurring, with details on how to combat the Devourer when it has awakened completely unknown, lost to the Urkutian mystics who sealed it away originally. So much like Thanos stating that he is inevitable, the Devourer is that, but with twice the results. There is nothing we can do and must wait for the eventual end of times when this SCP breaks his chains and awakens. Now, let's take a pause. Remember the Bee movie?
You like jazz?
Now, what if it didn't have a shit plot, one good jazz joke, and a girl wanting to fuck a bee, and instead of suing humanity over honey production, the bees infected humanity with a virus that deletes their consciousness and replaces it with a hive mind intelligence? SCP-2324 is just that, a type of honeybee that when it stings you directly, a parasitic infection will invade the body and shut down all major organs along the way, leading to the conversion of the brain to what is most like a beehive. The body they inhabit will behave normally, except will refer to itself as a warship for the Queen's Navy. These thusly dubbed warship bodies will produce newly mutated honeybees within your restructured brain, churning out hordes of hostile bees from various orifices like the mouth, nostrils, ears, and even butthole. Bees will be pouring out from all these holes. Imagine it as a veritable invasion of the body snatchers, but instead of regular people screeching at you to hunt you down, they release dozens of bees that will swarm you, sting you, and wipe you out, leaving only your hollowed out walking husk behind, to further create more bees until eventually a majority of humanity are warships, with bees finally getting revenge against mankind for their dwindling numbers. There is no vaccine, and if an Optimagas isn't free to kill the initial onset of bees, then the only option left is the nuclear option. No amount of jazz will stop these angry little thick-butted bastards.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah!
Going from bees wiping out humanity, let's go back to a more realistic scenario. SCP-2326 will suddenly appear somewhere in the northern Atlantic Ocean as Handley Page Victor strategic bombers that will stay on their predestined flight course, not responding to any radio communications. Most of them carry a number of high-power nuclear devices and weapons of up to 75 kilotons to unleash and devastate former Warsaw Pact industrial centers found in the Soviet Union, Albania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Romania that may still contain payloads. These bombers are erratic and can sometimes attack each other, spiral out of control, and even destroy themselves, but do have a chance of destroying these centers with nuclear caches and the surrounding civilization being destroyed in the process as well, spurring what can be construed as an all-out attack from a different country that can spur a world war. Now, do you enjoy the sound of bugs buzzing around your ear? You know, that little... Do you like that? Well, SCP-2350 will oblige whether you like it or not. A sound audible to people as numerous mosquitoes buzzing around, specifically the swarm attacking you. This sound will double in decibels for the victim every 12 seconds, making them assume a large horde is upon them. This natural but really unnatural audio will have physical effects similar to an infestation attacking a person, leaving rashes and other inflammatory responses like bites on the flesh, while also administering typical diseases carried by mosquitoes like West Nile and malaria. It was used as an auditory weapon during the American conflicts against Vietnam and Korea, killing or driving out opposition over time, although apparently it can infect anyone as the sound persists somehow. Parts of the jungle of Vietnam still contain this sound to this day due to the extended conflict of the Vietnam War from 1955 to 1975, and as shown, the parts it affects have all but killed off all plant life and driven off other wildlife from drawing anywhere near it. It was abandoned by the US Special Operations Division when the sound indiscriminately attacked both sides. This sound can happen in its elongated locations in the Vietnam jungles without any warning or reason. You can start hearing this sound without any reason for it existing. Meaning, if you are able to hear this either weaponized audio or it decides to just start blasting, you will break out in tons of rashes and miniature bites and lesions, then slowly succumb to a litany of insect-borne diseases like the Zika virus and yellow fever. And that's if the sound of increasing hordes of mosquitoes infinitely for the rest of your life doesn't drive you to suicide in the first place. SCP-2359 is a humanoid that no one knows the true identity or even appearance of, as anyone that merely makes any form of contact with them will have a cognito-hazardous infection take hold of their memories. The SCP in question will, in a varied but short amount of time, become an important person in the affected individual's life, but an entirely new persona that the SCP embedded into their own personal memories as if they had known each other since childhood. The bond that the SCP creates with the person becomes so deep that the individual will start to trust the SCP's actions enough to willingly go along with just about any crime committed, even assisting in murder. Any camera live feeds, photographs, and other means of recording or visuals can be altered to never reveal the SCP's location or identity. It's like it doesn't exist on any other form besides seeing it for yourself. It can also alter someone's perception of photography and video to include the SCP's image to prove its existence. But if someone confronts the affected individual providing secondhand evidence that disproves the SCP's existence in their life, the victim will suffer immediate brain hemorrhaging and die. So we are dealing with an unknown entity that can become an important figure that you didn't know beforehand but is now important in your life just by seeing it, talking with it, or even texting it, that can easily convince you to do dangerous acts that will put your life at risk. And if the details of its true purpose are revealed to you, will cause your brain to literally destroy itself, with you never knowing if a person you knew and loved was actually an SCP trying to manipulate you to its favor. Yep, even this is an SCP. SCP-236 is a collective of almost microscopic crabs that cluster together as a hive mind intelligence that becomes more intelligent and more aggressive the larger their numbers. They can bind together to pretend to be everyday physical inorganic objects like chairs, doors, and even paintings, even mimicking the look, pattern, and feel of their textures. Any nearby organic matter can and will be picked apart piece by tiny piece by their pincers and eaten alive, leading to them laying and hatching eggs that create more of these tiny crabby boys and girls. Being able to imitate normal objects means they can draw in people and animals without raising alarm. This SCP collective can panic and disperse when exposed to bright light, witness fast movement from a living thing, or when hearing really loud noises, with the swarm running in opposite directions when they scatter, diminishing their destructive capabilities as well as their intelligence. The less of them there are together, the less intelligent they are. It's pretty simple. If you are able to back either the entirety of the crab horde or their separate numbers into a corner, they will trigger a defensive response, wherein the numerous micro crabs will raise their pincers into the air and cause an explosion comparable to 20 pounds of C4, instantly eradicating those who frightened it. On top of that, if their prey is either asleep or immobilized where they cannot move, the crabs will enter through any orifice or hole in your body and slowly eat you from the inside out. A horde of crabs greedier than the Krusty Krab's manager that will act like the aliens of prey, waiting for you to draw near to swarm you and microscopically pick you apart. Attempting to scare them off may work, unless you trigger them and cancel their lives faster than internet mobs ever could, with a Killer Queen type explosion. SCP-2381 is yet another fungus, but with a focus on the phallic orientation of generic mushrooms. Being a discovered strain of the yeast Saccharomyces cerevisiae, I'm not going to try and pronounce that, is very contagious and indiscernible from non-hazardous strains until it has already infected a host through either liquids, direct contact, or even the air. The fungal yeast will spread a network of fibers throughout your body, converting cells into the yeast itself, taking over more and more of the body, creating deep, painful lesions on the points of contact as it invades the body's muscles and bloodstream to cause limbs to be basically paralyzed. The host's flesh will begin to convert outwardly and painfully, and eventually the host's genitals will split open in order for a toadstool that can grow up to 50 meters tall to grow out of this new hole down there and cause Pain Olympics levels of pain. This new genital splitting toadstool will release infectious spores as the host loses every memory they have before they eventually die. A hollowed out husk with a big mushroom to compensate for their lack of life. Basically, if The Last of Us's Cordyceps brain infection made their own generic version of Viagra with a grocery list of symptoms that are glossed over, with the biggest one meaning you have a mushroom dick. But this time it's not going to be tiny. SCP-2385 is an intricate underground tunnel system with only one possible entry point above ground, with any attempts to burrow through to make a different entrance shown to be impossible. The tunnel system will frequently change its interlocking nature, shifting pathways and walls to make previous excursions and mapping mostly wasted. But the most terrifying aspect of these tunnels isn't the one-way ever-shifting dynamic, but the fact that it procreates long worm-like creatures with human heads that violently attack anything that moves. Doing so by constricting prey with their binding body and either consuming smaller prey whole or burrowing inside the bodies of larger prey to eat them from the inside out, with even larger versions of these creatures existing but actually being docile. Wandering in here either unknowingly or with intent will most likely lead you to becoming lost in this magical labyrinth, and most likely being eaten alive or strolling along in the darkened caves until you die of starvation and dehydration. SCP-2411 is a snub-nosed revolver with the simple inscription of internal use only engraved where the serial number should be. How to activate its special ability is unknown, but to whomever may find it while also having homicidal intent, could be the trigger. As the owner of the gun, those they show murderous intent to or even slight aggression to will suddenly die. The person they hate will suddenly be dead, with what appears to be gunshot wounds to the forehead, without even a bullet being fired, a noise being made, or the dead person in question not being anywhere near the closet murderer in their gun. Once this has occurred, the owner will commit suicide outside the use of a firearm, meaning they will not use a gun to off themselves. While authorities peg it as a mystery, it can be determined that anyone with a slight kindling to murder another that finds this weapon could have it internally cause a bullet-like wound to burrow out from the brain, and once this deed is done, will force the owner to off themselves. So either being instantly killed by someone that has a vendetta against you somewhere in the world, or dying by your own hand because your thirst for blood became so unquenchable there will be no satisfying your thirst, where even the Kool-Aid man couldn't help you, and he is a cold-blooded assassin. I mean, really, he has ice cubes in his blood.
Oh no!
SCP-2440 is basically Dead Space's Necromorphs or Mass Effect's Reapers, but with a lot less flesh melding and a lot more collective extra-dimensional consciousness who can spread its influence through any types of communication, whether it be text, images, audio, or video, infecting the minds of anyone that encounters these forms of media of it with varying degrees of power and control over the bodies it infects. It can issue commands mentally to those that it has corrupted, but its effectiveness is completely dependent on the total number of people it has tainted. If within the minds of under 200 individuals, said individuals will have more interest in literature, photography, and film, even to the point of writing and recording media to share with others, even if they don't have those tendencies, just in order to spread the infection so more people will view their content. In the case of it infecting 201 to 500 people, the SCP can fully control the body of one host for half an hour to expand its reach more effectively, with more people becoming influencers. But, I mean, it's not as bad as current social media influencers, right? After 500 infections, it can fully control one host and use this new body to fully direct its new army of servants to do as it wishes beyond mental direction. Once it has passed 1,500 infected, the SCP can change the form of its new host as it pleases, becoming a shapeshifter with additional capabilities to bend reality around it to its will, with its legion only existing to create media that can spread the infection and nothing else. Infected individuals can be cured with anti-mimetic drugs dispersed by the organization, which the primary purpose of this drug isn't to completely cure it. It is not capable of doing that. However, it will give the host free will, although they will still hear the commands of the SCP, but it's up to them if they will follow them. However, once 10,000 people are under 2440's manipulation, the SCP can leave a host for up to an hour and directly control 1,000 individuals at once. Control meaning it has full control over the body, bending the body to its will and reality, versus just manipulating the body to just spread the infection, with the anti-mimetic drug becoming completely ineffective in preventing this mind control. At the goal of 100,000 infected people, the SCP can create portals into other dimensions and create objects out of thin air. Once the SCP has passed 1 million followers, it can fully manifest itself in its true form, and it is predicted that its abilities to bend reality, connect to other worlds, and control the masses would easily end the world as we know it. Humanity would be completely wiped out. It's fair enough to see how just merely looking at something that references this SCP spreading the infection could easily create an army of content creators and media personalities that influence others to follow suit as the extra-dimensional being controls and destroys others as it sees fit. Anyone you watch that even talks about this or makes art of it could already put you under its spell. SCP-2442 is what appears to be a basic human that will speak to an unseen entity about a certain object or living thing. Within 12 hours, the target of its discussion with its apparent imaginary friend will simply disappear without a trace. In order to evade prosecution, it can create voices that respond to its discussion while also being manipulative enough to convince others to believe what it says. So basically, don't piss off this random person or they will talk to its invisible daddy to have you whacked out of existence. It's literally an imaginary friend that you will not see coming. SCP-2456. Let's just say if you have a friend or loved one that is obsessed with either star signs and astrology, is OCD over shapes, numbers, and patterns, and acts paranoid a majority of the time, you may want to avoid them here on out. A mimetic parasite dormant within 0.7% of the world's population, this parasite can trigger the host's body to enter a dormant state if they are stressfully triggered. This triggering will put them into a 3 to 4 day long sleep, experiencing cryptic lucid dreams where they interact and speak with prophets of the past, being executed by a blade, while celestial bodies dance in the sky above. Once they have awakened and talked about this dream, if they are not properly treated, they can fall back into a coma lasting between 6 days all the way to 6 years. Once awoken again from this coma for the final time, this person will begin to preach the gospel detailed as SCP-2456-A, which, once this gospel is audibly heard, can infect others into their beliefs, with a 70% success rate and more prone to infect people of heavy pre-existing religious beliefs. The prophet of this new SCP faith has the power to alter reality at its will depending on how many devout followers it has, while also encouraging their flock to violently and aggressively attack others who did not submit to their new religion, or to instruct followers who have waning faith to commit self-mutilation, something like seppuku. Followers will actively seek out uninfected individuals to either integrate them into their cult, or if they are refused, will simply outright murder you. You cannot deny this cult or you will be dead. It is predicted that if 7% of the world's population were to fall under this sect, that the end of the world as we know it would follow suit, as the infection would pretty much be unstoppable, with this religious belief becoming a part of the herd mentality. If even further, the reality-shaping abilities of the original preacher himself will be enough to rip the fabric of space and time and literally destroy the universe. So you're looking at a star sign obsessed person entering a coma, coming back out, somehow convincing you to believe what they experienced in an acid-like fever dream, follow their every word to the point where you will kill someone else or hurt yourself for the doctrine, until enough people are behind your new leader that either the world bows to this new belief system that the world can no longer function, or that the leader gets so drunk on power that they destroy reality itself, because remember, they can alter reality once they get to that point. So we're pretty much screwed no matter what. SCP-2467. Is that a JoJo reference? Lol, in all seriousness, this SCP takes the form of an ocean-going ship labeled the DV Toluca, although port records of a ship of this name and build have never been found. The areas within a 5-kilometer radius of this deep-sea-faring vessel will experience winds of up to 125 kilometers per hour, billowing fogs and heavy rain, reducing vision quite heavily, and crashing waves extending up to 25 meters high, and in one case, 42 meters. That's 136 feet for us Americans. Most likely manipulated by this vessel to capsize passing by ships in order to acquire their cargo and, more importantly, their passengers. The Toluca, not only being able to control the weather, holds 75 passengers, all formerly abducted people from other boats, who, after 3 to 10 days of residing on the boat, will willfully man the vessel after mental subjugation, losing all semblance of their former self. Nearly a year after entering, you will be forced into this and then lose any kind of part of mind that you had. The people aboard this vessel will harvest anything they can get their hands on from other boats and ships, integrating cannons, hulls, and even anti-ship missiles like the MM-38 Exocet launchers. The fact that they can get their hands on this kind of military-grade shit? Damn! If you find yourself within this boat's radius, the Toluca can control weather in order to sink or capsize you, use its boatmen to either gun you down or control your mind and destroy who you are as a person. To be a mindless drone to constantly upgrade this boat to murder future victims. SCP-2468. Are you a fan of children? Well, you won't be after this SCP. Resembling a 9 to 10-year-old child covered in bruises and other injuries similar to abuse, intends to appear crying in the fetal position, begging for help in various languages in open parks and urban areas. When any type of organic life approaches it within 35 centimeters, the life form in question will suddenly levitate up 2 meters into the air, and both the SCP and person or animal will disintegrate into nothingness, with the SCP returning after 2 minutes, but the organic life never to be seen again. Well, not entirely. The only life to return after disappearing by this SCP's effects are creatures weighing at or less than 55 kilograms or 122 pounds. However, those that did return would either be completely catatonic or die within a short period of time after re-entry. The SCP will disappear with any organic flesh, even if it is just a slab of meat that is cooked, frozen, or even raw, and can be used to make the entity disappear for various times. But it will always return or seek out open populated areas. But why would it go to populated areas? Considering a lot of people will actively approach a crying and injured child to aid them, I wouldn't, because I've seen enough horror movies to know where that goes. Many moral people that will attempt to help this child in question will either meet a fate similar to, I really need to stop using this as a reference, but Thanos' negative side of the snap, where they disappear without a trace, or disappear and return in a near comatose state, or soon after die. SCP-2470 is a vague anomaly thought to be capable of ending the world due to its enigmatic presence. No living person knows what it looks like, but disappearances around the anomaly have at least pinpointed its approximate location. It is said to gain abstract knowledge and respond to anything it can perceive through sight and sound, and even an additional perception not revealed by SCP staff. Maybe something along the lines of a sixth sense? Oh.
I see dead people.
Basically, this void singularity that can perceive anything in objective reality can affect it, and once it does, anything it perceives, it can make slowly but surely fade from existence. If it can perceive you in any of the 5 senses and even the 6th sense, it can make you disappear. SCP units attempted to contain this threat by creating smoke screens in order to limit sight and potentially sound, but the void adapted and learned, and gradually eliminated all traces of the clouds of smoke by erasing the smoke from existence to reveal the identities of the units and perceive them, and thereafter wipe them out of existence. It is even shown to wipe out the mere dirt at our feet and the air we breathe to drop atmospheric pressure, and also widen out a crater in its place, looking like the after effects of an explosion. A special containment was made around it called Area 141 to limit further access to the entity, to not only prevent them being wiped from existence, but also to prevent the entity of SCP-2470 from furthering its knowledge of reality, with the possibility of it expanding and using its omnipresence to wipe the Earth from existence, or in the very least, make it uninhabitable by wiping out many, many forms of life. And we're getting to the last one for today. SCP-2490 is a strange creature with a body strewn together by multiple white jointed segments with jagged claws adorned on its orb-like hands, topped with a potato-like head with painted-on eyes. It can disguise itself mentally to other people, projecting in their thoughts that they're just another regular human, with it being tasked to identify and hunt people or groups of people throughout cities and countrysides. While stalking its prey, it can make itself easily noticeable, where the person that it is hunting will slowly start to see 2490's true form the more they see it and are being stalked. SCP-2490 will not attack their target for a while, and they will just stand there menacingly, and will continue this behavior for days or even months. Due to this abnormal figure constantly appearing in their life, the person can slowly degrade mentally, losing sleep, becoming paranoid, and having a deep-seated fear of mannequins. Because this thing in the distance constantly popping up, spectating you, that is going to freak your shit. When the time comes, 2490 will float slowly or scuttle to its target once it is ready to execute them, and even supposedly teleport freely in case the target traps them or they get behind a locked door or something of that nature. Once 2490 has teleported to their target and has them in their reach, its victims will be found with stab wounds to their skull, implying the SCP will always use its Wolverine-like claws to quickly end their victim's life, while also replacing some of the dead brain matter of the victim with liquid similar to a fluid secreted from the SCP's body. You'll be hunted for months on end, as you literally go crazy, not knowing if a person that's next to you could be this image, and it's just constantly popping up in your life, and if you don't know if it's going to attack you or not, you don't know if it's a figment of your imagination. And when the puppet finally feels like doing it, and finally decides to end this game of cat and mouse, will chase you down and easily assassinate you, no matter where you are. If you get behind a door, if you get in a locked room, it will teleport there and quickly stab you in the brain and end your life, replacing your brain matter with whatever liquid is being secreted from its body. SCP-2546 is if a sexually active Ditto infected you to become anything it wanted, but only once. An unidentified retrovirus similar to HIV that can spread and bind to every cell within the human body while spreading through primarily sexual contact and bloodstream exposure in some cases. So think 28 days later without the saliva and more getting it on. It will infect just one cell and then invade and replace the chromosomes as it pleases between 3 to 5 days, spreading throughout the immune system in order to prevent an immune response as the host's chromosomes are constantly altered throughout the body. This process, depending on how much of the virus is in your body, can last between 1 to 10 years and will become excruciatingly painful for the victim as their body transforms physically and mentally, altering bone structure, internal organs, altering them in any kind of way, with muscle aches and fatigue, hormone fluctuations, and even losing your sense of self and forgetting who you are. If the transformation is extreme enough, the host can die of internal trauma, but if not, will become a random designated person of interest down to their DNA structure, like an unnamed individual becoming Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis Khan, or a 7-year-old Asian girl becoming US Senator Bernie Sanders. It is believed this virus is manufactured by a brilliant scientist in order to infect specific targets to make their loved ones watch them lose their identities and frame of existence. It can invade local water supplies, can be harbored in blood samples for banks, or be used within sexual partners with persons of interest. So you can suddenly start to feel a slight painful sensation till you can literally feel your insides and outsides turning, potentially dying as your organs restructure to become a person you probably never knew, as your mind and body are erased and replaced. The SCP organization can seek to stop the virus early on and perform facial reconstruction surgery, but mostly, in most cases, it will be too late and you will be a completely different person, with your original consciousness deleted from existence. SCP-2559 is basically medical student's disease if it were actually a disease. An infectious virus that can only be spread if the hosts believe they themselves have contracted the virus in any capacity, with virions being detected in the bloodstream in the first 2 hours of infection and in the cerebrospinal fluid in 5 hours. The virus can cause drastic symptoms such as pressure within the head leading to tunnel vision, brain hemorrhaging, and convulsions that can cause strokes and mental instability. Blood flow to certain organs and appendages can be restricted to cause necrosis and gangrene, effectively shutting them down and rotting off parts of your body. Victims can behave extremely negatively and refuse substances like food, water, medicine, and any kind of heat or cold, meaning any kind of methods to aid or cure them will be met with heavy resistance, even if they are conscious or not. The disease's extreme symptoms have given it a 100% mortality rate, and because of this, As people's fears and paranoia over a disease that no one understands the transmission methods of will start to spread rumors and hysteria over it. The more the word spreads of this disease, the more of the population will assume that they themselves will and can contract the virus in some form. And if you believe you do, you will suddenly have these virions cropping up in your blood in just a few short hours. Going to WebMD or listening to any news sources or social media will exacerbate things, discussing how this disease will be a veritable unknown, causing more and more people to fall ill through fear. Unless you are one of those people who don't believe they can get sick or choose to live under a rock and shelter yourself from the information frenzy of the world, you will probably keel over with rotting organs, a bloated brain, and a refusal to eat, drink, and take your prescribed medications. Honestly though, that sounds like me when I'm having a depressive episode. We were wrong about 2012 because SCP-2574 exists. And exists as a 12-meter tall leonine creature composed of sandstone and smooth muscle tissue, and is constantly surrounded by a flock of birds of prey. These feathered foes will constantly swoop down and attack the statue-like being, chipping away at it only for it to regenerate any damage they cause. It is constantly moving at a speed of between 3 to 5 kilometers across land and 2 to 3 kilometers across water per day. It will do whatever it can to move in the direction it heads in, either outright destroying any obstacle in its way, squashing any person, or climbing over any roadblock. Its most dangerous ability is the fact that the area surrounding it will become exactly like a battle, reminiscent of World War I conflicts, with physical embodiments of aerial strikes, chemical attacks, and World War I weapons strewn about. Any area it has passed through will deal with hallucinations and mind-altering effects that make people think it is World War I, from the conflict itself to the socio and political ramifications of it, with the statue's effects of World War I nostalgia getting stronger the closer it gets through its destination of Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, leading to attempted assassinations of political officials, police brutality, civil unrest, countries battling at borders, and more so as it progresses through Russia, Ukraine, Romania, and Hungary. So basically, you either get crushed by this moving statue or die in its wake. As war never changes, because it will be exactly like World War I all over again, leading to a possible death toll of up to 22 million if it's similar down to the final days. Although once it has reached its destination, it's impossible to tell what could happen at that point, but the results will be disastrous. Now, have you ever had that stoned friend that went on an hour-long rant about fractals? Well, that stoned bastard was right. SCP-259 is a fractal image referred to as the Isinglass spiral. When this image is perfectly rendered, a portal to multiple different areas and dimensions will occur depending on the spiral's size and orientation. One dimension leading to one of pure superheated plasma clocking in at 19 million degrees Celsius. Another dimension filled with venomous cockroaches, another one where you are transported into deep space not too far away from a black hole. These portals will bleed out anything of its dimensions into our own, causing hellish fiery explosions from its epicenter, pouring out the hordes of the venomous insects that will attack any living thing. Or the third of these mentioned dimensions sucking in any matter into its frame, much like the black hole it neighbors, for victims to die out in deep space. These images were only perfectly constructed on a certain CD labeled 100 fun fractals you can print, and then distributed as a common item. That since then, the SCP organization has spread information saying this specific CD can cause a computer-destroying virus, trying to prevent people from using it. If these CDs were used and opened by any buyers specifically with anyone interested in making these fractals, any number of these dimensional portals can open and cause devastation. SCP-2601 is the opposite of a forget-me-not, having no physical description aside from passed down information and originally, presumably, found in an American church in 2013. It apparently holds a mimetic component, rendering any information on it imperceptible to the living creature's mind and instantly forgotten after any encounter, making it literally non-existent to non-organized minds. It can also delete any information from reality that may linger on it, even written or recorded accords. Anyone that makes an attempt to perceive this entity will be subjected to a terrible, unforgettable, or actually forgettable infection. At first, anyone that remembers the person that is infected by this SCP will be forgotten by everyone they know and love in reality. As time goes on, more and more of the world will alter and forget all actions caused by the infected person, even down to minuscule impacts they made on society. Their identity and appearance are wiped off any official records from the minds of all life, and any recordings, writings, or pictures depicting them in any way, shape, or form. While a person will still be alive, the infected person will not be perceptible to anything in existence, effectively meaning they do not exist, except to themselves. If you try to unearth this mystery of this SCP, not only will your efforts be fruitless as it deletes any information you attain of it, but surely become a ghost wandering this earth, with no one to mourn you or to remember you. One of my favorite quotes from my favorite anime, One Piece, has a saying that goes,
人はいつ死ぬと思う人に忘れられた時さ
But if you are doomed to live without literally ever being known or seen, to never speak to another person, to never build another relationship, to never enjoy the little things of life, to wander the earth completely forgotten, would you ever have been alive in the first place? SCP-2636 is a mix of Clever Girl, Dino Religion, and the ending of War of the Worlds. We are looking at a 3-meter or 11-foot tall female bipedal hybrid of reptile and mammal characteristics with large eyes and ears to better see and hear. It is quite intelligent, being able to self-identify, solve mathematical problems, and even can create art, although it cannot speak in any known language, using song-like vocalizations instead. Its digestive system only really allows for a liquid diet, using its bone-tipped proboscis to draw blood from others. It can be a threat with venom sacs that can administer a hemorrhagic toxin that can liquefy the internal organs of its prey easily. While it sounds like it would be an indomitable species against humans, it is actually a lightweight, being easily brought down by carcinogens, pollutants, and loud noises. Most notably is how susceptible it is to any kind of human disease, dying out from even the common cold. It is actually a part of a larger species named the Potrix caprerum sapiens, with its ancestors building a Columbian-style temple complex 12,000 years ago, who was slowly hunted to near extinction by humanity for millennia. Within these temple walls, depictions of humanity as evil, destructive creatures are scattered everywhere, as the Potrix are depicted as weak and sick. They are the downtrodden. The center of this temple houses a 4.7-meter tall mass of bones, organs, and limbs topped with 6 goat heads strewn together by animal hides. SCP-2636 was seen to start giving birth, insinuating asexual reproduction, as inner wall scriptures predict. From the pile of corpses in the temple, a gang of 8 50-meter tall entities will emerge, looking similar to its construct of bones and flesh, and will join in a high-pitched song-like vocalization with SCP-2636 as their voices reach 140 decibels, levitating SCP-2636, the temple, 25 meters off the ground in the process. When the ritual completes, the giant entities are shown to be able to harness light energy to shoot down nearby spectating helicopters as the temple returns to the ground with its newly born infants. Preceding events involving the 2636 and the entities resulted in the liquefaction of 90% of personnel within Site-151, including deafening and blinding of all surviving personnel, destruction of SCP Site-151's primary structure, and turning all water in the area into toxic chemicals for regular human beings. SCP agents saw a joint effort to completely destroy the entities and even the newborn infant to neutralize any threat they all imposed during these events, leaving only the original SCP-2636 to be contained as she slumbered on. It's hard to see what religious powers can be drawn by these vocalistic race of dinosaur-like people, but with their unnatural ability to inject toxins into our body that liquefy us from the inside out, while also them being very susceptible to any known disease, being hunted down by our vast intellect and technology, they can always be pushed back till they are able to begin a ritual that may hold godlike creatures to serve them during gestation periods to wipe out nearby populaces to potentially try and enact revenge at mankind's overhunting nature. But if they were able to asexually reproduce in high numbers through this temple, they could easily see to overhunting mankind by literally melting our innards while the temple is blowing us away with its bright light energy. The further capabilities of asexual reproduction of the lizard human people could lead to even larger and more disintegrative destruction in further areas and regions. SCP-2646 stands as a 44-meter tall water tower that can hold 450,000 liters of water and is apparently 60% full. It can change its location at any time in the small town it's located in while emitting a cognitohazardous effect to nearby townsfolk, who assume the tower is still in its original position and refuse to even discuss the water tower at all when approached about it. Out of all the townsfolk, only one high school chemistry teacher is unaffected by this tower's effects, and her attempts to find reasoning for these events after the water tower teleported to a location very close to the high school she worked at, discovering that no one else would acknowledge this strange occurrence. She armed herself with explosives to destroy it outright. However, local law enforcement had her admitted into a psych ward on counts of attempted terrorism. While anyone that may oppose it or try to destroy it would either be incarcerated or even killed by its subservient prey, it can fuse and integrate with buildings and areas. For instance, the water tower had fused with the high school, where classrooms had now become centered around water fountains, with water fountains found every 2 meters down the hallways, and plans for complete construction of swimming pools in cafeterias, gyms, and other wide-open rooms. People involved within these buildings will consume as much water as possible until they most likely suffer from hyperhydration or water poisoning. Over time, people will end up not being accounted for in written records. However, the people themselves will not have any recollection of any missing person whatsoever. They will forget someone if they go missing. One door in the establishment will lead to the inside of the water tower, where the dead bodies of the missing people will be found floating like the kids in Derry's sewer. This tower will constantly change its position, transforming places frequented by people to alter their thoughts and memories so that they will constantly drink water from multiple sources until they keel over from overhydration and die, and then their bodies disappearing to be a floating corpse in a tower, with their loved ones completely forgetting them as this tower continues to fill its innards. If you are lucky enough to not be affected by its mental manipulation, those that are mentally controlled will fight to keep you down or dead. There is no stopping this water tower and its horrific nature. SCP-2664 exists as a set of Ukrainian conjoined triplets fused at the navel, all facing opposite directions. While it is thought to be a single gestalt thinking entity, each separate brain acts as a control division, effector division, and receptor division, with psychokinetic abilities that allow it to levitate on its own and manipulate objects from extremely far and further distances. Anything within 5 kilometers of it can be heavily afflicted by this dead space reject. Sentient organisms like humans will have their brain chemistry severely altered, depressing the sympathetic nervous system, making people dislike violence and weaponry, as well as having a diminished stress response, basically making them submissive and easily defeatable. Non-sentient organisms like rats will suffer from rapid onset spongiform encephalitis and toxic sulfate buildup, dying within minutes. It was initially created with the codename Project Redline in Soviet Russia under General Secretary Stalin's rule as a psychic deterrent in order to brainwash people into their Soviet socialistic regime, considering people under 2664's effects would not rebel or fight back. Over extended periods of time, years, and even decades, the SCP will increase its mental powers exponentially to the point that it can cause the immediate brain death of all human life forms within a 200-kilometer radius of it. The original facility it was kept in was eventually integrated into its being to use as a form of defense against military and nuclear attack. But continuous assaults can eventually cause the facility to dematerialize, with SCP-2664 disappearing as well. If it were to grow its mental capabilities without restriction, it is very possible it could completely wipe out the human race, with anyone that approaches it to kill it becoming submissive. You will slothfully bow to a three-headed, conjoined child as it thinks it is integrating your mind with it as a form of togetherness, but in actuality is wiping you from existence. SCP-2680 is a macrovirus that takes the form of bottles of beer and other alcoholic beverages, with the glass, label, and caps forming parts of the virus's keratin and the liquid inside working as a mixture of stem cells, water, xylitol, proteins, and RNA. While the initial effects of consuming the faux alcoholic beverage mimic being intoxicated or drunk, the viral beer will also mutate your esophagus to produce more of this macroviral liquid. Infected individuals will slowly start to eat their own skin around their fingers, limbs, and torso. After 6 weeks of skin eating have passed, the eaten dermal tissue that has digested will be regurgitated as components of the beer or even soda bottle they originally drank from, including the label, glass bottle, and eventually liquid to pour into the glass itself. You're going to be puking up bottles and the liquid within them. They will continue to do so until a 6th bottle is produced, where they then suffer amnesia and forget they did this unusual act, and proceed to drink from them again. While skin eating might be detrimental, the virus it stems from originally was much more realistically deadly, being a disease extremely similar to smallpox, except the pustules that develop on the outer cavity of the body, SCP-2680's pustules will develop on the inside of your body. These growths will expand outwards continuously until they burst and explode their gooey insides in every direction, infecting anyone nearby. However, infected personnel will actually bite these pustules off their body before they burst in order to drink the liquid inside of these whelps, because they describe the sensation of drinking this goop as soothing for such a painful affliction, effectively self-cannibalizing themselves. The original virus that this stems from has a mortality rate of 90% over 30 to 50 days. While it was originally discovered in 1891 amongst smallpox outbreaks, it was effectively quelled by mixing it with various components and alcohol, with a varied history since then. So it's safe to say this erroneous report from 1919 of the original virus probably mutated into the glass drink producing one we know today, and at any moment could possibly lead into an even deadlier virus like it was originally. But until then, we will be dealing with a literal coronavirus, get it because it's a Corona beer, where we end up puking our own drinks and eating our own boomer-like boils on our body, as well as the flesh around it, just to get a little relief. SCP-2700 is a complex energy-based weapon and device devised and created by Nikola Tesla. What appears to be an early but still very functional design of a linear particle accelerator attached to a command-based operating system. But the epicenter of this device is kept top secret from even a majority of SCP staff, as the falsely labeled plasma power core is in actuality a discrete energy phenomenon that within its mass, the direct flow of time is reversed, fluctuating its energy state from maximum entropy to minimal entropy, and opposite to any known thing in the universe. Basically, it's reversing time and defying all laws of nature. The only thing keeping this energy from being released is an unknown material surrounding it, keeping it contained. But the device containing this energy is currently set to activate and release in the year 2234, exactly 300 years after its initial creation. Once it is released, it's expected to cause a chain reaction so devastating that the entirety of the universe will basically implode in itself into an infinite energetic singularity, or basically an inverted Big Bang. So, It's pretty simple. Unless we can find out the materials containing this time and reality-bending energy before it expires in over 200 years, everything we have and ever will know will simply go up its own asshole and cease to exist.
Must be a Monday.
Now, if you hate roaches and small towns, you'll definitely hate SCP-2704, only occurring in small villages with an even-numbered population of 400 or less in the US states of Nebraska, Wisconsin, Wyoming, Minnesota, Alaska, and Oklahoma. When every single member of this small town is either asleep or unconscious between the hours of 12 to 3 a.m., each person will disappear, and in their place, a giant cockroach of similar height and weight will take their place. For the next 20 hours, every giant cockroach in the township will start to break down furniture, housing, and any available structures in order to make weapons or just procure any provisional weaponry.
Good. Good.
After this 20-hour period, these giant armed cockroaches will go out to the streets and split off into groups of 2, where each pair, in succession or one after the other, will fight each other to the death one-on-one. The winner of each pair will then, from there, be paired up with another cockroach to fight.
Hey, you're on our turf, man.
Hey man, I cut you up so bad, you gonna wish I don't cut you up so bad.
And this blood tournament will ravage on between these fucking pests that won't go away until all but one of these summoned cockroaches lies as not only the sole winner of this bloodied tournament, but the sole survivor. And the surviving cockroach will disappear like before, and the human it took its place from before will reappear, and only that human, only the humans of victorious cockroaches will come back to Earth. So, if you live in a small town in the previously mentioned states in America with an even-numbered population, you will disappear before you wake to be replaced by violent giant cockroaches, and you will never come back if your designated roach ends up falling in its violent conquest. What if Splatoon was an all-consuming collective? SCP-274 at face value is just a variety of paints disguised as graffiti, but when applied to surfaces like walls, it can spread to other vertical surfaces and connecting walls, although the paint cannot spread to glass and metal. From there, a transformative process will occur, where the interiors of the walls will transform into mesoglea, the tissue found in sponges, the walls of the building into the gastrodermis, which is the digestive tract of a jellyfish, and the outer walls of the structure acting as a protective shell, turning the entire building into a subset of the SCP, becoming similar to species of the Anthozoa class like coral and anemones. Basically, it will look like a building, but it will actually be a giant anemone. The building will start to emit sounds to passers-by, like breaking glass, coughing, and even whimpers of pain, attempting to draw in people in order to consume them. The noises made will be made by human residents of the building, being a part of the SCP itself, while they are dressed in gas masks / respirators and bright hoodies. They act as pneumatocysts, barbed membranes within the SCP that can and will merge in and out of the inner walls in order to surprise prey, with the mask that they wear flattening and turning into graffiti, only leaving that behind when merged. Spray can-like appendages can appear from their right hands as they try to spray the SCP-related paint onto the eyes and mouth of their victims in order to paralyze them from the neck down, so that they place the unmoving prey into a cavity for the SCP to consume them. These masked human-like entities will duplicate themselves every 24 hours, and once a dozen of these clones exist, the surplus of the masked people from there on out will leave the building to search out other buildings to spray paint and make more of the SCP structures. It is believed that if left unchecked, that this SCP could easily encapsulate an entire city within just 20 days, slowly digesting humans that may enter more gigantic and newly formed
Okay, don't hurt yourself.
Jenga?
Bazinga!
This SCP will exist as individual parts of the classic game of Jenga, where you build a predetermined square-shaped tower, and players must disassemble it piece by piece until one player causes it to topple over. The SCP will go into effect once 42 pieces or more are together as a Jenga tower, and if, or more appropriately when, it eventually collapses, any building it is contained within, no matter the size, will also come crashing down. Coding for this SCP has been found in numerous 3D print files of these Jenga tower designs and pieces, and if used, can make more of these destructive Jenga towers. So if you find yourself ever playing Jenga, you should either superglue that bitch together or get out of whatever building you're in before the roof caves in on you and crushes you, because if that Jenga tower comes crashing down, so is the building you are in. SCP-2764 is gigantic, and I mean a huge entity that is approximated to be about 382 meters or 1,200 feet tall, weighing around 150,000 tons, with nearly 80 massive tentacle-like appendages emanating from its body. It will move in a quadrupedal manner in the Antarctic, and if any organic creatures stand 50 kilometers from it, the being will seem to be smaller in size the further away they are. But if they get near or within this 50-kilometer radius, the being will appear to grow in size exponentially. It will teleport its entire mass sometimes for periods of 48 hours, disappearing with no trace in this time, only to reappear at its last location. It will also telepathically project voices in people's thoughts, although they will be unintelligible to anyone hearing them, potentially driving people insane, as communicating back with it is impossible. It's unknown what this creature's intent or purpose is, but something of this immense of size, capability to flicker in and out of existence, and being difficult to pin down due to its unusual parameters, could mean a dangerous situation if it were to leave the frozen tundra of the Antarctic and winded up in a highly populated area and unintentionally possibly crushing entire cityscapes in its movements, as armed response would have an extremely difficult time trying to figure out how to neutralize this lumbering, tentacled behemoth. SCP-2774 is a mimetic image, donning the visage of a human-shaped form wearing a sloth-like costume that will appear prominently in non-live media such as TV, movies, magazines, and of course, memes online, mostly featuring itself in the background of whatever it appears in. If this image is even unknowingly glanced at for longer than 5 seconds, a person will slowly lose all cognitive functions and higher level decision making, and will only be able to use their body freely for 2 minutes a day. On the outside looking in for other people, their body will appear to move normally in a more robotic, emotionless, and sometimes paranoid way. But in reality, they are moving completely against their own will, and these people are basically passengers in their own body. While taking a back seat in your own brain, people see this sloth humanoid in the distance watching over them, either growing more dreadful or growing in affinity towards the image of this sloth. For only 120 seconds a day, the person that's a backseat driver in their own body will regain their free will and be able to control their body again. But due to their predicament and not knowing when this will happen, in basically 23 hours and 58 minutes a day where you don't have your own body, when you do regain control, you are probably going to be drastic and scared, being unpredictable in what you might do before losing control again. While under the control of this entity, the manipulated body will create images of SCP-2774 in order to potentially affect others. The more people affected by this anomaly, the more powerful its effects are, unless a top secret project known as Project XXJ9 is implemented. But even then, with the most precautions in order, 40% of people will still fall victim to the SCP, no matter how much we prepare. However, those that are completely colorblind or cannot perceive colors of red or green and their hues, will be unaffected by this SCP. SCP personnel will look to incinerate anyone that has begun constructing images of the sloth-like being, and for anyone else, they will be relocated in hopes of learning more of this image and its effects on humanity. But eventually, when you start constructing these sloth images, you will end up being also killed in order to prevent more of this infection. So basically, you will lose all free will as you watch your body be used by a sloth demon to infect others exponentially until authorities burn you alive. So in the meantime, don't look at any images containing sloths going forward, or else, welcome to Robot Hell. SCP-2662 is a being many would draw a physical comparison to the Lovecraftian horror icon Cthulhu, looking humanoid in nature but with 20 hydrostat octopus-like limbs coming from its back, with each limb being fully functional to perform up to 10 separate tasks at once. While not hostile in any way in its own direct intents, its unintended cognitive abilities are its true danger. Being near or exposed to its presence for over 6 months can cause approximately only 5% of the population to know its utmost desires and will do anything to fulfill them. It also spawns, involuntarily, religious followings of people that will do anything to reach their god and do random sexual and violent acts in his name once a month, despite 2662 hating these gatherings. Each month, these religious extremists will try to reach 2662 by any means necessary, even breaking into the SCP organization. No matter how many times they are apprehended, defeated, or even killed, they will return, with the returning members or new members altogether, learning from their failures to try other methods to reach their god. While the SCP is lethargic and resentful at its own cult, if it decided to use its mental abilities for nefarious purposes, it could easily see to indoctrinating more and more people as its members murdered, pillaged, and raped across the globe, slowly growing their numbers and adapting 2662's influence to a grander scale. SCP-2786 exists as a bipedal human that can change its form at will depending on a situation and can alter reality as it sees fit in minor but very notable ways, being able to insert itself into most discernibly horror movies, as it inserts itself into the narrative to change the overall story to prevent main characters from entering or starting dangerous situations. Examples like knocking out Jack Torrance in The Shining before he becomes fully insane, or entering the video game Amnesia, where this person forces the player to spectate as they quickly finish the game, effectively preventing the game's trademark jump scares and deaths from happening to the player, meaning the SCP will change a piece of fiction where the main characters will not die and make themselves out as the hero. The SCP can manifest themselves in reality anywhere at will as well, being able to warp reality in order to fit whatever narrative it wishes. Basically, think of this SCP as a fanfiction writer that inserts themselves into a story while making themselves the Deus Ex Machina hero, except that they can alter any media to make themselves out as a hero, and everyone else, even the SCP organization that fights to protect the world, as evil. The SCP can and will release other SCP creatures it deems as victims, no matter their intents or history. Being able to warp into any media to change the narrative in the rest of the movie, book, or video game to their will make them come out as a hero and can have long-lasting consequences, as it can erase any records to its nature and past while leaving the masses believing what this specific SCP wants, possibly leading to violent insurrection in organizations and possibly even bloody battles and costly wars. Not to mention that it releases other SCPs that could cause more death and destruction. SCP-2974 is a shitty situation that can really bug you. Being a colony of 87 beetles of the Coccinellity class that bear an inscription Peterum Christum, or in English, Small Christ, on their backs. These little buggers excrete hellacious amounts of indestructible fecal waste that does not decay over time, with this collective being able to produce 1 kilogram or 2 pounds every 30 minutes. This semi-translucent and green feces bears a moderate level of carcinogens and immunosuppressants, effectively halting the immune system so that people and animals alike are at high risk to just about any disease. And on top of all that, the carcinogens in there could possibly also lead to cancer. This This much fecal waste going unchecked due to its indestructibility will eventually pile up and bleed into food and water supplies, while also making living conditions extremely unsafe and deadly. Well, if you're thinking of wiping out the crap at its source, the crapper of a bug, well, tough shit, as the insects, while unable to reproduce due to being sterile, also cannot be killed. They do not age or cannot be subdued by any known methods. Attempting to freeze them led to them creating enough body heat to melt the ice. Paralyzing them and ceasing their organ functions through chemicals didn't prevent the creature from pooping. Plugging the butthole and mouth did nothing, as the insects would just rip themselves a new asshole somewhere on their body to poop even more. Trying to send them to space stimulated these bugs so much while inside the rocket that they pooped so much feces that they caused the rocket to be overweight, leading to a destructive explosion and failed launch. Encasing the inside or outside of these insects in cement only lead to the poop secreting out of them to turn gray. Literally anything you do, they will just keep coming up with shit, just like your ex, leaving nothing behind but cancer, weakness, and even more shit. Just like your ex. SCP-280 is a blackened humanoid mass with two large white eyes and elongated hands, while its lower body fades into nothing, meaning no starting with the feet on this one, Roanoke. Its body can fade in and out of corporeal form into a fog-like haze. It will move around in a gliding, sleepwalker-like motion as its arms extend outwards. Although it carries enough strength to pull apart steel easily, its eyes are inoperable and relies on a hidden sense to track people. At all times, it will slowly move towards the nearest human possible in its non-physical form, and when within 14 centimeters of a person, will solidify to grasp and tear the victim apart. This assault lasting up to 5 minutes long in order to fully kill its prey as it fades into its non-corporeal form to move on to the next human to kill. If, however, it detects no humans nearby, it will ball up its form against a structure and wait for a human to enter its presence, where it will attack again. It will steer clear from brightly lit areas though. If any sudden light hits it, it will reveal its bug-like eyes to intimidate spectators and retreat into the nearest darkness. Or, if the area it's in is completely illuminated with no darkness to flee to, it will simply fade away and reappear in a different darkened area. It requires no food, water, or sleep to live, and due to its ability to go in and out of a basically physical form, makes it an almost uncapturable and nearly inescapable threat if it locks its sights on you, requiring you to be in brightly lit rooms if it continues its pursuit of you, and will rip anyone apart in mere minutes.
To shreds, you say? Well, how is his wife holding up? To shreds, you say?
SCP-2820 is a final destination was a coordinated weapon, being a coil gun mortar-like apparatus with a satellite dish at its rear end as it is controlled by an AI. Not an artificial AI like I said in the last video. It's a little redundant to say artificial AI, but the name of this AI is named Kalki. It will randomly locate one person on Earth every 24 hours, and when it has acquired its target, will cause them to die in a random chain of events akin to the butterfly effect within the next 24-hour period. There was no preventing this course of actions and reactions from occurring, and as any number of variables in the surrounding area will happen in order to extinguish your life, no matter how improbable your means of death may seem, such as tripping in the shower and hanging yourself, your weight machine crushing you, or a charcoal grill exploding you into bits. Basically, if you are targeted by this, any number of things can happen all at once to make sure you die. Anyone that witnesses a person murdered by this event will say that they have seen a chimpanzee in a trench coat. Although this is not real, it is only a visual hallucination that is created by this machine for any spectators. So bottom line is that at any moment you will be marked for death by an AI and be murdered by random shit happening while a hallucinatory chimpanzee watches over. SCP-2821 is yet another sphere because balls are at the forefront of deadly creation in SCP universe. This ball in particular being a spatial vacuum currently over half a kilometer in diameter, although it is changing in size at the speed of light. Anything taken within its mass will be altered to fit its own laws of physics, effectively obliterating it in the process. It is currently near the surface of the moon right now after being discovered while mining into the lunar exterior, creating a large hole in its discovery site when found by mining equipment. At its current rate, if this sphere were to continue growing unopposed, it could easily lead to an end-of-the-world scenario, completely destroying our world, the solar system, even the entire universe as we know it, warping all reality to a new set of physical laws that nothing we know can withstand. This sphere currently has no countermeasures as it slowly increases its volume, with no way to stop it. SCP-2833 exists as a group of genetically identical humans that each have unique appearances, although their origins are linked to possibly the Agori, a very small group of major religious ascetic people of the Shaiva traditions in Hinduism, with practices like believing themselves to possess healing powers that are considered highly contradictory for the Hindu faith. These Agori-like members have the ability to generate matter within their own bodies, most frequently creating parasites known as 2833-A that resemble red-colored flies. These little flies can invade a victim's body by entering through any orifice like the mouth or anus, or forcibly enter through an open wound. From there, the fly parasite will hijack the host's nervous system so that the original human SCP can control them by either forcing hallucinations on the victim or just taking control of their body. Female humans that have been invaded by these flies will be inseminated by a sperm-like extension of SCP-2833, and after a year of being impregnated, the female host will die in the process of giving birth to a new SCP, where thereafter the newborn SCP person will consume the body of their dead mother. These SCPs revel in death, much like the Agori they are inspired by, smearing cremated ashes on their bodies, dwelling at putrefaction sites, and using skulls and bones as cups and chalices. If they were allowed to continue as they are as they reproduce, they could easily spread more of their parasitic flies to control others, to force them to see their ways, and forcefully impregnate more of the masses to create more of their parasitic and controlling warped reality of Hindi faith. Oh dear, SCP-2845 exists as a nearly 3-meter tall deer-like entity with a human face, antlers, and all of that. A ring of ice particles with 7 metallic hydrogen and helium spheres adorn the space behind its head. This dearly beloved SCP can instantly transmutate and reconstruct matter at will, although during this process, no matter is created or destroyed. It simply restructures it. As it roams our planet, it will alter the 5-meter immediate area near it, transforming the atmosphere, hydrogen, and helium into an ammonia mix, while converting all plant life near it into metalloid-based organisms. It will not actively seek out prey to assault and mostly acts in self-defense, and, if attacked, will conjure up columns and cones of great size up to 10 kilometers away to kill its combatants. It generally is peaceful towards non-combatants. However, it will not spare a docile person if they do end up wandering into its presence and its matter-altering effects, transforming people into hexagonal columns devoid of any organs besides their entire form just becoming brain matter, effectively rendering you not necessarily dead, but just a giant brain, basically a plant with or without thought. It is impossible to harm this dear human physically, as even constant military bombardments have left it unscathed. So we have a deer god, much like the Pokemon Xerneas, that can reshape matter at its own discretion, either killing anything that tries to kill it, restructuring our plant life into metal beings incapable of producing oxygen, and destroying our atmosphere, or just turn anyone near it into a hexagon-shaped piece of giant Play-Doh doing nothing but exist without any of our senses eternally. SCP-2846 is a seafaring Davy Jones combo, with 2846-A being a giant octopus close to 1,000 meters in length, comparable to the Kraken of common lore. Appearing randomly anywhere within the Gulf Atlantic portion of the Atlantic Ocean, it will attack any civilian vessels like cruise and merchant ships without any sign, unless a ship is equipped with US Navy deep sea radars, although this advanced tech would only give about a 5-minute warning of its impending attack. While it seeks to crush vessels in its dark and dank tentacled clutches, its natural enemy, SCP-2846-B, a Pennsylvania-class super dreadnought armed to the teeth with cannons and many other military-type weaponry that rises from the ocean depths in a vaporous mist. The two will fight non-stop, using their strength and military might in a 21st century Sea of Thieves style duel, until eventually the Kraken is heavily injured or incapacitated. Once A has been defeated, B will submerge back into the ocean until they reappear again somewhere in the area to do battle once more. So, faring the ocean in the Gulf Atlantic will probably have a giant squid destroying your vessel and either crushing you alive or having you drown in the Atlantic. If the dreadnought were to show up during this skirmish before you die, you could also be caught in the crossfire of its high military power and onslaught, considering it refuses to leave without winning against the Kraken. So you'll either be crushed, blown up, or drowned to death. SCP-2859 is a space anomaly that acts as a veritable portal to Quadrant 4b of our solar system, often appearing within unused spaces by man, like the inside of walls in a structure. Over time, it will bleed out beyond these structures, destroying them in the process, basically making these walls cave in, and creating a vacuum in its presence, destroying oxygen and creating micro-radiation in the immediate area. If anything were to draw near this portal, the SCP will pull the person or animal inside of it, never to be seen again. The portal will close and relocate anywhere from an hour to a week after its appearance. Beyond this portal lies SCP-2859-1, existing as a large serpent-like alien creature estimated to be nearly 50,000 miles long. It waits by this portal in order to eat anything that comes through it, being able to know exactly where the portal will appear on Earth, and even who will possibly be pulled in. So at any time, your wall could collapse with an unknown portal taking its place to possibly pull you in to be eaten by a serpent that, well, it sounds like a kid randomly wrote a big number to make this sound intimidating, because for it to be 80,000 kilometers in length as a serpent, it would be more than twice the length of the entirety of Earth's equator, which the Earth's equator all around is only about 40,075 kilometers. But either way, a creature that big could just easily just appear and swallow the planet whole if it desired, so you going through the portal and getting swallowed, that's no biggie compared to the grander scheme, especially considering that it has mated before it has found a mate, meaning there are more serpents of this portal-loving, gigantic-sized nature out there in the cosmos.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Now, what if skeletons were kaijus with a thirst for blood? SCP-2863 will appear as a 30-foot tall animated human skeleton within the borders of the birthplace of kaijus, Japan. A catalog of 206 of these giant bony boys are known to exist, which ironically correlates to the number of bones in the human body, not accounting for the 207th bone that appears when I see Danny DeVito naked.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
They only exist to find and consume humans, much like regular titans in Attack on Titan. However, these skeletons move near quietly, with only a faint sound of rattling behind them. Hiding in darkness, they will spring up and catch humans in their marrowed grasp, proceeding to bite these people's heads off and then drink the profuse gushing blood from their torn neck holes, where their skeletal structure will absorb the blood instantly. However, they only attack in completely darkened areas, and due to the urban development of the densely populated island of Japan, their appearances have starkly dropped, with no murders by their hands having happened since Halloween of 2008. While currently contained in the SCP organization, it is still a very real threat if these spooky, scary skeletons left Japan to find darkened and open countrysides to roam within the darkness, like in Russia or the United States. These 206 boners could easily get more head across the world and rip us a new one. Now, are you obsessed with cheese? Do you like cheese? Well, if you are, SCP-2867 will be your downfall, being a gorgonzola cheese apparently produced by a company called Terrence Farms in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Once this gorgonzola has been consumed, a person will become infected and hereby become obsessed with cheese, having their eyes become glazed and their heart rate and saliva production heavily increasing. Infected individuals will become so plagued by OCD, obsessive cheese disorder, that they will almost forcibly try and get others, including other humans, pets, livestock, and even bugs and pests, to eat the dairy product and infect them as well. Now, only to date do reptiles and tardigrades have a resistance to this cheese addiction. Now, why would this be a Keter level threat though? Well, infected people will do whatever they can to satiate their bottomless craving, even putting together improbable ingredients to desperately create more of this gorgonzola that they crave so badly, even throwing together poisonous chemicals and sharp objects. They will literally throw anything in a bowl, mix it together, and hope it is that gorgonzola cheese they love so much. Besides consuming hazardous substances, others that find the cheese they are looking for will simply gorge themselves to death, literally dying from eating too much cheese. Infected cheese lovers will grow violent if their needs are not met, and it's safe to say that this cheesy virus could spread far enough to where wide-scale cheese overdosing, poisoning, and cheese-related violence could lead to a high death count. SCP-2872 is a pedigree racehorse that hasn't won a race at the Kentucky Derby in 5 years. Because of its once free nature, being bound and cooped up for over 5 years in a stable for so long will cause it to start running in a rectangular rotation at an exponentially increasing speed. Colliding and destroying anything that gets in its path, it will reach a top velocity of 320 meters per second, or 715 miles per hour. It was capable of destroying vehicles and roadway along Highway I-24 in Kentucky to cause $30 million in damage, destruction, and death. It will immediately slow down and stop if someone utters the words, "Whoa boy," near it. But if kept cooped up in containment for a long period of time, once again, it can shoot off like a freaking rocket as it repeats the process of before, enough to literally enter terminal and then escape velocity almost instantly to wipe out anything nearby its containment, causing heavy amounts of injuries, damages, and even deaths nearby because it shot off so quickly it would cause a shockwave big enough to do this kind of damage, while it leaves the Earth's atmosphere to float through space freely for all eternity. SCP-293 is an intangible force that affects inanimate objects, most commonly items that can be picked up and carried around by humans, like lighters, keys, Game Boys, and very rarely, larger objects like trees and buildings. The affected object will infect people without any sign of infection, and once they are afflicted, will become overly obsessed with the item in question. This obsession will slowly cause their mental state to degrade, only wanting to hold, pet, touch, or even treating the item in question as their own child. If the person is separated from it, they will enter a number of emotions that usually lead to violence to others or themselves, going into a psychotic rage or panicking. Any number of emotions can be experienced here. Now, the person in question will drop everything in life just to coddle their item, and eventually will die due to mental and physical degradation, even committing suicide if separated from their object for just a few days. If the item is placed with another that is similar in nature to its infectious guidelines, it will transfer to it and await another human to make it their obsession, with an untold amount of objects in the world carrying this SCP curse. So, if you know a friend obsessed with their waifu body pillow, just let them be. They can't help themselves. I mean, what? He's not really causing any harm to anybody. It's the SCP's fault, okay? I'm not trying to deny anything here, okay? Go on to the next SCP. SCP-2935 is another portal into an alternate reality of our own planet, with this portal being located in a limestone cave beneath a cemetery in Joppa, Indiana. However, this version of Earth is completely devoid of all life, including people, plants, and animals, as well as operational machines and microscopic organisms. In this incarnation of Earth, all records indicate that between 3 and 4 a.m. on April 20th, 2016, every living thing experienced cell death all at once, leaving the world at a quiet and calm standstill, with no sound but the wind to drown the silence. No birds, insects, or anything to make noise, just the wind. The world as a standstill image of when it shut down, as no body or left behind food would rot, as microbial life was also extinguished. Surprisingly, oxygen is still plentiful for those that stumble into this alternate Earth. But with how unknown the means for this worldwide extermination even occurred, it is possible to conclude that finding a way into this alternate reality of Earth could lead to a similar event happening in our own reality. We may have caused an event set in motion that'll wipe out everything on our planet. SCP-2950 is a metal chair. It's comfy to sit in, and if you sit in it too long, you won't want to not sit in it, and you will get violent if people try to get you out of that chair. Be careful of chairs. SCP-2966 is a way to wipe not only the buttocks, but to wipe someone off the face of the earth, being a roll of infinite toilet paper that when squares are ripped from it, will immediately take any source of energy in the nearby environment in order to create one of these infinite butt wipes. The energy can be sound or even heat. If many squares of toilet paper are ripped off all at once, the fecal cleansers can steal all available heat energy in the area and bring the immediate temperature down to absolute zero and below, effectively freezing whoever took from the roll and causing them to die of hypothermia. Now you could say, oh, I'm just not going to take any toilet paper. Well, refraining from taking paper from the roll will cause it to accumulate energy on its own and radiate it away in a complex system where an infinite amount of energy will be expelled all at once at some point, basically causing an explosion more powerful than a 50 megaton blast. Yeah, that's right, this toilet paper will be nuking you. So make sure you use only a few wipes every once in a while, and find a healthy balance of wiping your ass, or else you'll either freeze your ass to death or have it disintegrated in a nuclear explosion sparked by toilet paper. Because with great butt wipes always comes great responsibility. I mean, didn't we learn anything from the Corona riots of last year? SCP-3002 is quite a covered-up standard SCP protocol, hiding away any true information describing it. With no defined form, it will lie dormant within the memories and consciousness of any living human, and, while within, can alter, mimic, or even eradicate any and all memories the person has. In order to spread its influence to others, it must implant itself within a person's memory, and when they recall these events as information to another person, the person receiving this information, whether it be via speech, written text, electronics, or even telepathy, will instantly have their memories infected by 3002. There will be no difference in your mannerisms, and you will act relatively normal. However, you in fact will have lost consciousness and total control of your body, becoming a sleeper agent. You and any other infected hosts will remain the same identity until an infected consciousness draws near, wherein all infected personnel will converge and forcefully expose them to information pertaining to 3002. It is hypothesized that 78% of the world's population is already under its influence, and that 84% of all information created since 2014 is tainted with 3002's influence. The SCP is extremely adaptable to any environment and will do whatever it can to remain undetectable, basically meaning it is impossible to tell who is and isn't infected until it's already too late, as they spread their information to you and effectively wipe your mind and replacing you with its copy-pasted consciousness. While it is not necessarily you dying, your state of mind being eradicated at potentially any moment, the SCP could also choose to kill yourself or others around you, as you have no control over your body's actions. SCP-3007 is a mimetic agent that, at random, will affect an undisclosed amount of individuals on the planet regardless of their age, race, health, or occupation by instantly sending a host through a hallucinogenic world. For a period of 50 to 80 minutes, 4 times a day, an infected individual will perceive to be in an alternate reality, observing long-standing jagged towers with rows of decrepit, twisted corpses everywhere, with a black column in the far distance almost beckoning visitors. Affected personnel will see, smell, and taste everything within its realm, but sound and touch will still be grounded in our actual reality. Basically meaning while you are here, you can see everything and even smell decaying dead bodies, but you will still hear and feel everything in our world. Your perceptions will be split in 2 different realities as you try to traverse what you see in this decrepit realm. If you were to fall great heights, it will reflect on your body as if struck by high altitude impact. Crashing in a jet or being impaled by spikes will reflect on your body, even though you feel what's in the real world. And there's no way of preventing yourself from being one of the people that enters this hallucinogenic world. It's basically just a global lottery, much like the Angels of Hellbound. Unless you can handle having a quadruple acid flashback every day, splitting your senses, there's little to do about it, as the only modicum of a cure is just death. SCP-3010 is a being of lytical physical attributions, being wholly anomalous in nature. Its existence is characterized by those affected by it as a creature that constantly watches them. It will target single humans in solitary, unmoving environments between midnight to sunrise. No matter where, it will always give you the sensation of being watched, from behind, from windows, or dark corners. The paranoia will be supplemented by a psychosomatic effect on the recipient's brain, causing sleep induction and melatonin production to be completely halted, preventing the target from ever going to sleep. Much like anyone on Twitter or Tumblr, this entity comes with a list of triggers that cannot be crossed or else, including actively hunting the SCP with the intent to harm or kill it, extended contact with mirrors, windows, or darkened rooms, remaining in silence for too long, or being in direct contact with the entity while attempting to contact others. If you trigger SCP-3010 over and over, it will cause an extreme spike in your adrenaline levels and cause you to become overtly panicked, as the SCP will mutilate your body, extracting bones to carve for its own purposes, leaving a torn apart body in its wake. It will primarily target those who avoid social gatherings, underperform at social interaction, and basically just the introverted. So a lot of us are gonna be screwed that are watching this video. I know a lot of you guys are just kind of staying at home, and there's nothing you can really do about it except never be able to sleep, become more paranoid until you try to fight back, and you're just gonna have your body mutilated so it can make spears out of your bones. SCP-3013, on the surface, is just an ordinary wooden picture frame that can adjust its dimensions to fit any painting or canvas placed within it. Whatever is depicted within a painting will begin to manifest into reality with the dimensions of whatever room or domicile it lies within, attempting to match the area's conceptual design. Human and animal depictions will create organic beings with sapience and similar personality and character traits. However, if a landscape or abstract painting is used, the surrounding surrounding physical environment will begin to alter to try and meet this new image. Now, if you attempt to either not have any painting within this frame or try and destroy the frame itself, then this surrounding area will begin to crack and crumble until eventually it's destroyed. Ripping the frame from its place and having it taken somewhere else will have the room and its entire building destroyed via earthquakes measuring at 8 on the Richter scale. Due to this, it's expected that if either the painting were to be stolen multiple times or a painting were to be conceived in a wide open area like the outdoors depicting catastrophe, then an end of the world scenario could occur. So if dangerous people or animals are painted, killers or violent beasts could come to life right in front of you and try to take you down. If nothing becomes the subject of art study, kind of like an NFT, the roof will cave in above you. If you decide to transport this piece, the building it resides in will fall. And depending on the subject of the art, say a meteor striking Earth, say you painted something like that, well, art will become reality, wiping out humanity in the name of artistic expression. SCP-3020 is a virus reminiscent of rabies, but a lot more depressing. Spreading only through humans, it can be transmitted through sweat and tears. It can survive on any surface indefinitely and withstand temperatures up to -30 degrees Celsius, and can only die with extreme exposure to heat. Its symptoms resemble major depressive disorders in people, so most of you, including me, are probably already infected. Depressants and antipsychotic meds prove no effect against it and are only treatable with dopa injections in its early stages, as dopamine and serotonin are rendered null within your gray matter. Beyond that, the 3020 virus will cause paranoia and the thought that you are hated by everyone you know, and you will start to refrain from contacting anyone so that the virus can culminate with inside you and mutate. Fear will be the next step for you, causing you to believe everyone would be better off without you and want you to die, forcing you to bury yourself in work and play. Depressive episodes spurred by these thoughts will result in violent tremors with symptoms of Parkinson's soon arising. At this stage, the virus will be highly infectious from tears and direct skin contact, as some may seek out therapy or psychological help. Anger will then persist, with violent outbursts ruining relationships, and even a 42% suicide rate with extremities starting to feel numb. This numbness will cause reduced blood flow to limbs, causing colds and making the individual become sedentary and unmoving for up to days at a time, while paralyzed by forced depression and its reverberating tremors, causing up to 72% of the infected to commit suicide, while remaining people will hysterically ask to be killed or just die, spreading their infection in their suicidal wake. When you die afflicted by this virus in its final stages, viral eggs will have been laid throughout your bodily fluid and tissue, making even your corpse a viable vector for further spread, where a majority of people will either be crippled from depression, asking to die, or just committing suicide. SCP-3023 is a creepy, crawly phenomena where inanimate objects will randomly come to life and restructure themselves to have 8 legs and a body shape much like an arachnid in the presence of humans. Every 2 months, in a specific region of Germany, objects like a baseball bat will splinter 8 wooden legs, cars will shimmy together its auto parts to create legs and a carapace, and even dead bodies will reorganize their bones and limbs to create 4 more limbs along with the arms and legs. These artificially made spider-like objects will then indiscriminately attack anything nearby, and in most cases results in multiple casualties as they try to address the situation. If this instance were to expand outside its region in Germany, any object near you could sprout limbs and start chopping you to bits. Imagine your phone slitting your throat or your car driving home transforming at 80 miles per hour and crushing you amidst its evolution. Any object near you could transform to become a spider and eviscerate you. SCP-3032 begins life as a normal tamarack tree, but with bark and innards hard enough that axes and chainsaws cannot pierce through it. It will grow complex root systems that will solely prioritize stability over collecting resources like nutrients and water, while also somehow communicating and coordinating with similar trees. Once this tree has matured enough to reproduce, or when it is attacked or penetrated to a threatening degree, 3032 will proceedingly launch itself as if it were a ballistic missile. Its communication with other 3032 specimens can often lead to them coordinating strikes of military encampments and silos. Trees literally becoming launchable missiles when they've grown enough or feel threatened by the ever-expanding reach of lumberjacks in their need of toilet paper production could lead to your explosively wooden death. SCP-306 is a fungus a leap above others that spreads an infection through all biological life via an airborne spore it creates. Once inhaled, these spores will invade the body, causing lesions all over that will develop into warts in 2 days that can and will shed off the body and be carried away by the wind due to their very light weight to spread further. If left untreated, the body will be completely covered in these lesions, as enzymes created by the fungus will somehow alter the cells it comes in contact with, leading to rapid weight loss, altered skin pigmentation, and causing excruciating pain to a victim over 2 to 5 months while organs are shrunken down and the skeleton is reshaped to cause you to become amphibious looking in anatomy. Your body will weigh on average up to 66 pounds and measure about only 1.6 feet in length, showing the drastic alterations already. While being basically a frog isn't really deadly, it does have alterations to the point where your former self is pretty much gone. These new frog people will lose semblance of themselves but be friendly towards other people and have the cognitive dissonance to be able to learn to speak, write, and learn at the level of a highly intelligent person. However, this cognition could lead to them wanting to not be confined in quarantine, leading to them breaking out and interacting with others until the spore and its grown lesions are spread across the world, turning everyone into clever frog people.
Clever girl.
SCP-3063 is if the genie starred in the movie The Fly. 3063 resembles a normal housefly and can only exist as one, meaning if this one little fly is killed, it will manifest as another fly somewhere else in the world. Its prerogative is to seek out any normal person, read their thoughts, and speak to them anything their heart most desires. A person can deny this telepathic fly's advances, but it will continue to offer other things like money, love, power, and anything you can imagine until either a deal is brokered or it is killed. If you agree and accept his offer, whatever it was that you wish for will be instantly manifested before you. A life of wealth with tons of money, a life with the one you love where they suddenly fall in love with you, a life you wanted. Just like any wish-related story though, there is a catch. And with this one, well, after approximately 2,376 days, or 6.5 years, every species of Diptera, or flies, will have up to 20,000 of their eggs laid out across your body, inside and out. Your lungs, intestines, ears, mouth, rectum, your urethra, every part of you will be infested with the eggs of these pests. From 3 to 14 days after, the eggs will hatch into maggots, slowly eating away at your flesh in order to escape the body, then pupating and emerging 6 days later as an adult fly, from which this swarm will use their host as a breeding ground and a buffet until they die, with the resulting 50 million flies that come out of you swarming around you, then going dormant until they eventually die as well. So you'll get whatever you wish for and live a good 6.5 years. But after that, you'll have eggs hatch inside of you and millions of flies eat you from the inside out until they get even bigger, use your body as a veritable orgy and buffet, and then you'll be the father or mother of 50 million flies as a dead carcass. SCP-3066 is a small, dilapidated log cabin in Linville Gorge, North Carolina. While inside of it, the perception of time will be heavily warped and a slower metabolism will start to happen for all residents. Those within can barely recall residing there, often spending days inside with no ill effects. They don't know how much time has passed and they never grow hungry. The area underneath this cabin is seemingly endless, with expeditions leading to any explorers always going missing. The cabin will will discharge 500 tons of matter from its collapsed roof each night, with most of it composed of sheets of parchment paper that are considered to be SCP-3066-B. Reading these pages will wipe all of your higher mental functions, where you'll proceed to use any of your bodily fluids to write on nearby surfaces in order to make a message to convince people to go to this cabin. Affected hosts will also speak to others in an unrecordable and indiscernible language that will wipe the minds of anyone they contact. Once enough people have been put under the control of 3066, they will form groups and begin to try and make a similar cabin to the original, yet this time with parts of their own bodies. Using excrement, you're going to be tearing off your own skin, ripping out organs, or fragmenting your own bones to make this structure possible. And you're not going to feel any pain while you do it, but I mean, death can occur if enough damage to your body has happened. Once complete, the new flesh-made cabin will act similar to the papers from before, infecting anyone that witnesses this flesh home, and will become a mindless drone ripping their own bodies apart to spread the word of the paper shooting cabin in North Carolina. Do you remember the app Vine? Well, this is it today. SCP-307 is similar to an English ivy, but with green thorns and purplish leafage. It will occasionally lay down roots every 12 inches, penetrating any porous substance along its way. It carries with it a seemingly sentient intelligence, and when it senses a warm-blooded animal nearby, it will extend and split its vines at a fantastic speed, attempting to flank its prey to go unnoticed. Once it reaches its victim, it will penetrate their flesh, paralyzing them, and subsequently liquefying and draining all internal organs, muscles, and blood from the body. No known pesticides, herbicides, or other poisons can affect it, and only burning it can outright kill it. And as of now, an unknown amount of these plants are hypothesized to be across all of North America. So you have this plant that can sense you from far away, stealthily try to sneak up around you, and then once it is able to penetrate you, suck you dry. SCP-3088 is a small town called Cullen in Nebraska. Within the city limits, all people, structures, and reality itself will constantly be under the effects of whatever laws are enacted by the town's mayor, Thomas Ronson. Upon entering the town, all firearms you are carrying will disappear and you will never be able to leave because of laws that ban firearms and a law that says you can't leave. If any calls or communication are intercepted by law enforcement, all avenues of communication will be terminated town-wide. There will be no ingoing or outgoing calls because of one person. All designated illegal activities will be completely unbreachable by any residents, no matter how they try. The extending reach of a politician who could make any law of forcible reality is frightening. Now, you can try to rebel, but if you do disagree with anything they say, they could either write into law something that you will be forced to do against your will, or just simply write you and the entire township out of existence, basically saying it's against the law for you to exist. So unless you and those around you follow them and their beliefs wholeheartedly, and their beliefs are actually good for the township, no matter how detrimental they may be, you simply won't exist anymore to prevent rebellion. I just realized this is going to lead to some political bullshit comments about Biden and or Trump. I'm not a political channel. I think politics are fucking stupid. So if you see these comments, please just reply to them. Shut the hell up. SCP-3121 is a pair of 10-centimeter high, hobgoblin-like creatures that speak an old form of German language that refer to each other as husband and wife. The husband is extremely docile, not looking for confrontation, as it lives its life out in a hut made of sticks. If separated from its wife, or if it is tortured or harassed in front of her, the wife, though similar in appearance and nature, will enter a frenzied state, killing anyone nearby and entering their body through any orifice. From there, the female hobgoblin will teleport her and her husband anywhere on the planet to live in peace. Just don't stand in the way of imp love and your body won't become a global Uber. SCP-3125 is an abstract, anomalous, metastasized meme complex. From people that don't understand that, it's basically a string of ideas and concepts currently beyond our understanding that can spread and expand its reach through everyone's minds. The ideas this complex has are extremely aggressive than anything human minds have ever experienced. Merely being exposed to an idea, concept, or thought brought upon by this complex will instantly possess you, causing you to solely exist to try and understand this ideology. All possessed personnel will view human thinking as inferior, renouncing all semblance of being labeled human, and from there, it is hypothesized, due to our interconnected nature of exchange thought, that all of humanity would be exposed to it and corrupted by this complex within under 12 hours across the globe, effectively wiping out mankind and all knowledge, culture, community, and individuality it attained, and eradicating everyone we know and have ever known, replacing them with obsessive sociologists struggling to understand these new ideas. There is no way of stopping this complex when it enters our reality, and any instances of stopping it often leave those that approach it unable to even remember anything about it in the first place. There is no stopping it, no way of preventing its eventual step into our reality, while all thoughts that mankind have accumulated will be wiped out in half a day's time, effectively killing us all off and replacing us with mindless drones. SCP-3179 is an extraterrestrial liquid metal organism able to expand its mass over time. Its constantly altering form is able to procreate autonomous, near-organic-like creatures independent of thought from it. It originally landed on Earth in 1909 during a meteor shower over the English village of Dellington, where a religious sect contained it and prevented its growth until recently in 2016, when it was transferred to the hands of the SCP organization. Over time, it's been shown to grow legs, propeller-like objects, and create autonomous drones to fly out and search for avenues of escape. It can even imitate the voices of those that contain it and are nearby it, feigning them being trapped within its clutches to lure others in to save them. It will also create human-like beings to sabotage containment so it may expand and even restructure people to be converted agents for it, once and eventually when it breaks containment. This metal version of the Blob could very well infinitely expand, creating whatever structures it can from its mass to defend itself, create drones and humans to distract and convert, and make weapons to really take over. From its mass, there will be metal tablets forged, professing itself as God. Its own organic creations will try and convince the public of its divinity, and that acceptance of its form is mandatory as it grows to absorb and become an all-consuming presence of industrial liquid revolution that envelops our world. You'll either be consumed by it or bow to it, until eventually the planet is completely taken over. SCP-3199 is a horrific creature of unknowable origin that is composed of tissue samples of silky chicken, chimpanzee, stoat, mussel, adder, and even Homo sapien DNA, standing up to 9.5 feet tall and weighing up to 1,700 pounds, with its cervical vertebrae acting as cartilage rather than bone, allowing it to contort its neck and throat enough to allow them to painfully produce their eggs. These eggs are created within their digestive tract and eventually expelled painfully from their mouths with a red, highly corrosive liquid material. It will hunt any living prey within a 0.6 kilometer radius of it, detecting them in an unknown fashion, running up to 15 kilometers per hour to catch them, where it will slaughter them outright while liquefying all internal organs and bone structures to make a suitable cadaver for its closest hatchling. But the most terrifying thing of all, besides these monsters' shape and predatory nature, are their unnatural rate of producing eggs, only really procreating to fill in space with no known limit to the amount of eggs they can vomit out, meaning they could theoretically infinitely reproduce asexually, not needing another partner. As adults, these creatures can be killed in all manner similar to humans, but their eggs are hellaciously resistant to most forms of damage, including extreme blunt force trauma, 180,000 psi in pressure, withstanding withstanding any high-precision blade and long-term acid exposure, and is also not advised in taking them out, as heat just hastens their hatch cycle. If even one of these creatures were to exist unopposed in the wild of our world, they could catastrophically hunt down and wipe out all natural life on Earth due to their sheer numbers and birth rate. While they are easily killable by conventional methods, their countless eggs are not. And that lies in their apocalyptic potential. If they can lay thousands of eggs, those thousands of eggs can lay thousands of eggs in a very short amount of time. You are going to be overwhelmed by these horrific creatures. SCP-3200 is a region of space with fewer galaxies than any other region known to man. It is currently expanding at a rate of 1 million light-years per Earth year, and within this region, space-time is veritably thin and open. Expeditions to this area will eventually have all personnel finding a box with a playable CD inside of it that reveals alternate realities where those exact personnel tried stopping the expansion of 3200. Think of it kind of like Doctor Strange looking into the future for every possible scenario. Each reality either showing them in recordings or showing something in reality. Something like their own dead bodies popping up, showing alternate versions of themselves where they're withered by age and maddened by attempting to solve this dilemma of SCP-3200. They have been trying this for decades, or just an infinite amount of scenarios where they always fail, eventually coming to the conclusion that all timelines will converge on one another, and at that point all timelines will be eradicated and cease to exist. This is inevitable, and if this region of space were to keep expanding and reach Earth, all life would experience every possible reality progressively all at once, across all time, before being wiped from existence, like every scenario possible was futile and fruitless, as we are cast to a timeless, empty void. SCP-3204 is what formerly existing people have described as a statue of a horse on its hind legs atop a pedestal with Pegasus-like wings and a unicorn-like horn. It is surrounded by concrete walls in all directions with thickets of dead vegetation in between both. If you do end up observing this statue in any way, from seeing it, touching it, feeling it, looking at pictures of it, recordings, or even looking at ultrasounds of it, the next time someone else stops observing you after you have witnessed any of this in any similar way to the statue, you will suddenly disappear from existence and never return. Speaking and reading about it are fine, so as we're discussing this, you have nothing to worry about. But simply any observation will wipe you from existence if someone stops looking at you in any way. But if you really think about it, in a worst case scenario, if someone were to spread images and videos of the statue to the mass population, many would vanish in an instant. Imagine scrolling through Twitter, seeing a picture of this horse, and suddenly just disappear. SCP-3208 is an infectious disease dating back to the mid to late 1800s. A hard, seed-shaped neoplasm will embed itself into your thalamus, causing minor headaches and neurological degeneration. The neoplasm will grow over 3 weeks across your cerebrum, sparking seizures, muscle weakness, dysmetria, and impaired cognitive function, until full-body paralysis sets in. It will then spread through your nervous system and exit through any orifice as a gray infectious substance that will anchor your body down even further. Once in this state, you will progressively experience more and more vivid dreams and hallucinations of a twisted, shadowy figure, causing you paranoia and unease at all times until the point where you cannot speak at all while you are awake. This cowboy-hatted, caped figure will always appear before you, a tall, blackened, charred man, always spelling doom for you, saying that you will die, and so many other dark and depressing things as you sleep. And every waking moment, you will be unable to move or speak, waiting just to sleep again before you see him again in an endless cycle of paralyzed torment, potentially infecting anyone that tries to help or hospitalize you to hand them the same fate until you wither and die of exhaustion, starvation, or dehydration. SCP-3217 is an anomalous letter that can be forged as it were from non-profits like the ACLU, AARP, or Greenpeace. If opened by an intended recipient, the person will change their name and persona to that of a superhero in line with their initials of the same letter, gaining powers and abilities that go in line with that as well. It's possible freedom fighters like this could lead to getting themselves or others killed to fill out this mass mailing system's fantasies. SCP-3234 is a dissociative disorder that will target anyone with a highly negative sense of self or wish to remain isolated from society, with the disorder worsening as a person's thoughts become either more stressful and or negative. Memory will slowly diminish over time as the victim will be unable to communicate due to an inability to grasp their own thoughts. They cannot talk because their thoughts are so scattered. Everything seen by them will become colorless and dim, as if watching the world through a 1940s television. Over time, victims of 3234 will have their body covered in a visual sensation similar to video noise or TV static, and approximately 27 hours after this noise appears on the body, the victim will be completely consumed by it, and then become an unresponsive, staticky silhouette that will eventually fade into nothingness, causing any negative and isolated people to potentially be overcome by static until their TV-like perception of reality just goes black. SCP-3256 can be considered a copycat killer cognitive virus. From 1993 to 2000, a series of murders were strung out in New England by the Brockton Bay Binder. The SCP itself is not, in fact, the murderer in question, but the story of his murders and the way he carried them manifest themselves in written, televised, and spoken work consisting of depictions similar to the style of his murders and the way he mutilated their bodies. To most, it will cause no effect, but to certain people, they will instantly have their personality changed to something labeled 3256-S. Those changed must have these qualities. You must be born male and identify as male, have to have lived in the New England area for up to 5 years, be white with brunette hair, be between the ages of 15 and 32, have had at least one homosexual romance at one point, have had 3 or less consenting sexual partners throughout their lives. From there, anyone checking off all these boxes will become an affected individual, and they will begin to eat their own hair and mucus, and ironically be scared of bugs, but be attracted to spiders. 3256-S individuals will carry out like a copycat killer, searching for victims to dismember, use spider venom on, cannibalize their bodies, and mutilate them, cutting up the bodies, and a currently redacted other act to their bodies inspectors discover in autopsies. So, either you might die due to any person fitting this description suddenly becoming a copycat killer and brutalizing you, chopping up your body, injecting you with spider venom, and a multitude of other things, or you become a copycat killer, eating boogers in your own hair, and going Texas Chainsaw Massacre on people until you're incarcerated and given the lethal injection. SCP-3262 is a mind-blowing plant that puts the happening to shame. A bright red series of vines coated in bioluminescent seed pods, this fauna has no roots, leaves, or anything needed for photosynthesis, instead using thermal energy to process and consume living animal tissue. Withstanding heat of up to 900 degrees Celsius, this faux fauna will release tons of 0.3 millimeter sized seeds into the air to be inhaled by animals and people. The seeds will then be carried by the bloodstream eventually to the brain, where it will convert brain tissue into combustible hydrocarbons and oxygen. Victims will be asymptomatic for a bit, and then suffer convulsions and unconsciousness in the span of only 10 seconds before the victim's head explodes. The heat of the blast will give birth to vines erupting from the bloody stump of a neck and shooting explosive seeds at at anyone nearby the explosion, attempting to consume flesh via the heat and spreading more seeds through the air. Getting close enough to just breathe near these vines will have you pass out eventually and randomly, so you don't realize your head is about to explode, and then your skull goes off like a fragmentation grenade, spreading more of these seeds to your friend and family, and then having their minds blown as well. SCP-3273 appears as a regular bottle of prescription painkiller tablets. 35 minutes to 2 hours after consumption, the patient will lose all sense of pain in any regard, no matter how severe the symptoms or injury. 3273 is more addictive than heroin, and for most, patients will intentionally overdose themselves on the prescription within a 3-day period. Upon overdose, the patient will begin to feel pain as they should in a 24-hour period. However, this time around, the patient will now feel calm and satisfied with the pain they experience, to the point where they will actively look to harm themselves in any way they can in order to appease this new pleasure, to the point that they will die from their self-inflicted related injuries. An addiction of drugs leads to an addiction of pain that will have you smiling as you slowly off yourself. SCP-3276 is a multi-level marketing company named the Healing Company that sells health products that have no actual scientific or realistic health benefits, from oil diffusers to meal replacement shakes to alkaline water. Anyone that buys in bulk from this website will suddenly be affected and become pregnant, and if you don't have a uterus, your body will grow something similar to a uterus to harbor your new fetus. The fetus inside you will be an identical clone to you and receive nutrition in a similar way. However, childbirth will never occur, and the fetus will grow and age like an average person over time. Due to a larger being inside of you, their size and nutritional requirements will begin to heavily damage your new maternal body. Any attempts to medically aid you will instantly be shot down, as you will insist that the only way you can feel better is by buying more of the pseudo-scientific health products from the Healing Company. You're gonna deny everything. You're gonna suffer from malnutrition and crushed organs, and then simply say, I just need some Cherokee hair tampons and I'll feel good, man. Or just something dumb like that. If you are forcibly induced to abort the internal clone or try to give birth to it through C-section, or if you are restricted from accessing the health products from the Healing Company, you will enter a deep depression where you can't even function in any regard. You will not eat, sleep, or barely even move. Regardless, those that fall prey to this fake health scam online will end up going full Bloody Mary, having a child without any sexual encounter or without a uterus, and refuse help as this internal fetus grows to be a full-blown kid and destroy you from the inside out, or spurring you into a depression where you will not function until eventual death, because you can't have your adaptogens or nootropics from their website. And they actually have a website. Do not go to this. I don't want you getting knocked up anytime soon and come crying to me when you're wanting more of that damn alkaline water. SCP-3308 is a Caterpillar 903G hydraulic front-end loader, or dirt digger-upper for people like me. When in contact with a flat surface, the landscape surrounding it will tilt 45 degrees or 135 degrees, causing all unsecured objects around it to slide or tumble uncontrollably, and shifting land masses as well. The machine itself will stay in a level position, unlike the surrounding environment, unless the machine is forced to tilt in an exact direction as its environment, or if it is suspended in the air or on an even platform, its tilting effects will remain. However, while it is prevented from doing its slanting effects, the Caterpillar digger-upper will gradually and drastically change its weight to cause even hydraulic ramps that can withstand 45,000 kilograms of weight to be caved in. In cases of mass traffic highways and highly populated and dense areas, these effects can and will be catastrophic. Oceanic, where all drivers will face what they witnessed as a sudden ski slope on the highway, crashing into each other, causing massive car pileups, while homes and businesses will suffer substantial damage due to the terrain shifting so drastically. Unless you're in a gigantic building that won't be affected enough to crumble or an immovable object, you will probably either die in a tragic accident or be severely injured by falling debris. SCP-3313 is the severed penis of Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, you heard that right. And when someone comes into contact with this, they will have reality-bending capabilities. Yeah, that's right. The guy on the $100 bill's dick can give you whatever you wish. And on top of that, the phallic lightning rod will even talk to you. Hope telepathically, I don't want the head talking to me, and ask what you want. The penis was an accidental occurrence after the founding fathers were genetically resurrected to insurrect the current government, but all had escaped except for Ben, who somehow acquired his detached penis and used its power to shoot himself off like a rocket, crashing through 8 floors unharmed. A man from the 1700s, wielding his beefstick like a wand to do anything he wants. But I'll just leave you with that. SCP-3320 is an extraterrestrial cylinder 155 meters in length and 30 meters in diameter. It is covered in a metal composed of microscopic carbon nanotubes and semi-fluid self-repair mechanisms. Its fusion rocket system allows it to escape the atmosphere fueled by currently unknown matter. It is hypothesized to reach upwards of 95% the speed of light, and if it collides with an object, can create a blast 500,000 times the energy released by a nuclear bomb. It cannot be destroyed by any known method, and means of any kind of explosive only serve to change its trajectory slightly. It lies within a southern portion of the Atlantic Ocean remaining dormant, and in intervals of every 1 week to 2 months, 3320 will become active and initiate a launch sequence, and with each launch, its energy level and blast radius have increased in power and size each time. It supposedly has a yet undetermined target, so wherever it is targeting, it will eventually get there and ultimately be destroyed with enough force to make Nagasaki and Hiroshima pale in comparison. SCP-3335 is an off-white compound similar in appearance to flour, and acts as a hallucinogenic compound similar to PCP in its immediate effects. At this point in time, an undisclosed percentage of the total world population has already willingly consumed 3335 for recreational purposes, with its effects being extremely different between each use and each person. 3335 abusers will also develop an adherence to drink their own or others' blood if 3335 is within the bloodstream. 3335's Keter status derives from its effect within our blood, as it remains in blood content at low levels without any way of filtrating it out, even in dialysis treatments. Continued use of this addictive drug will have all users' blood content dominated by 3335 as they continue to share their blood with others until eventually they all slip into an irreversible coma with no way of prevention or treatment leading up to this. A white powdery substance making you a fiend for your own or other people's blood until your very blood shuts down your body. SCP-3336 is an event that occurred April 16, 2014 at 9:55 p.m. Coordinated Universal Time, where, after an undisclosed SCP containment breach supposedly caused every conscious organism on the planet to sneeze all at once, leading to 78 civilian deaths worldwide, mostly due to traffic incidents. Now, if there is an ability that can cause all conscious beings on Earth to commit the same unintended action, there may be something more to it that can do a much more detrimental and deadly degree. SCP-3359 is a tomb of stone covered in Egyptian hieroglyphs adorned with bowls of food that will not decompose. If anyone consumes any of these foods, the tomb will immediately shut itself as the person begins to transform into what is now called 3359-1. Their skin will shrivel and muscles deteriorate to a hellish degree, drying up all liquids within their body like blood, water, saliva, urine, and even cum. This mummified infected will proceedingly hunt down any life forms at night in order to drain their bodily fluids simply by touching their skin. It retains superhuman strength, but is extremely slow, save for a few rapid movements here and there. If this mummy is destroyed, the body will turn to dust and eventually reform within the tomb of 3359. If these mummies are able to acquire 2.5 kiloliters or 660 gallons of fluid, they will revert to a 20-year-old version of themselves with full cognitive function, but will rapidly age to a 60-year-old version of themselves over the span of just a month. After this period, when they reach the 60-year-old version, this rehydrated mummy will disintegrate and reassemble within the tomb as its former dehydrated mummy to actively hunt for liquid once again. If a large number of people were to eat food that's been sitting around in a tomb for about 4,000 years, like some kind of Elder Scrolls dungeon, then we would have a legion of indestructible dehydrated mummies that will stalk the night and try to suck you dry to retain their youth and consciousness just for a month. SCP-3378 is a plant species that spreads its seeds through pollen that, once is inhaled by a human, will embed themselves in the tissue of their nasal cavity. From there, its roots will grow and cause congestion and difficulty breathing as it makes its way to the cranium, eventually invading the brain, causing the victim to enter a comatose state for 12 hours before reawakening under the plant's complete control. An infected person will begin to seek out information from books and television, but refute active stimuli like video games. This plant is not a gamer. While engaged with this information, the victim will refuse to engage in any other activity while knowledge is accumulated. If the source of info is removed from their presence, they will actively seek yet another one. And if they are restricted from this activity whatsoever, there's no way for them to gain any more knowledge, the victim will go catatonic, and the plant will proceed to grow its roots throughout the body, rendering it pretty much dead. Host bodies gain enhanced strength while under their control, and if they are controlled long enough, the only method of curing and removing this plant from the brain is via a surgical procedure involving reptilian digestive enzymes. But if this cannot be acquired, you will obsessively research your brain out, ignoring your needs to eat, drink, or sleep, while others grow concerned over your well-being and force and restrain you. And if they do that, the plant will render your body null and void. SCP-3382 is the Make-A-Wish Foundation if it was a god that punished greed and could actually grant any wish.
If you could have one wish, what would it be?
What's your wish, pal?
What did he say?
He said his wish is not to die.
Being a string of billboard advertisements of unknown construction and origin of a charity across Arizona that feature an untraceable phone number that can be called. When called by anyone above the age of 10, the number will simply be disconnected. However, when called by children at or under the age of 10, a female voice will appear, asking them for a wish in a very calming manner. Depending on the wish, the female voice will change in mood and severity. Some examples include a 10-year-old suffering from leukemia who had wished to meet a celebrity, and then the celebrity visited him within 3 days. A 7-year-old with stage 2 liver cancer wished their doctor could make them better, and within 5 days, the Mayo Clinic offered his poor family free treatment. A 5-year-old with a heart disease wished to see Santa Claus, and soon an SCP resembling Santa appeared. An 8-year-old with a brain tumor wished her parents were back together, and the very next day, they reconciled their relationship. While positive in nature, some wishes can turn dark very quickly. A 9-year-old with multiple sclerosis wished to see her dead mother again, and suddenly she died of a heart attack right after the call. If a wish requesting material possessions is made, the woman on the other side's voice will say with malice,
"I hope it was worth it,"
before granting it with dire repercussions. A 6-year-old with no health problems wished for a Barbie, and soon she was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. A 10-year-old healthy boy wanting a signed football got his wish, and was soon infected with SCP-217. A 10-year-old with stomach aches, instructed by SCP organization personnel, was told to wish to never be sick again, with the woman getting pissed off. Questioning the legitimacy of the wish and abruptly hanging up. The boy was soon cured of his stomach aches, but then he developed AIDS days after. The awful and drastic wishes and their random consequences could lead to many premature deaths, and could also possibly will into existence whatever a young child may wish, which in essence could be anything, even world-ending, depending on the nature of their upbringing, or if instructed by those that know of the nature of this demented genie charity. SCP-3402 is a phenomenon in Louisiana where a group of young white-collar suited workers walk down long and lonesome roads until they find a means to leave the road. Upon doing so, they will walk another 3 kilometers farther away from civilization, and at that point, every one of these SCPs will begin to use their teeth and fingernails to rip each other's flesh off in strips, screaming out in pain without defending themselves or attempting to leave this skirmish. The first to die via this attack will suddenly have its fats ignite, lighting everyone else in a fatal fire. Any individuals matching their less groomed but suited appearance within a certain radius will unwillingly join in this carnage event, and proceedingly die stripped of flesh. Anyone not of these characteristics will simply join the ritual but won't participate in the stripping of flesh, and the SCPs will instead attack them and strip their flesh off with their teeth and nails. So to those in Louisiana, stay away from country roads and a bunch of dudes or a group of semi-sharp dressed men may strip you to the bone and or burn you alive. SCP-3418 is a phenomenon along an undesignated river in China, where people within 40 kilometers of it can suddenly vanish and reappear as seemingly deceased bodies within 700 meters of the river. The body will naturally decompose without being consumed by any kind of wildlife, even down to the microbial organisms. Interestingly and horrifyingly enough, the central nervous system will still be fully active despite lack of oxygen and nutrients into the body. While sensory organs will be dysfunctional, neurological imaging will still be active within the brain, meaning the victim is still alive and can only really think and nothing else. Basically, you're dreaming. Not too long after this, SCP-3418-2 will appear, resembling a giant devil catfish, being intangible to the point it is immune to physical damage or being captured. Its pale green and luminescent flesh will begin hunting down these undead and unstill corpses, and will swallow them whole, digesting them. And anything that attempts to interfere with its process will also be consumed in a similar manner before it just vanishes in a cloud of radiation. Simply being near a river to be kidnapped and left for dead while all your senses but thought are robbed of you until you're eaten whole by a catfish monster. SCP-3456 is a group of quadrupedal beings similar to horses, but with a lack of hair, 3-toed hooves, translucent skin, and human torsos with arms and heads fused to its back. The fused human parts will extend as twice its body length, ending in 5 protruding bone digits of human fingers. It will emit high-pitched screams from the hole on the human faces, reaching up to 110 decibels, blowing out the eardrums of nearly anyone nearby. They stand up to 30 meters high and 15 meters in length, and are impervious to all conventional weapons. They will appear near sites of war, terrorist attacks, and natural disasters. Basically, any large event with high body counts accounts, and they will engineer traps to ensnare and torture people amidst this decaying chaos. Once a person observes the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, they will be hunted by 3456 as it camouflages and hides itself while it stalks them relentlessly. It will actively put itself within sight of victims, wanting to be seen so it may hunt as many observers as possible, then trapping and torturing them until a large number is accumulated by it, where it will then disappear with their bodies. Its victims, never to be seen again, could be hypothesized that were slaughtered and fused to its flesh to strengthen it. If you end up a near casualty in war, terrorism, or a natural disaster, you may gaze upon this faux horseman and hunted till you are captured and murdered and never seen again, possibly to fuse with this god. SCP-3462 is a human-like entity composed of destroyed VHS tapes within an abandoned Blockbuster video store that, when entered, any recording devices near it will degrade and be unusable unless in the format of a VHS tape or CRTV. Anyone entering the store will begin to suffer from brain atrophy and a swelling of the vocal cords. Short-term and then eventually total memory loss will follow within 15 minutes as the vocal cords completely swell shut, leading to total asphyxiation and death. The SCP can extend its brain and vocal altering effect up to 300 meters from the store, and possibly longer if not kept in check, causing mass casualties in its surrounding area. This can be circumvented only if you provide it legitimately studio-made VHS tapes it has not acquired yet, as long as they are not edited, aren't rated higher than PG-13, and have a score higher than 35% on Rotten Tomatoes and other online review sites. Either way, you may want to refrain from entering any blockbusters that haven't been touched for a while, or the VHS man will choke you out like your boyfriend on Netflix night. SCP-3473 is an animate entity, kind of humanoid but with longer, thinner limbs, 3 digits on each appendage, and a large, gaping toothless maw with yellow pupilless eyes and 4 insect-like tendrils on its head. It retains a social and adult-like nature with childish wonder. Its body surface temperature can reach up to 1100 degrees Celsius, while its mouth reaches about 3000 degrees Celsius. When feeding or agitated, 3473 can exacerbate these temperature readings along with high levels of radiation. To eat, it will raise nearby temperatures to unrecordable heights in order to convert an object into absorbable ionized plasma, and digesting it and can what only be described as a process of nuclear fusion. It doesn't like to eat living organisms, but won't show remorse in consuming them if threatened or annoyed. Its true threat, though, lies in if it gets agitated over monotonous conversations that won't allow it to understand the world more, or if it feels threatened or agitated in any way. 3473, if this does occur, will trigger a nova event, veritably exploding with the power greater than that of a 20-kiloton nuclear bomb or a solar flare, with some of these blasts lasting longer than 2 days in length, instantly incinerating and atomizing anything within its blast radius. 3473 will then lie in an exhausted and traumatized state for its actions, and if it is not adequately calmed down, subsequent nova events could occur. So if you cannot appease this hothead entity, it will just blow up and dematerialize your body with nothing left behind. And if you are part of the cleanup crew for its destruction and you can't find a way to calm it down, you too will be a casualty of anxiety, anger-induced destruction. And to end things off, we're ending things with a cat. SCP-3487 is a regular 8-month-old catto, yet it can recover from any injury and cannot die. But beyond this cat's infinite 9 lives, more so, every time it moves, it can literally rewrite history just so that it cannot be contained, or its containment could easily be escapable. That's it. It's a cat that, when it moves, rewrites history so that it can go wherever it wants. It will rewrite history just because it doesn't want to be contained. A cat with that kind of power could easily make it where a butterfly effect could destroy civilizations, timelines, and societies, all because it wants the ability to be both outside and inside the house all at once. And we all know cats would not hesitate to use that kind of power and would not care the repercussions of their actions. If the last video didn't drill home mental stuff, SCP-3503's existence as a contagious form of PTSD will do that in spades. Relevant to common symptoms of PTSD like dreams or intrusive memories related to traumatic events, great distress in response to trauma-related triggers, and an amplified fight or flight response. However, with 3503's case, an additional onset of symptoms can emerge over the course of 3 stages, with the first being normal symptoms of PTSD, albeit with frequent dreams of satyrs and satyr-like creatures.
By the way, sweet cheeks, I'm real too.
Dreams involving these satyrs appear occasionally and over the course of up to 3 years, with infected personnel beginning to think positively of their PTSD and having a better outlook on their condition. At some point, they will even think giving others PTSD will cause them to be happy. The infected will start to commit acts of wanton violence like bombings, shootings, and more, but trying their best not to kill, as giving others PTSD spurred by them will spread the 3503 infection as long as they are within 60 meters of them. Those traumatized in this way can have their symptoms induced much faster if left alone with the trauma deliverer, with the abuser giving a positive spin on everything they do, with the small majority of people saying they see these satyrs while awake. If this infection were to go unchecked, it would be a world of PTSD-stricken people willfully harming and possibly killing each other just in the name of saying, "Yeah, I have a PTSD, it's great," all while a naked goat man is parading around in the background of their vision in their mind. SCP-3506 takes on the form of a dilapidated building, spawning people that look like post-mortem affair legal professionals. Everything involved will occur over the course of 30 days, until a designated Clifford event occurs. Numerous people within the country 3506 has manifested in will be mailed a letter saying a distant but wealthy relative of theirs has passed away and left them a heavy inheritance, providing forged documents that back up these statements. Once 12 people have been lured in, the last will of their supposed relative will be read by the legal professional. In order to receive their benefits, they must stay within the building until morning. While this occurs, a tidal flood will encapsulate the surrounding area after sunset, preventing anyone from leaving and killing anyone that attempts to get in or out. Through the hours of 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., a cloaked, ragged humanoid entity will appear and begin to talk, slaughter, and dismember the 12 victims inside, ripping them apart and using their body parts as fashioned weapons to further its killing spree, even with the entity using the intestines of one victim to choke another. It is a brutal slaughter from within. To this day, not a single person has survived a night with 3506. The professional in question will act positively towards the guests during the slaughter and merely say their deaths are for theater. So don't go accepting letters from a relative you've never heard of giving you a large amount of money, or don't be near dilapidated buildings filled with this, or a torrential storm will come down on you and destroy everything in the area. You know, come to think of it, that call you got about that inheritance money, I think that Nigerian prince that rang you up probably wants to get on the cut. Or your car's extended warranty people want to reach out just to talk about your car's extended warranty. SCP-3510 is Illuminati personified, being an anomaly that can control people in major governmental and economic positions of power. These individuals will believe they are members of a global organization called New Providence, a group believed to secretly control all governments and corporations on Earth that manipulate mass media, instigating global military conflicts to create power and wealth for these individuals. Infected powerful figures known as 3510A can indoctrinate others to work for them and create those known as 3510B, who will work as covert sleeper cells to prevent the assassination and conspiracy theories directed at 3510A. The only way to prevent and revert instances of 3510 is to mimic the anomaly itself, as well as create structures present within said conspiracy theories, eventually causing amnesia in both A and B subjects. Considering the world's most influential and powerful figures believe themselves as part of a secret society trying to gain more power and influence, it's easy to see them using it to cause further war, attacks, and more. Assassinations and murders becoming more frequent with those trying to unearth their group. It's possible the moment they are fully exposed, if that even occurs, they could commit an end-of-world scenario involving nuclear devices or using their great military forces to wipe out large portions of the population that do not bow before them. Militaries would be easily indoctrinated, seeing as how A instances can infect others to fight for them and their so-called prosperity. With the SCP organization constantly trying to nip them in the bud, that day may be closer than we think. SCP-3518 is a thought-extinctic species of stem group arthropod. However, this current incarnation of the five-eyed, elongated proboscis and anorith-like creature is a duplicate specimen that is completely carnivorous, eating a majority of oceanic life, including jellyfish, sharks, whales, sponges, and corals. It will eat anything. They will gather in packs of thousands and reproduce hellaciously, being able to swap genders and reproduce 6 times a year, with each batch of eggs producing up to 500 fully mature offspring. 3518 carries a natural extreme durability to all forms of damage due to its hardened chitin and carapace, only being weak on its underbelly and head while growing to a maximum size of about 6 meters or nearly 20 feet within the first 5 months of its life. Due to all these factors, its durability, sheer numbers and pack mentality, and the fact that it will eat anything within the ocean, with something that creates these kinds of fully grown and all-consuming creatures in short amount of time, many ecosystems would be extinguished. Even the extensive efforts of the SCP organization had a difficult time wiping out over 90% of the species, with some of it still existing out there in the world, with them having to create cloned and artificial aquatic life just to maintain civilian dependency on what we flourish from the ocean. Realistically speaking though, this kind of wildlife would spread across the 7 seas, and within just a few short years, all aquatic life, coral reefs, and more would just cease to exist, causing rising sea levels, less food, and even less oxygen for us to breathe, making for a more desolate and dangerous planet long term. Considering their diet, they may even consume anything that enters the sea. Diving into the ocean could prove to also be fatal, as thousands of the 5-meter beasts could easily and quickly dissect you alive. SCP-352 is a frail, sickly-looking old woman speaking in barely translatable Old Russian. She retains the strength to carry over 400 pounds and run at speeds of over 40 miles per hour. Any damage she takes, even forms of disembowelment, dismemberment, and decapitation, can have her flesh regenerate completely within a few weeks. Her entire body is capable of producing nigh-invisible, thin hair-like strands at will in order to crawl up walls, vertical surfaces, and ceilings. The hairs also produce a chemical enzyme found in the SCP saliva that, when making contact with any part of a person's body, will immediately attack their nervous system, causing hallucinations, euphoria, suppression of cognitive or logical thinking, and suppression of pain receptors, basically making a person catatonic to the world, and, depending on the amount of the enzyme they were exposed to, could last from a few days to a permanent vacation. There is no discernible biological course of how she can have all of these abilities. While the victim of the enzyme is in this state, 352 systematically will remove their limbs, one by one, in order to make their movements more docile as she begins to eat them alive, slowly but surely. The victim's lack of pain and trance will mean they are alive, but in another headspace as they are picked apart like a bucket of Walmart chicken once she has you in her sights. Just being pricked by her hairs could have you living in a dreamlike comatose. Even if you are taken away from her grasp, there is no guarantee you will ever wake back up. And if you aren't saved, you'll just be dismembered bones left behind by an old Russian grandmother. SCP-3523 exists as a phenomenon spreading between clay quarries, affecting large amounts of clay worldwide, with an estimate 29% of the world's clay supply infected by this SCP being substituted into a crystalline-like powder indistinguishable from regular clay. If vibrations at an undisclosed level above 21 Hz are exposed to this faux clay, then the SCP becomes active, as it too will start to emanate sound equal to or greater than the sound that awakened it. Buildings made from this SCP clay can emit sounds of up to 120 decibels, and to about 34% of people that hear this specific sound will undergo a mimetic effect. After up to 2 minutes, an affected individual will become paralyzed, only having their eyes be able to respond to any stimuli. Afterwards, a sporadic chemical reaction will spur within the body, causing 1 kilogram or 2.2 pounds of the flesh to be transformed into the SCP clay, with most people becoming completely converted and solidified within a span of just under 2 hours. The process of petrification can be slowed, but the effects are irreversible and inevitable. Basically, just being in anything made of this clay that is exposed to just loud noise can spur you into turning into a clay statue or a pile of powder as you watch and feel helplessly with only the sounds of the clay to accompany you. SCP-3526 is law against nature, with nature winning. SCP-3526 stems from natural disasters and dangerous weather events like tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, and avalanches, and will, on a wide scale, affect local law enforcement officials. If these disasters run the potential of violating any human ordinance law, like destruction of property or trespassing, then local law enforcement will directly pursue the naturally occurring event as if it were just a regular old human criminal and try to subdue it, ultimately leading to their demise as they try and handcuff a damn tidal wave. Police departments, militaries, governments could end up falling for this mental trap and crippling a country's defenses. Imagine a cop or whole military pulling over a tornado and getting blown away before they could blow it away. SCP-35-3 is if the holding labs in the CDC were a temperamental woman, being a lady of average build around 26 years old that has a potentially world-ending anatomy, having the ability to siphon infectious material and bacterial agents from around her and basically absorb them and store them inside of her own body. She can release and distribute these diseases individually or as a whole depending on her own emotional state, with more intense feelings causes more potent forms of each virus and disease. She is largely immune to all of these agents, but will display symptoms similar to their phases if she attempts to manipulate the viruses within her. Her very blood contains strains of all of these, but not limited to HIV, Ebola, Marburg, 67 strains of the common cold, herpes simplex A, E. coli, cholera, bubonic plague, SARS, and malaria. All of these are within her, and among these infectious agents, 30% of them aren't even known to the worldwide medical community, meaning she has possibly been able to mutate new viral loads to release at her own will that can bypass many immunization efforts and immunities developed by mankind naturally over generations. She has the capability to develop cures to diseases in the world, and those we haven't experienced yet either, but overall, she is a walking time bomb of viruses. The fact that diseases that haven't even existed for over half a century, like the Spanish flu of 1918, can suddenly be unleashed onto the world again, alongside tons of viruses we have no preparation for, all at once, could make for the worst biological weapon and plague the world has ever seen. SCP-354 is a pool of red liquid reminiscent of blood found in northern Canada. Periodically, entities will emerge from this volume of liquid and are immediately hostile to anything they approach. Creatures from this crimson pond have included giant bats capable of destroying large structures, bear-sized, almost porcupine-like beasts with razor-sharp spines, killable only via napalm, black metallic spheres able to shoot concentrated forms of radiation at people to gradually kill victims and then explode itself when damaged heavily, reptilian humanoids resistant to most forms of ballistic weapons and able to shred humans with ease, octopi tentacles emerging from this pool to ensnare people and drag them within the pond to never be seen again, and even freaking Terminator-like killbots that can emerge completely invisible to the naked eye to slaughter as many people as it can in a 60-minute time span before it shuts off. Basically, this pool of blood can summon seemingly random, deadly creatures of any degree at any time, leading to the possibility of something we are not capable of killing or holding back, eventually breaking loose into the world. SCP-3542 is an ontokinetic, or being capable of manipulating reality, 28-year-old human male of French-Italian descent. Formerly known as Renard di Giacinto, and now known as the Red Fox, he is able to manipulate reality around him completely unaware of his ability to do so. Wide-scale emergency events will occur around him on a regular basis, causing him to inadvertently spawn items nearby that he will use to save the day and be a hero. He is also seemingly able to teleport to distant locations to reach these emergencies, with a given explanation to how he got there being given later on. Examples including an office worker accidentally breaking a pen and the SCP's effect causing the ink to actually be a poisonous substance that turns into a gas when released. The Red Fox would appear in a gas mask to take the victim to safety. Others include a chef's cooking oil being replaced with gasoline, causing a large fire as the SCP burst in with a fire extinguisher. It's very possible this subconscious ability could lead to even an Avengers level threat of city or even state level destruction, as something like a nuclear bomb would replace a propane tank or something just in the spur of a moment, just so the Red Fox can come in with a utility belt and gear to stop the chaos. But who is to say thousands wouldn't die beforehand just so he can be labeled a hero? SCP-3544 is an anomalous event occurring every 3 to 14 days around the hours of 1:30 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. within the United States, specifically in the homestead of two adults committed to a romantic relationship. Between them, an anomaly of 3544-A will occur, preventing them from leaving their home, while 5 to 20 shadow-like humanoid entities designated as 3544-1 will enter the home through the front door, even if all the entrances are securely locked. Once these figures have entered the house, the events of the SCP cannot be stopped until it has concluded. The shadow people will circle around the sleeping couple, and then once they wake up, the shadows enter the body of one of the two, 76% of the time the male if available. The possessed individual will lose all autonomous control over motor functions in their body except their own speech, as they will attempt to restrain their partner via ropes, cuffs, nooses, chains, or anything available in the room. The possessed partner will also use blunt objects to debilitate and break their legs, and even use sharp objects to sever the spinal cord in specific locations to paralyze them, all while being able to vocalize and be conscious of what they are doing to their own domestic partner, but not being able to stop themselves whatsoever. From there, the possessed partner will begin to surgically remove 7 organs from their lover, including the pancreas, spleen, heart, thyroid, pituitary, and pineal glands, and either the ovaries or testes. During the harvest, one of the shadowy figures outside of the possessed will place a hand on the surgical subject, causing them to die on touch if they hadn't already died with all those missing organs. Shortly after will a new shadowy humanoid emerge from the partner's corpse and join the congregation of the black silhouettes. The possessed will regain control of themselves, but now have to live with the graphic brutality they just unleashed on their loved one, often leading to psychological distress and even self-game-ending tendencies. If you're in a relationship, you could find these SCP figures appearing above your bed late in the night, and either one of you becoming an unintentional organ harvester, with one's essence becoming a shadow man while the other is either killed in the confrontation or have to live the rest of their life knowing they killed their partners so brutally and either end themselves or be incarcerated soon after. SCP-3568 is a brain blast to the extreme. A specific arrangement of simple geometric symbols that, when observed, will immediately cause the spectator's head to expand enough to where it will eventually explode. And in the remaining stub of a neck that is left over, there will be a 12-digit number etched into that stump. Even describing the arrangement of geometric symbols to someone who can visualize semi-decently can cause their head to explode in a longer but definitive amount of time. Meaning, at any time, if you randomly draw out or someone draws out this arrangement or you see this displayed somewhere, you could have your head pop after feeling just a slight swelling sensation in your head. SCP-3574 is a contract service contactable via a phone number delivered via mail to people with ill or hostile intentions. The SCP can facilitate any number of ways of eliminating or harming a person for murder, illness, injury, or stealing possessions or their reputation. A person intentionally or unintentionally desiring these outcomes can call the number to speak with this SCP directly, which will be donning a Hungarian accent while asking for monetary compensation. Sounds like my bitch of an ex-girlfriend. However, to send the funding, the so-called client will have to acquire a sheep and subsequently remove a body part to insert the cash, depending on the outcome they wish. The targeted individual will meet these fates depending on these body parts. The head of the sheep will result in their murder, the tail resulting in any illness designated by the client, hooves leading to specific injuries or varying sorts, and the heart crippling finances or reputational losses. Illnesses and injuries caused by this SCP are irreversible with no hope of healing or a cure. If the client attempts to extort the SCP for information, money, or other things, then the SCP will advertently place the desired outcome on the client instead. Anyone on the planet can be the victim of this metaphysical hitman, with nothing being able to stop them if a mere sheep's body parts are stuffed with cash. Attempting to find out more about this Hungarian hussy will result in a self-fulfilling assassination. SCP-363 is the Floodian centipede, being identical to Amazonian giant centipedes, but when entering darkly lit areas or hunting during the night, will it mutate to grow to a hellacious degree, reaching a size of about 10 meters by 2 meters or 32 by 6.5 feet, and growing multiple tentacles, mandibles, eyes, legs, and proboscis, and can only revert after being back in the light for about 2 to 3 hours. It will actively voraciously hunt anything with body heat in the night, using all other senses besides sight to do so. They can inject a chemical to paralyze a target so their mutilation can be easier as they rip apart a victim to eat their remains. It reproduces by using the still living bodies of its eviscerated prey to lay its eggs inside of them so that its offspring can be born in a matter of seconds to devour the rest of the body. The infants born from this method will attack nearby victims and inject them with a chemical causing a burning and bubbling sensation that will quickly hijack the nervous system, erasing the consciousness of the host and replacing it with a hive mind intelligence saying ominous things like,
"The flesh is like milk to us,"
and
"We are here, we are many."
Basically being Halo's Flood, but as more of an insect that more painfully dissects its victims to create more of its species to consume and reproduce while converting people as it expands its influence, only being deterred by fire and open light sources. With its exponential reproduction rate and sticking to the shadows, its numbers and kidnapping of consciousness could easily overwhelm the population in a short amount of time if left unchecked. SCP-3640 is if Five Nights at Freddy's was bought by Disney. Brochures seemingly distributed by the Walt Disney Corporation will reach out to people, and those that read it and go to their designated locations in the US state of Florida will have mascots of famed Disney characters including Mickey, Donald, Goofy, Minnie, and others of the core roster appear to hunt down those that read the distributed reading material. If more people read this brochure in a group and go to these locations, then the appropriate number of mascots to match that number will appear accordingly. Armed SCP squadrons have been sent out to these instances only to witness Donald Duck arising from a nearby river, resisting all weaponized fire only to be wiped out by these mascots and never be seen again. Although the costumes of the mascots have been observed to be empty, dismembered human remains have been discovered within them, alongside what appeared to be a plastic Easter egg with a small embryo inside. Testing would indicate that this fetus would be a stuffed toy of one of the aforementioned mascots, with a plastic cardiovascular system and a latex endoskeleton, indicating these mascots were able to breed and create artificial life that hunts down anything that reads their material and, worst of all, enters Florida. The only way of stopping their pursuit due to their resistance to damage is to leave Florida, or bring someone in your group who hasn't read the brochures. If not, you'll meet a jump scare creepypasta fate that any YouTuber would love to screamingly exploit for easy to farm views and thumbnails.
Whoa, dude, are you serious? Are you serious?
SCP-3643 identifies itself as this guy, the Zodiac Killer, a famous unidentified serial killer active throughout the 1960s and 70s. It currently sends letters to the SCP organization professing the employ of an organization called the Keter Corporation, in conjunction with letters mailed by the Zodiac Killer 50 years ago, back in 1969, yet this time requesting campaign donations of up to $50,000 weekly to the Keter Corporation to prevent civilian attacks, as well as cryptogram-encoded messaging indicating that SCPs of the Safe class would be periodically released if the SCP org does not comply with these financial contributions. A messenger bearing the resemblance of Mark Ruffalo will stand outside Site-81 awaiting this transaction. If this foe Mark Ruffalo is warded off, killed, and dissected or placed in containment, then a random SCP will be breached from its containment without any rhyme or reason, as another Mark Ruffalo will be sent the following week. Dissections bear no fruit except to show the DNA results of the supposed Zodiac Killer Arthur Leigh Allen, and if Mark Ruffalo is contained and prevented from leaving, he will simply explode in a bloody mess within 48 hours just to reappear at the front gates, asking for more money. The potential for this killer to ask for campaign contributions to a corporation with no business history to speak of, or else a random SCP safe class being released at random, could have the potential to snowball effect into something that could lead to wanton death and destruction. All thanks to this man. SCP-3646 is a species of mosquito that is only really discernible from the regular pests via its white discoloration and long feather appendage protruding from its abdomen. They do not age, nor do they have any known sexual characteristics. Upon the mosquito's death, any person touching its corpse directly will immediately begin to display symptoms of what has been broadcasted to the public as a new form of the Zika virus. Although the symptoms are varying and not really anything close to the Zika virus, within the first 1 to 2 hours, a victim will begin to hallucinate and hear a mosquito's buzzing around their ear, causing them to swipe at the air near them. 5 to 8 days in, will subjects begin to hear this buzzing as if multiple mosquitoes were right near their ear, causing them to develop unending goosebumps all over their body that make them feel like their skin must be covered up at all times. 12 to 14 days after the infection, they will begin to see hallucinations of these mosquitoes swarming their arms, legs, and neck, with more appearing or disappearing every 7 minutes, causing them to be heavily agitated and swatting violently at the area near them, disregarding anyone anyone else nearby. 17 to 20 days in will sleep deprivation set in, as the visual and auditory hallucinations will be non-stop, resulting in stinging pains all over the body with itching sensations consuming the limbs, neck, and face. Up to 22 days in, will welts similar to mosquito bites begin to develop all over the subject's frame, as the infected will say the buzzing sounds have slowly turned into what can only be described as screaming. 12 hours after the last stage of infection, victims will have the entirety of blood within their body dematerialize and kill the host instantaneously. Soon after the death caused by SCP-3646, large amounts of new mosquito life forms will emerge from the corpse and start this process all over again for anyone that may kill and touch these little bastards' bodies further. SCP-3649 is a cluster of altostratus cloud formations that maintains a status position relative to the Earth's surface. All kinds of matter attempting to pass through this massive cumulus will be met with destruction. All radio signals passing through it are instantly disrupted, and any physical matter attempting to travel through will have their molecular structure collapsed and eradicated. Being in this static state, any kind of aircraft, passenger included, mistakenly flying through this would easily be destroyed without leaving a trace. So be careful the next time you're on a flight and your pilot decides to travel through some clouds, or else everything around you will be disintegrated down to your molecules. Safe travels! SCP-3674 is an entity capable of hijacking an entire SCP facility without any further interference due to its hostile takeover. The SCP was able to wipe out 44 out of 97 agents in this facility, as well as 18 armed emergency response units. It's unknown if it is either a group of creatures or just one individual capable of metamorphosizing into multiple different forms. Eyewitness reports have stated they have seen 4 different designations, one being a human male with the owl head with raven-like wings, another being a man in a lab coat with a shifting face adorning a sword coated in flames, the third being a stork capable of human speech, and the last being an unidentified creature who can speak at obnoxiously loud levels of up to 135 decibels, comparable to a jet plane taking flight. The fact that an entity like this, having either an untold amount of random soldiers or just being able to take on any form with infinite capabilities that can indefinitely hold an SCP facility hostage is enough to place it in the Keter class for its long-standing deadly potential. SCP-3675 is a group of incorporeal sapient entities living within a veritable different reality than ours, only being able to interact with our world through the process of interfacing with conscious thoughts and emotions within the brain, being able to control them when certain triggers and conditions are met in the gray matter. By imbuing themselves into communicable and understandable information like text, video, music, or more, it can unknowingly infect someone and move into their brain, causing a range of effects from forgetfulness and confusion to extreme paranoia. The text or information in question will be slightly altered to include metaphysical subjects like religion, spirituality, and human nature. Those infected by this SCP can they themselves be carriers of the mental infection via an unknown vector process or sharing memetic information. It's currently estimated that 88% of the world's population is already currently plagued with SCP-3675 lying dormant for indefinite periods of time within their brain. Once all of these undisclosed mental, emotional, and informational triggers have all occurred at once for a person, then activation will occur within the mind. But more so than anything, the trigger can be the concept of the phrase, "I wonder what happens to me after I die." Once the infected individual has been triggered, they can display some or all of the symptoms of violent impulses, extreme pessimism towards humanity, lack of self-control and self-preservation, and lack of empathy, and an increase in sociopathic tendencies. More symptoms could divulge themselves, but as more of mankind, if secretly infected by a vector that is basically unstoppable and more, become violent pessimists looking for basically the end of the world, then things can go south really quick if these triggers are all met in succession for the majority of the populace. SCP-3689 is a
sandwich.
But not just any sandwich, but one of an info-hazardous recipe dubbed the Kraken's Belly by anyone that even conceives of the ingredients compromising its design. The components are comprised of, but not limited to, lemon, fresh whale, barbecue sauce, white chocolate chips, imitation crab, bacteria, gold, and wood shavings from a boat that sailed through a storm. If a person were to become aware of the ingredients and specific method of preparation, specifically as few as 15 ingredients and 5 steps of the preparation process, then they will fall under the effects of SCP-3689. While subjugated to its influence, a person will grow extremely starved, developing high levels of hunger and thirst alongside stomach pain with a loss of taste and smell. The only thing able to satisfy this insatiable hunger is the Kraken's Belly sandwich. Due to the extremely rare and convoluted list of ingredients even shown, making the sandwich for just about anyone is pretty much out of the question, causing whoever falls prey to the SCP to endlessly hunt for these ingredients to attempt to make and eat the fabled sandwich. If info on the sandwich and its preparation were to be widely distributed, then thousands or even millions of people could fall victim to this insatiable hunger and either die of starvation, panicking in the streets causing chaos, or just offing themselves from not being able to prepare it. Substitutes can be made to temporarily satiate the hunger pangs, but in some cases, if this substitute of ingredients is made and made poorly, a sudden flood of seawater will rush the area, sweeping the victim away to never be seen again, as they are picked up by a 16th century pirate ship to be executed by a sword. SCP-370 is a basic key, but knowing of its size, shape, material, and appearance will cause the effects of the SCP to spur a disease within a person, with 3 different versions existing dependent on the host's personality traits. Self-centered and cowardly people will find any way possible to off themselves, and upon death will their body glow brilliantly and transform into nothingness. People who are extroverted and altruistic, as well as sadistic and violent individuals, will suddenly become calm before going on an indiscriminate killing spree, with all of their victims glowing and suddenly disappearing. After killing up to 3 victims, the flesh of the murderers will glow brightly, eventually inhibiting the sympathetic nervous response in other people to make it where others cannot fight back against this new murderer. When the infected reaches a killing spree of up to 6, their skin can instantly kill anyone that purely touches it, and making eye contact with this killer will spread the infection instantaneously. After killing 50 people, the infected will cease its killing spree and then raise its hands as if a divine spirit to have a beacon take it away before it chants, "Take me home." And anyone that hears this chant, even through soundproofing, will instantly become infected by the SCP. The third set of traits that give a different type of infection are those of high intellect and contemplative personality. Upon being infected, they will silently contemplate for 30 seconds, saying they are praying. They will then gain full knowledge of how SCP-370 works and actively speak to others via broadcast, direct conversation, or written documents, trying to spread the details of the fabled key to others to infect them. Now, if you think about it, being a murderer that can turn people by actually getting a killing spree, well, they can be stopped pretty quickly if you have armed people nearby. But a casual, peaceful, smart guy just talking about a key is way more discreet about spreading this mental disease that can cause people to either burst into light or start murdering everyone around them. Now, after 50 successful infections, this smart host talking about the key will suddenly burst into a faint glow of light. Anyone viewing this burst has a chance of becoming infected the longer they spectate it. The wild and unpredictable nature of knowing about this key is almost impossible to stop once it has begun its spread. SCP-3718 resembles an ordinary house cat, yet when looking at its reflection, will its true form only be seen. Being a creature nearly 2.5 feet tall, dark in coloration, and covered with multiple mouth-like orifices, with multiple teeth, with no eyes or ears. Tons of whiskers scattered across their frame, and even though completely different in shape and size to its real-world cat fursona, it will not occupy the same space the reflection shows. They roam areas across the United States, hunting in packs, killing and nearly completely consuming prey like elks, birds, and other wild animals. Once it sees a viable target, it will grow in size to unleash digestive enzymes all over their body in order to deteriorate them enough to where they cannot move, and then the prey is drugged into its mouth and ground up within its body by dozens of razor-sharp teeth within its innards. Due to their high rate of repopulation and active hunting lifestyle, they are extremely dangerous to ecosystems, endangering livestock and more, as well as having these creatures potentially hunting humans as well if their usual prey isn't around to fill their stomachs. They have hunted everything else to extinction. Imagine a stray cat just sitting there when suddenly stomach acid pours all over you out of nowhere as you are drugged into an orifice you cannot even see, as you are shredded to pieces and eaten whole. SCP-3740 is a Class 8 humanoid reality-altering entity similar to, or believed to be, Ashur, the Assyro-Babylonian god of air and head of the Assyrian pantheon of deities. It is capable of manipulating air currents at its own discretion. It can also speak with flying animals while also having the power to control air pressure and temperature. Due to these abilities, it can easily produce gusts of wind over 500 kilometers or 310 miles per hour. Mixed in with cyclones, tornadoes, and other weather events involving high winds and air pressure, the SCP can speak over a dozen languages, several of which are dead. Its capabilities are hindered purely by the fact that the handsome lad is extremely gullible, believing what anyone will tell him at face value as long as he believes someone else is of equal godlike power to him, which only takes a simple parlor trick like those involving playing cards, and he will do and believe whatever they say if they can convince him. If someone were to convince this gullible master of wind, then cataclysmic destruction could follow in his wake. Hurricanes, tornadoes, everything you can think of would blow down major cities and establishments. SCP-3758 is the thought to be extinct bird species of dodo, thought to be exterminated from the island of Mauritius due to European traders and invasive species since 1681. However, 3 have been noted living on the planet outside of human intervention. What makes this historically derpy avian a deadly SCP is the fact that when only one surviving member is present on the planet by itself, it will undergo a drastic evolution when the second to last dodo dies, transforming into basically a beaked dinosaur referred scientifically as a Gigantoraptor earlianensis, standing 5 meters or 16 feet tall and weighing in at 1.6 thousand kilograms or 3.5 thousand pounds. It does not hold any hostile intents or bloodlust, but what it does hold is extremely high levels of radiation. Due to its existence as a lone part of its species, it will seek companionship by looking for other animals and people to congregate with, only to cause them to slowly and excruciatingly die to radiation poisoning and other correlated effects. A dodo roaming this world, just wanting a friend after the rest of its species is dead and gone, only to see anything it approaches die horribly before its eyes. If you feel sorry for it and try to comfort it, or it enters your area, you won't worry about empathy much longer, or anything else for that matter. SCP-3760 is a mutagenic phenomenon possibly spread through direct eye contact. The effect of this SCP spurs when a person experiences any kind of injury, no matter how large or minuscule they may be. Instead of the body's natural response to just heal back to normal, it will instead try to grow one of the following mutations, including scales that look like pointed teeth, cartilage growths, constantly open eyes, nasal ducts, teeth, and or jaws. These newly grown organs on the body will be fully functional and can be felt, and these new orifices carcasses will seek edible material for consumption. If any type of blood is present, a voracious attitude will be adopted by this growth, and even cannibalism by this part of the body will be resorted to. If the hunger cannot be satiated by this new growth, it will start to blacken and decay as if undergoing necrosis. If removal of the necrotic tissue or body part occurs, then another nearby part of the body will suddenly begin to mutate to become one of these mutations all over again. It will never stop appearing on your body. Examples of this occurrence are being a subject experiencing a small hangnail leading to a majority of his arm being darkened and decayed beyond repair as the effect continued to spread when they tried to take out and amputate the growths, or a giant monster-like tumor growing on the back of a subject's neck when they tried to amputate a growth on the back of his neck, or what looks like the jaw of an anglerfish adapting across a subject's eyelid. His eyes are literally as big as the mouth. Due to the ease of transmission and necessity to eat whatever their growths crave, or else necrosis could relentlessly devastate the body, this SCP would lead to a Cronenberg's mutant-infested apocalypse before long. SCP-3843 is an NPC in a video game that will infect other video games in its vicinity by placing itself in said games. It will go by a name similar to Sam or Sammy and adapt its look to that of the genre and aesthetic of the game, although its dialogue will not. The effects of the SCP will activate when a live-action person playing the game interacts with this NPC. Once spoken to, the player will suddenly gain knowledge and skills akin to that of their own in-game character, as well as minor physical alterations to the body to match it as well. If you're playing Mario, you'll be better at jumping and you'll grow a mustache. If you're playing Call of Duty, you'll know how to use firearms. However, if the playable character the person is playing is not human, the body will rapidly transform to attempt to become the non-human character. However, it won't be a dream of you becoming a Krogan stud or a cute little Pikachu, as your body will literally destroy itself internally to try and achieve this new form. But at least you'll leave behind a hot and sexy and cool corpse. While don't take that as me calling Pikachu sexy. Okay? Don't do it. Krogans are sexy, but Pikachu not. While more games feature non-human characters, the plus side of effects are people proficient in home building, farming, and of course, first-person killing. But if you're playing a non-human, you're going to be dead. There's just going to be a lot of people proficient in killing, so we'll see how that goes. SCP-3884 is a black IFA W50 cab-over truck that can reach max speeds of up to 270 km per hour and displays reality-bending effects. It will always appear outside high population areas like local gatherings at strip malls, markets, or downtown areas. It will release a creature designated as 3884-01, being a heavily decomposed man dressed in a German combat helmet, leather trench coat, and combat boots. It will attempt to give out and distribute wares to the public, and the wares in question being flamethrowers, rocket launchers, landmines, anti-material rifles, machine guns, and other instruments of destruction by throwing all of it on the ground and loudly speaking to the public crazily like he was a simple street merchant just selling some junk. If anyone, including civilians or law enforcement, attempt to hinder or detain this decayed weapons dealer from giving out these kinds of weapons, the truck behind him will explode in a giant fireball, while the decayed man himself will vanish into nothing in an instant. While the blast is sure to kill a few or at least injure some people, the fact that weapons like these are just handed out freely out of thin air could lead to wide-scale anarchistic slaughters and destruction, especially considering the fact that all weapons obtained from the decayed man will have a long message of a flyer with some of the text saying this:
"It's time to lock and load, citizens. Do you want to be safe? Do you want to show those bastards how tough you are? Are you as fucking terrified as I am? Now you can defend yourself and your loved ones with this excellent shooters and blow-em-ups. I made them myself and they're real good. This is not a drill. Civilization is under attack right now by some nasty characters that are definitely not from around here. I can make these things out of thin air like some kind of goddamn shotgun wizard for reasons that are beyond my understanding, and I'm passing the savings on to you. God, that hurt my throat.
SCP-3891 is an amalgamation of an untold amount of human corpses accumulating to just over 250,000 kilograms or 500,000 pounds. It floats 3,000 meters in the sky, moving at 55 kilometers per hour. It will linger above low population areas using its festering, barnacle-encrusted tentacles to ensnare and pull people into its mass and integrating their flesh into its own. It most commonly hovers over private domiciles and uses its limbs to breach through windows to grab people while they slumber. It targets people suffering from mental illness, low financial situations, the recently unemployed, poor physical health, the divorced, those who have attempted to off themselves recently, or suffered some other personal tragedy. Its body is comprised of decomposed human flesh along with bile consisting of seawater, serous fluid, saliva, endometrial mucus, gastric acid, and even semen. Come again? If it feels threatened in any way, it will emit toxic clouds of gas made of sarin, phosgene, mustard gas, human blood, carbon dioxide, and water vapor before disappearing instantly to appear somewhere else, also randomly on Earth. So if you try to attack it, it will poison the hell out of you. Now, if you fit any of the conditions listed earlier when it comes to being downtrodden, you may find yourself being drug away via tentacle in the night to be absorbed into a massive depression and dissolved into a gas of suppression. SCP-3906 is an ontokinetic entity resembling an embryonic duck of huge size floating in midair. It appears in the Visayas regions of the Philippines. Shortly after a Sinulog Sanon Niño festival, will this SCP appear in the household of citizens that attended the gatherings. While in a building, all prepubescent people inside will slowly start to suffer spontaneous thermal-related injuries all over their body that develop more and more every 15 to 30 minutes. If there are no prepubescents in the dwelling, all people inside will suddenly have their lungs filled with an assortment of rock salt, vinegar, and silene labuyo peppers. If it decides not to appear in a household, it will linger in the sky and affect multiple homes all at once. It could change its designated gathering event to just about anything at any given time if it decides so, and if you go home after one of these gatherings, you could find your kids burning alive or your lungs filling with spicy materials as you asphyxiate a cabanero death. SCP-3916 is a species of insect that resembles the Australian plague locust, with it deviating into species known as 3916-0 and 3916-1. 3916-0 only eats plant matter, while -1 will eat any and all kinds of matter before it, with a preference for fresh organic material. These faux locusts reproduce asexually through the process of just eating so much that once it hits a certain size, around 500 grams or over 1 pound of matter, it will just split off into two smaller versions of itself. -1 can only do this cloning via consumption of organic materials. The insects also eat hellaciously fast, so reproduction is near constant for the swarms that come from this gluttony. -1, due to its diet, has developed a heavy immunity to all types of chemicals and have awareness of weaponry enough to swarm guns and ammunition to eat and protect themselves. They can only be exterminated via the use of extreme amounts of heat and radiation. So napalm strikes, flamethrowers, and nuclear strikes are about only thing we're going to be doing. But due to their size and numbers and how quickly they can spread, it's going to be nearly impossible to completely eradicate them before they gather numbers all over again. If even one were to get away, or if someone were to capture one and let it loose, it would just make an entire army of locusts again. Entire towns can be wiped out in a matter of hours by this biblical swarm, as these locusts can make their way through any defenses via consumption to slowly devour you alive, with your flesh serving to create more and more insects in a matter of minutes. Even the vegetarian version of 3916-0 would be devastating, as it raises the planet of most plant life, being an ever-expanding force destroying vegetation, leading to the food chain being wiped out, dust storms clouding the air, and oxygen being less plentiful over time. The world's devastation as these bugs cloud the sky, eating all biological life, would be an unstoppable force before long. SCP-3926 is a TV talk show called Saturday Evenings with your host, Oceanic. Being a reptilian humanoid, the strangely named fellow will bring up issues with humanity and preach his own word as truth. If viewed 3 or more times by anyone, then a viewer will become infected by the SCP, believing wholeheartedly of what he speaks, and if you say anything otherwise against what he is preaching, the infected will react angrily. 2 to 3 days after infection, the host will begin to molt and create a bed from their own phlegm, shivering and going into a fetal position until they finally shed their human skin. Emerging as a green humanoid without a face or genitals, their consciousness is now completely eradicated. The infected will seek out people to either convince or forcibly make them watch the television show to spread the word in the hope of turning all of humanity into these mindless humanoids glued to their TV. Now, I already know one of you is turning this into some political satire joke, but here you are, watching YouTube. You're not any better, and neither am I. Now, you want to watch this cool show hosted by Oceanic? It's really cool. Just watch it 3 times. I swear it gets better after the 3rd episode. SCP-3968 are basically Borderlands grenades if they could fuck like plants, and are 2 variations of a similar landmine. -1 being close to an American M14 landmine with minimal metals to avoid detection and use as anti-personnel to spur traumatic amputation, while -2 is similar to the American M16 landmine that launches into the air to burst at waist height and spread in a full 360 degrees for lethal results. Now, what makes them SCPs is the fact that the shrapnel at or above 1 centimeter in size left behind by both of these devices can grow to become full versions of the exact same mine that produced it. This growth is dependent on soil quality, climate, and nearby nutrient sources, usually sapping nutrition from the dead bodies it creates, causing them to decompose supernaturally. -1's explosions causing up to 200 instances of reproduction, while -2 can make upwards of 400 new mines. Also, instead of these mines tripping when stepped on, they both also have awareness of when the most optimal time to explode to maximize their killing potential is. Usually, they will wait for large groups of people or animals or other large sources like vehicles to draw close enough to kill as much as possible to use their flesh as premium shrapnel nutrition, creating more and more all-natural landmines to dot the land further and further. Go get these landmines at your local Whole Foods market. SCP-3974 is a chocolatey pandemic, and our last SCP for today, originating from 4 children who harbor an unknown viral pathogen that spreads through direct physical contact or bodily fluids. From there, the pathogen will rearrange tissues into a material 80% identical to chocolate. Symptoms during chocolatization include fever, skin lesions, lethargy, diarrhea, loss of mobility, and vomiting. After a while, the victim will become chocolate head to toe and then die of organ failure. There is no coming back from going to the chocolate side. The 4 children capable of spreading this pathogen all look chocolatey in texture and appearance, and can begin to visibly melt at temperatures over 17 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit. They need to stay in cold climates or else their figure will begin to melt, and they are not able to restore their figure to what it once was. They are not able to heal, or they're just restricted to what they become from melting. So the fact that purely touching them or being touched by them can have you turned into a dessert, and that their bodily fluid could harbor this pathogen that could easily be spread, means a widespread outbreak of chocolate-formed people could happen. These 4 children in the disfigured state could be against the world and could use this pathogen to turn people, and things could just spread from there.